Yo, I like your profile picture, Dave. Your YouTube picture looks sharp. wook+live. Welcome back to wook+. I'm Weekend Wook, joined by the whole crew tonight. What's up, guys? How's everything going? Woo! We got a stupid show tonight, man.
I like how you're like, how's it going? And everybody's just fucking psyched.
Yeah, jump right in, guys. You fucking wook.
The old intro again. Where's the new one? It's loud. Just play it. Everyone likes
no,
it.
it all
loud.
you got to edit it properly with the proper countdown, and then I'll put it on next week. Actually, the
wasn't
week after
fine.
next week.
The first time we did it.
This
I don't
is
know.
what
You
our
want to go
lives,
back and listen to it?
this is what our lives are like with Tim. Everything we do, he's like, no. No,
not
it needs to be better.
I'm like the
Yeah.
only person in your life that's constantly like, yeah, let's do that. And
We
you're gonna
need
give me
this.
that
We need
shit.
this. We need this. And then you do this, and then he's like, "Oh, we're just gonna use the old one."
I don't see anyone else ask you to hang out on YouTube for a ridiculous amount of time. Yo, Steely Tom's there. Serious? What's up, Sean? Man, Essie's here. Everybody's here. It's a fun night. Yeah, so we got a lot of really fun shit to talk about tonight. What's that?
Said Jason's in tonight. I saw him.
Oh yeah. And Savvy.
It's
Yeah,
SE's
this is
last
awesome.
one for the year. It's our last
Well,
SE show.
Next week we're gonna have the office party, the wook+ Christmas office party or office Christmas party.
Are we bringing
that's it.
cookies?
Yeah, and eggnog and dressing up. So that'll be fun. But this is the last live of the year. So
What
welcome.
about the Wednesday after that?
That is going to be a lot for New Year's Eve run. We're gonna prep everybody, get everybody in the New Year's mindset and dive in deep. And then we'll have the after shows 15 minutes after encore, like usual. So we got a lot of great shit coming up.
And some member hangs.
Oh yeah, every show at set list. So now it'd be a great time to join. Yeah, set break. God damn it. I'm off to a great start tonight. My mind is moving faster than my mouth. Oh well. Can we get into the first topic just so I could settle down a little bit? I just need to lock in. Did any of you guys put in for Sphere?
No.
I did.
Did you get him?
I have not heard. I don't think so. Though.
Still
I wasn't
haven't heard?
expecting to. No.
See, that's what I'm seeing online too. A lot of people they haven't heard yet, and they're checking their junk and all that, and like it's still not coming through. It's crazy.
I put in really late though, so I don't know. Like I put in mine like at the last minute because I wasn't.
That shouldn't matter.
I know you wouldn't think so, right? But whatever. I'm not really worried.
Pool, you know.
Yeah, I don't know. I think by the time April rolls around, there'll be plenty of tickets available, and I don't think they're going to cost $2,000 a piece or whatever the hell you guys were looking up on StubHub earlier or whatever on the secondary.
Plenty on StubHub at all price levels.
Well, Kev, why don't you tell us where they're currently seated?
If you want a 400 level ticket for a 4-day pass, you can get that for a cool $2,700 plus fees.
Right.
Now, if you want to go just
you should have us prices rate this, right?
Higher or lower.
Yeah, single night. Okay, single night. I bet you it's probably $1,500 a ticket.
If you want to sit in front of the stage in one of the 100 sections, you're going to get hit for $1,900
for one night or for the
400 section. 400 section one night. Some of them are running for $500 on Thursday. So that's not the weekend show.
That's not had for before they even go on
Dude.
sale.
Yeah,
Dude.
to get in.
That's not bad.
And the 400s are good. Apparently, like the 2 and 300s are where you want to be, and then the 400s like have the big view of this, like everything. So I don't know. I'm not worried. Like again, it's fucking December. Like I want to get through New Year's. Like I'm still pricing New Year's tickets because like I'm still trying to get the wife to go to that. So like that's my first hurdle. I'll figure out the Sphere in fucking March. I'm not worried at all. So
I am though. I think it's going to be a hard ticket. I think it's going to be the hardest ticket of the year. It's going to be harder than MSG. It's going to be harder than any of the summer shows.
Do you think that I feel like people are going to walk out of it and they're going to be like, that was an incredible spectacle, but the music was meh. They're going to see just an average to below average Phish show, and the spectacle is what's making up for it.
No, I mean, people will say that because Phish fans are assholes, and like, there's certainly going to be people complaining about it. But I feel like with the sound, right, the mix that they have in there, it's going to sound fucking incredible. And then I think Trey's inspired by it. I think they're going to step up to the occasion.
I think that's a huge thing. I think they're all inspired by it. I think the sound in there alone is something that is pretty spectacular, like nothing anyone's ever heard before. So I think just hearing them in that is going to be something insanely cool. So I mean, there's a lot of cool things to it besides just the spectacle of it and everything. So
I talked to somebody who was there for U2, and he was telling me that the sound was incredible. It felt like Bono was singing in your ear.
Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard that too. That's what I'm most excited about. Like, obviously, the spectacle of like the Sphere and like that, but like the sound is supposed to be one of the best sounds at any venue. Like, it's designed for it.
That's what I think too. And regardless, even for like the films they show in there and shit, like the sound in the seats and like the way it's set up is supposed to be in every seat. You're supposed to have like the same.
Would it
sound.
be Sorry.
I got an idea based on a comment. Like, what if they simulcasted it on IMAX across the nation?
Like Phish 3D all over again?
A planetary laser Phish. That would be sweet.
That would be sick.
Let's go old school. Laser Phish would be awesome.
Do you think it would be appropriate for me to start a GoFundMe to afford the Vegas trip? No.
Oh, you really went
too soon. Yeah. 8 minutes into the show.
Wow. Damn.
Yeah, man. I hope you're right. Listen, I personally think it's gonna be a hard ticket, but I think a lot of that's stemming out of my own FOMO and like eagerness to get there. And like, but I hope you're right. I hope it is like everybody calms down. It's not that difficult of a ticket. I mean, I would probably go over Face for that type of show. I typically like told I don't go over Face unless it's like a special thing. Like I went over Face for the Bakers. I'll go over Face for like New Year's. I think for that I would, but like I hope hopefully everybody settles down.
It's such a niche group of fans that like you have to, first of all, like U2, a broader range of people would go see U2, right? Just to see the Sphere and to see U2 at the Sphere. Like a broader range of people aren't coming to see Phish at the Sphere. Like,
see, I disagree though. I think there's a lot of people that liked Phish when they were in high school and college, you know, in the 90s.
Yeah,
and haven't gone and seen them.
But you're not bringing new people
4.0.
in. You're not bringing new people into it. Like if Harry Styles was playing the Sphere, I might go see that. I'm not a Harry Styles fan, but I'd want to see like the production and like how it goes and like what it is. Like, I don't think you're getting that with Phish. I don't think you have people like, oh, I'm going to go see Phish at the Sphere because I want to see the production value and what they do. You're getting their fans and like maybe a little bit outside of that fan base. You're not getting like a huge swath of society that wants to go see that. So I don't think you have to, inside that fan base is where then you have people that are like, fuck that, I'm not going there. So that already splits the fan base anyway. So I don't think, I don't know, as far as tickets go, I don't think it's going to be by the time March rolls around.
I hope you're right. I do. I honestly, I hope you're right. I don't think you will be, but I've been wrong before.
Who would be your top band besides Phish to see at the Sphere?
I don't know, because I don't know anything about it until you see somebody there to see what it's about. Like I would have seen U2 there just to see what it's all about. Yeah. I think until you see something there, then you can go, oh, you know who would be cool there? Because I don't know, what if it's like, oh, you know who would be awesome is like fucking Calvin Harris or something, right? Or like somebody like, and you're like, oh yeah, Club would be sweet in here, as opposed to the Stones or something playing here. When you know what I mean? So until you like see it or figure out what you're looking at, Goose. Yeah, exactly.
Tom, I
Nice,
think
Tom.
there's a new timeout feature I'm gonna try.
No, you boot them. I tried it.
I would see. I would want to see something like Kiss or something that had just completely over the top anyway, and to see how
Running
far they
lips.
could push it.
Right. Or, you know, like maybe like Tom and Paula or something would be sweet because their fucking show, like their lights and laser shit is so crazy anyway. Put them in there with the screen, like, and their music would be cool in that. Like, I don't know. Because not being there yet, you don't know. So you're just kind of throwing musical acts into it that you're like, oh, that might be cool. So I don't know what works in there yet. But
I think Rage Against the Machine would be fucking cool because, like, they
loud
do
as shit.
Loud
They
as
play
shit.
Madison,
But they do
sell out
cool,
Madison, so-
yeah, and they do big like theatrics with their shows too, right? Like, you
Iron
remember
Maiden?
the whole messaging they had this past year about the Supreme Court and everything? Like, they do all sorts of like politically charged up, but like fucking wild things.
Iron Maiden
No.
and have Eddie have a huge Eddie that's floor to ceiling of the Sphere.
I would go see any
Alright.
pop act.
I want
I
some
think
metal
to
in
go
the
see
Sphere.
how they use that space, right? Like even like Garth Brooks would be crazy in there, right? Now he would use that to entertain people. Like
Yeah.
And Garth Brooks would do as many shows as it took to make sure everyone got a face value.
exactly. Yes.
What a
He
man
would
of the
play
people.
the Sphere
He
24
is.
7.
Garth
Those
Brooks is
tickets
amazing.
under $300 a night because he plays 800 shows.
Yes. Yeah. Beyonce is another one that I would, that would be amazing there as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, but see, somebody like that, I don't think you could put her in there, or like Taylor Swift, because you'd break the bank. Like it'd be like Phish at Red Rocks. Like you couldn't, the masses, it wouldn't fit. Like you'd
So
have.
she does a like 2-year residency.
Right, that's what it'd have to be.
Yeah.
Like at
Yeah.
least, right? Like yeah, exactly.
Well, they could do someone like her could do like a weekday residency, so you could still have other acts come in on the weekday and just do like 5 nights a week and make a fuck ton of money.
And they show like films. They can show the films in the afternoon and pack people in. You know that they charge them $20 a pop for to go in. And
I
That's
wish
the
I was
guys,
cool
yeah.
like all of you
That would be
guys
cool.
and could pretend like I would be down to like watch some pop act or country act, but I can't think of a worse fucking torture than going to see any of those acts at the Sphere. That sounds horrible to me.
who did you go see? My Bloody Valentine or something?
Oh, My Chemical Romance.
My Chemical Romance.
I did that.
You
I
had a
did that
buy in
for
it.
no, but I did that for my wife. So like I enjoyed it, but more so through her eyes because like it was like really meant a lot to her. So like I could enjoy it through her eyes. But yeah, without her, I don't think I would be into that kind of music either. Although I understand them more now than I did when I was younger, I think.
If they ever did a comeback show, that's where they should.
Which
do
is
it for
weird
Daft Punk.
because they're from Jersey, you're from Jersey, like you're all like, man, like you're right there. Like you should have been a huge My Chemical Romance fan.
Yeah, but I was not emo. Like I was not like overly, and I wasn't. I
Right.
don't think I had the emotional maturity when I was younger either. And now I'm a lot more empathetic to people, so I can understand why where that angst comes from. But like back then, I used to just be like, "Oh, your daddy never hugged you. Go cry." You know what I mean? Like I was an ass. Like I didn't understand the angst of it. But now it's like I'm a lot. I've grown up. I'm more mature. I'm like,
You've
oh, I
learned.
get
Yeah.
it. I get the angst. It's not
Where
my
would
taste,
you
but
where would you be on a Dead and Company kind of thing at the Sphere?
I'd be down for that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like a mini fest though. I think like you get like J-Rad and some other bands and kind of do like a tribute thing. That would be cool.
That might be interesting.
Yeah.
They just had so many iconic graphics and stuff, and the stuff they were doing with the screens, even at Dead and Company last summer. I think that would, some of that could translate pretty well.
Mhm.
Hologram Jerry up there.
No, somebody mentioned hologram Kiss in the chat there.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh man. I don't
Well,
know.
anyway, we'll see.
I'm waiting for
Who's
those
right.
Dover travel packages before I'm worried about the Sphere. That's for sure.
All right. So what this is about is when we got the save the date, which was like the big news before the Sphere rumors came out and then were proven true. But when they did the save the date in the tweet and on the website, it says the Glenn Close travel packages would be on sale later this fall. And then another tweet I saw, they said more information coming this fall. And I thought fall was over because we're in December and I'm an idiot and I don't understand how calendars work. But I looked it up. It's actually over in like a week. And there still hasn't been any more information. So I feel like either they're totally negging on that and we're going to have to wait, or maybe this upcoming week, now that the Sphere on sale is done.
Tuesday's
right. That's
coming.
usually they have Tuesday. They'll do the travel packages, and it's going to just be like all these people that just dropped a fuck ton of money.
Oh, that's how they work
are
it.
going to be like, no.
That's how it's been. Like it's Christmas. It's like I said,
Either that or
New
they're
Year's
like, yeah,
tickets,
whatever.
Sphere, Dover.
You know what?
like,
And the first hit isn't even free with them.
it's true. It's true. Or maybe, Tim, maybe it's just gone the way of hashtag Phish40 and they're not going to do anything about it until the new year. It's just gone.
Well, I think the travel packages and the Glenn Close stuff will come out, but most fans aren't paying for that shit anyway.
I'm
That's
sneaking in a hole in the fence.
That's like the Custy shit, right? Although I don't know, does travel package? That's like the VIP shit. Does that include like the RV passes? Because that's what I'm gonna be.
Yeah, we got to get the RV.
We got to get the RV passes. We might recruit people to help us. Start a GoFundMe. No, wait, no, we're not doing that.
Yeah, legit do it. Nice.
Like we legit need to get an RV pass.
How about you don't do a GoFundMe? Let's do a Kickstarter, and the project is us doing a live broadcast from the festival, so everyone can contribute to the Kickstarter.
Got to get all our gear and shit out there. How much?
Yeah, Dave, I'm all about tent and wooking, but like I feel like I want to have like a spot for like all of us to like meet up, and I feel like
Delaware in August, man. Delaware in August is a swamp. You do not want to be in a tent.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't care because I'm not going to sleep anyway. I'm going to be...
For 4 days, you aren't going to sleep. You're going to sleep. We're going to find you the last day during the show. We'll be like, where's Tim? Oh, he's passed out over there in that
Not all of us are 80 years old, Kev. With the right mix and executed properly, you can make it through the 4 days. I mean, you'll be feeling like shit afterwards.
At New Year's. When was that? 2 years ago? Last year? Or when was that?
No idea what you're talking about.
Exactly.
But that wasn't like a tired thing. That was like oh shit, the walls are melting.
Oh, I took too many drugs. I gotta get out of here.
No, that was, I didn't realize how disgusting New York City is until I saw it for the first time, if you know what I mean. And then when you see it, you can't unsee it. You're just like, what the fuck?
Tom, I do not see you camping. I see you glamping maybe, but I do not see you camping.
Yeah.
Glamping.
There's no way Tom's tenting it up or roughing it. He's in
RV
or...
He might have a tent. He might have a tent, but it's going to have a mattress in it and pillows.
Yeah.
A yurt.
He'd flirt his way to an RV.
I'm bringing my yurt in. I'm hauling it behind me.
I'm glad we're talking about Dover because I'm already feeling better about Vegas. It's like, all right, this I know we can get tickets to, and I'm gonna enjoy the fuck out of it. Oh yeah. I think it's gonna be a mid-sized summer tour. See, Will,
10 shows tops.
Really? Because
4
of
venues.
the festival?
Yeah, 4 venues and then the festival.
Why? That makes absolutely no
they're doing
sense.
the
The festival's
Sphere.
in fucking August.
Right. They're going to go the end of July, last week in July, first week in August. They'll do their normal 2 shows Tuesday,
How many
Wednesday.
shows did they did 23 this past summer?
Yeah, but before the Clifford Ball, they did 5. So, I mean, you know.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Maybe. I think
How
that's
many
unlikely.
cubes do you think are going to be at the Sphere?
9.
Okay.
They're leaving the 10th. They left the 10th one back in Vegas or wherever.
Should I do a poll?
Yeah, poll it up.
Give me the answers. Oh, I have to close the other poll. Only 77% of people smashed like.
All right.
I'm looking at the other 32,
That's a high
33% of
C.
you. The other
You
know,
30%.
only
It's
1 in 3
degrees, man.
people. Only 1 in 3 people subscribe to the channel, which really
I don't
hurts.
think
a little
that's
bit.
true. I think you just made that statistic up. How many summer...
95% of shit Kev says is made up.
Okay, but to be fair, I think you just made that statistic up. How many summer Phish shows in 2024? So what is it?
Over 10 or under 10?
No, we can do 4 choices. I'll do 1 to 5, 6 to 10, 11 to 15, or 16 plus. Right, that's interesting.
16 plus is interesting. That's a message. Does this include the festival dates or in addition
No, this is just summer tour.
Non-festival.
It ends at the festival. So,
but I would include Dick's though. No,
they are playing Dick's.
If they do play Dick's, it'll count.
Yeah, I would include Dick's.
Okay.
We're gonna document this, and if you voted wrong, we are gonna shame you.
Why don't you just do the whole year and include everything? If there's a fall tour and then
I don't know
MSG.
how many fucking shows there usually are in a year, though. Well, we're gonna do that later. We're gonna go
40 to 50. They've been doing 40 to 50 for the past 20 years that they've been touring.
Yeah,
haven't been touring for 20 years, Kev.
Well, yes, they've been. If you include 2.0 and 3.0,
but there's like a gap, isn't there? Like none.
Yeah,
so then it's not the 40th anniversary this year. You're saying it's not the 40th anniversary. It's the 33rd.
Just weren't touring. Right? You're saying they toured for the past 20 years, but they took
we're real mathematicians here.
Fucking killing it, man. Just like figuring it out on the spot, on the fly. All right, I guess we can move on.
Let's talk Tupac.
Tupac.
Oh my god.
Okay, so we talked about this a little bit on Sunday, but you know what I didn't even think about, and somebody pointed out to me? He didn't even sing at all. Like, that's weird, right? Doesn't he usually? No, Rick sang it.
Yeah,
Rick sang Bruce's song, which is fucking weird.
It is.
Yeah. Isn't that weird?
Well, I mean, that's because they didn't have the Tupac hologram available.
Oh, I'm wrong. He did sing it.
Yeah, he sang some of it, but he didn't sing the lead of it. They didn't it wasn't him leading it, and
he's saying that's the way.
Okay,
yeah,
but,
yeah.
Okay.
He's
so I'm not entirely wrong, Essie. Only a little bit.
Right.
Well, anyway, that was the only negative thing that I saw people saying. From the clips I saw, I thought it sounded great, and I thought it was a cool move to
good for
have
them.
them in. Yeah,
good for them for packing Hampton Coliseum for 2 nights, getting all those people.
Thanks,
getting
Tom.
Hornsby to come show up. Thanks, Tom.
Getting Hornsby to show up. Thanks, Tom.
You'll get a pass to our private back.
Thanks, Tom. But wait, my question is, what was the point of him playing there?
He lives around the corner.
Well, I know
he lives around the corner.
Okay, but besides that, wasn't there theme space and outer space or something? Did they have?
They had 4 themes, right? Jungle, Inferno, Bubbles, and something else.
Oh, the Bubbles thing was cool. I saw that too. Okay. So they're premiering it right now. Oh, I gotta skip ads. Shit, I didn't know they were gonna play ads. I'm sorry. If you got an ad, I apologize. I skipped it. So they're premiering one night tonight and one night last night. And I was watching it last night, and I don't know. I probably caught 20 minutes of it. And I was like, fuck, it's pretty good. I was actually really digging it. So I'm gonna go back and kind of you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna solicit feedback online of hey, I'm new here. I just found out about this band. Can you guys tell me what to listen to and see what it is?
Ask what the jam of the year is on Twitter.
I don't want to No, I don't. I feel like that's gonna push me away from it again, though. I gotta ask the right people. You know what? You're right. I shouldn't do it on Twitter. I should do it here. I feel like the Goose fans here I trust and like. I feel like Twitter's maybe not so much.
The Goose fans out there.
Well, why don't you guys let me know in the comments where I should start, and then I will report back and let you know if it was successful or not.
I like the song Yeti.
Yeti.
Can you say that a little bit more? Yeti.
That one's a rocker. 2 guitars.
Chris is like, what the fuck? Yeah. Where'd they come from?
Yes. All right.
All right.
So related to Goose Hornsby, Pollock did a poster for Goose.
Yeah. And Billy Strings.
And Billy Strings.
Billy Strings.
Look at him branching out, getting work.
It's good.
Yeah, I guess the thing of it more was I was surprised it's been that long, took him that long to get out of doing just Phish and like branch out. Has he done posters for other bands before?
Oh,
Because
he
this is the
probably
first
in
I've
the
seen.
90s. You know what I mean? He probably did it in the 90s or something
Well,
when it wasn't.
I haven't seen
You
anything
know.
recently, but like I would have thought for like fucking like Humphreys or Moe or like I don't know, like Spafford or something, like he would have been doing it, but I haven't seen it. Those were sick
I do not
posters
know.
though.
Oh,
I
but
thought they
those were
looked good.
all bands that didn't want to be compared to Phish. So why would they use his artist?
Oh, and then Goose was like, I don't give a fuck.
Goose and Billy were like, eh.
Or was it Peter? Pete was just like,
Yeah, Shapiro said, hey, I'll make you money. Use whoever you want.
Yeah.
You want to hit the next level of poster marketing? You got to get a Pollock out there.
Maybe you need to sell out an arena. That's the thing. You're like, oh, you sold out Hampton? Here, I'll give you a poster, right? He's protecting his brand.
That's the level you get to.
So who would you want to see Pollock do a poster for?
You too.
No,
At the Sphere.
or Kiss.
Beyonce. Let's just rehash the
At the
same
Sphere.
list.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I feel like probably Mo, maybe for me personally.
Yeah. Gorilla Toss.
Yeah.
That would
Yeah,
work
there you
because they have that same kind of vibe as, you know, the black and white drawing with the weird nose running around, you know, that kind of feel to it.
Do you think you have to be into the band in order to make a dope poster, or could you just do the art for on commission?
I think it helps, but I think you can just do the art. It's probably better if you're not, actually, because you get a better perspective of it.
You might look at other stuff that the band's done to see what their artwork is, what their aesthetic is, maybe, you know, imagery that they do again and again, so you could incorporate that. But I don't think you have to be well versed in their music necessarily.
I want to see Pollock's take on a H-bong Taper's Choice poster.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Hey,
all right, so they need to sell out an arena.
They do.
SC, I'm actually going to see Karina on Friday. I'm very excited about it.
I'm going tomorrow.
Oh, hey.
Nice.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah,
Dude,
Father
her new album.
I know, I can't wait. Father Chris called me up. He's like, hey, I'm officiating a wedding in Philly. You want to go to Karina? I was like, hell yeah, Father Chris. I haven't seen him in
That's amazing.
Yes, I'm going to be hanging with him on Friday night. It's going to be awesome.
All right.
Very much
Thank
looking
you,
forward to
Jason.
it.
Yes. You'd have no idea what we're talking about. So we're
Wait,
gonna
what are we
swiftly-
talking about?
We're going to move swiftly into the best Phish shows of 2023, and Jason will be very interested in this.
Oh, so who wants to be our scribe, as it were?
I can give you my top 4.
No, not yet, man. Calm down. Calm down. Jesus Christ, Kev. Oh no, I want to write this down. Hold on. Because what I want to do, all right. So let me set this up. I don't know if we're allowed to mention the publication or anything, but we were asked, us collectively as wook+live.
So you're going to mention it anyway?
Well, I'm going to explain the assignment and do just like fill in the blanks. They don't give a shit. So to close out the year, we were asked, because of our brilliance and wookery, to do an article about the best shows of 2023. And because I don't trust the 4 of us and our opinions, I took that assignment as, hey, let's solicit the check because you guys have better opinions than we do. And we could talk about it.
Here's my thing, all right? This is what I think we do.
Tell me your thing.
All right, is we make Syracuse the best night, no matter what.
Syracuse was a really fucking great night, though.
But it wasn't the best, right? So it's enough to make people mad. You know what I mean?
So you want to troll? You want to take
our
assignment with this illustrious? Is that the word?
Yes.
With this high-end publication.
Yes.
Man, I have Syracuse as number 12 on the year.
Really?
Syracuse is very good. It is a number 1 show.
I think this is how we do it. Let's go tour by tour and talk about the best shows of those tours. Does that work?
I listed. Okay, cool. I can figure that out.
How do you want to do it, Kev?
Well, I listed them just my top show of the whole year all the way down. But let's start with spring, because my top spring show would be the Hollywood 422.
Okay. Let's start with spring. Hollywood 422. T, you saw a bunch of spring shows. What would
Hold
you
up, hold
say?
up, hold up, hold up, hold up. Are we talking all of 2023?
Well, what do you mean?
I don't know, man. They played some shows in February.
Good. They're at the bottom of the list.
Kev was
trust
jumping.
me.
All right, let's go to Mexico. What was the best of Mexico? Thank you, Brian. Oh my God, can we just? There we go.
Yeah.
Llama,
I
take
got
us off with
Nakua,
Mexico. What was the best night of
Brown,
Mexico?
Rice, Lockett, Pittman. I need 2 and a flat.
I think Friday was the best night
Of Mexico.
of
Noted.
Mexico. Yeah,
I got
Friday was
two.
definitely the best night.
What were the dates? Like, which one was? Okay.
Which one was Friday? I don't know which one Friday was, man.
I have
I think it was
224 as the
Well,
highest
whichever
rank.
one Friday was the first date, right?
Okay.
So whatever one.
No,
of them-
Thursday would have been the first one, though. The one.
So there
night
you go.
early.
So then Friday would be the second date. So
Yeah, the second
night
date.
2.
Okay, I have 224 ranked higher than the other. So, and the other 3 Moon Palace I have as the bottom 5, 4, and 3. I only have 2 shows lower than those 3 Moon Palaces, but the 6.
So what you're saying is you thought Mexico was pretty low on the
yes, but the
totem.
224 I have higher. I have it above Star Lake.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I have it above Greek. I have it above the Dicks.
224 was
Two of the
on
after shows,
Thursday.
Llama?
Say what?
Didn't you make 2 of the after shows?
I don't
Yeah.
know, man.
I don't remember.
I was there, right?
All right.
No,
Yeah.
it was a good time. I thought it was a good show, right? I was there, but I mean, it was fun for me. That makes it sound like it was like
Phish on the beach in
3
Mexico.
of them were the worst. It wasn't worth the money.
Oh, I'm
No.
sorry, Lam. I forgot you were there. I didn't mean to be mean or anything.
Such a dick.
Yeah, I know, right?
Damn it.
But
All right.
I think it was a good start to the year, though, for sure.
They just had a really good year. I mean,
Yeah,
I feel like it's one of those years where the bottom to the top, there really isn't that much of a gap. You know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying. Let's go into the spring tour because that's where I think we're starting to get in the meat. We just spent an entirely too much time on Mexico. No offense, Llama. I know. Well, we're gonna do that later. So, all right. We got just to refresh everyone's memory for the spring tour. We had Seattle 2 nights, then we had the Greek for 3 nights, which those were some really good shows, and then we had the Hollywood Bowl for 3 nights. I thought all of these shows were pretty damn good. But what was the best of this tour?
I went with 422. That's my number 4 show on the year.
Night 2 of the Hollywood Bowl. Yeah, I think that's a good one too.
I think night 3 was better than night 2, personally. But night 2 was pretty sweet. I mean, but I like night 3. And then I think Saturday Berkeley was number 2 on the spring tour. And then back to the bowl for night 2, if you want to say it. And then I don't know. After that, those are the top 3, I think, from spring tour, though.
I have 417 ranked after 422, but that's all the way down at number 11.
You're just spitting out numbers. That
You're
doesn't
just-
make any
Yeah,
sense. dude.
Rain
Yeah,
Man,
what
dude, I'm
417?
sorry,
I don't
right.
know. What do you want
I'm here.
from me?
you know
gave
when
me
like you go to the diner and they just start yelling out like the numbers, like I need a 5 and an 807. Like that's what I feel like Kev's doing, right?
You got to look up the dates, Kev, to match it back. So
Yeah,
just
you-
go to Fishnet and look, so you
Yeah,
can look
yeah,
at your dates compared to what you're.
I got it. Here, I got it. Let's add it. Let's add a visual to this motherfucker.
Yes, that'll help.
Will that make everybody happy?
Maybe
Oh.
I watch too much fantasy football stuff.
I
guess.
know you always try to inject that shit in here, and I'm like, get that shit out of here. All right, so now we're into the summer. I don't care about the spring anymore. So we got Huntsville, Alpharetta. Dude, those Huntsville shows were really good for openers. I don't think they're gonna make this list, but for tour openers, they were fucking solid tour openers. This was the only
Thanks,
dip I
Will.
feel of the summer was in Wilmington. The Alpharetta shows were hot. That Tweezer in Alpharetta was fucking banging. And then Star Lake was really good. Syracuse might get my vote for top 5. Fucking loved it. Man, you were high on the man, Kev, right?
One of the nights. A lot
Night
higher
two, I
on the
think.
second night than the first
Yeah.
night.
And then I remember liking a lot of the MSG, but I can't remember which ones were the best. I don't know.
See, I think 8-4. Can we pull up Fishnet and look at 8-4 and look at some of the set lists?
Yeah.
I tell you what, my bottom ones were Live Oak 719, Three Moon Palaces, Dick's 9-3, and my bottom show of the year was the 718 Live Oak. So yes, they were probably the weakest set of shows of the year there. All right. So
how do I do this?
There's a set list filter over there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But you,
So what are we
You could
doing?
go up- You could go up and look up tours under music or shows. They list the whole tours.
I love directing people when they're on. No, go left. Go left. No, the other left, stupid.
Oh man.
Hey,
Andy!
we gotta remember. Wait, did you see we
Hey,
gotta
Andy.
remember?
Andy,
Oh,
how
and
the
Andy
fuck should
showed
we
up.
do this?
Yeah, hi. So MSG Night 6, best of the year so far.
What's the date on that?
What's the what?
Date?
MSG Night, that's 8-4.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
That's what I had.
All right.
Best of the year so far.
all right.
All right.
Keep
What's your
going.
number two?
Don't let me interrupt you.
Wait.
What-
Is it this one?
What would be your number two, Andy?
See, I would go with one of the Seattle shows just based on, attendance bias. Yeah.
I agree
8-1.
with you. This mic stand cross-eyed was fucking phenomenal.
Oh,
You
yeah.
should, you should share the screen again.
Yeah, bring it
Oh, thank you.
Hi, everybody.
What was
yeah,
Seattle?
dude.
Seattle was called Climate Pledge. Ooh, I got
Mhm.
them way down. My bad.
I don't know if I don't remember if I like this better than Syracuse though. 'Cause
Kev, would you
that's-
go to Seattle? Would you take the cross? I mean, you won't even go to Deer Creek. Would you go to Seattle?
Oh yeah, Seattle pot's legal.
That's your
That's
That's
it.
your
his
metric.
Why am I
barometer.
going to go somewhere where I could be arrested?
Oh,
for
here we go.
being with
All right.
John?
I'm sorry. Okay, continue, Kev. Or Wook. Sorry.
That old boomer mentality of like, they're coming to get me. They're gonna search my pockets for weed and throw me in jail.
They're coming to get me. They are.
Put him in the paddy wagon.
I want to look at the Syracuse one. I thought
Okay.
that was a fucking show.
Yeah, that was a good show.
Yeah, the Tweezer Oblivion was really fucking
Yeah.
good.
Yeah. Oblivion, I don't think still has reached its full potential yet.
No. Oh no, I agree with you. I was answering the chat. I'm
But
sorry.
you know, I don't feel like this whole show was that strong. It
No, I
had
agree. I
McGrupp
agree.
in it, which was cool that they broke that out. But it never felt like the first set ever really got going, and what they really hit with was just the Tweezer Oblivion for me.
Right.
You know, I don't know if they should have asked us to write this article in hindsight.
Well, no, I think it's
Hey,
perfect.
what the encore?
It should be just convoluted mess.
It's going to be a convoluted.
Yeah,
mess. That is decided.
Well, what we do is we each do a list of our rankings from top to bottom for all the shows, and then we do a consensus ranking between us. And then if you want to include the chat or something, we can include that in.
This is how we do it. What you're saying, I agree with you, but I'm going to elaborate. Yes, and as our old boy Chad used to say, we're going to establish criteria. What makes a good show? That is the good content for a live stream. Just throwing out dates is like watching fantasy football. Nobody gives a shit. But talking about the criteria that makes a good
People who
show,
play fantasy do.
I know, but nobody cares about your team. Let's talk about the criteria that what we as a group think make a great show, and then we'll come back to it, right? We have a week to do this. So I think right off the bat, I think set list is important. I don't think it's everything, but the flow of the show I think matters, right? Like that has to be part of the criteria. What else?
I mean, you can't just look at the set list though and be like, oh, 'cause
No,
the
but it
dude
has
got-
to. I think the flow needs to be considered.
There should be several
But-
criteria: set list construction, execution.
I like
Whatever,
exploratory jams, but that's not for everybody. But like if I had a
Right.
show that was like a festival set where they were doing like the showcase, Kev, remember we were talking about that, versus a night where they just have like a 4 or 5 song second set and get really deep, I would put the deep night higher on my assessment. I think that's a big one.
I think any show with no Broadway tray makes it a better show overall. I think that's a
Right.
criteria as well. Was there any Broadway Trey? If there was,
Well, we could have like a punitive section, right, for like point deductions for Broadway
Oh,
Trey
yeah.
and for ripcords, right?
Oh, ripcords. Yeah.
Like if
What-
you
what if you
ripcord
have-
in the
what if
show,
you
you
have-
lose points.
What if you have broccoli and hollandaise sauce?
You're taking that joke too far. I think that horse is now bruised significantly.
Do we have
It would
dead
be
horse
cool to
there?
actually, in the article that we write, to break down the criteria and actually assign scores, and I could like make a graphic with it, right, of like
Mhm.
how each show ranks in each.
Or a
'cause-
data dive.
Oh, that would be sick too.
All right, so
Why don't you make a video companion to the article?
Yeah.
right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is now the only criteria.
Like
If it has a
like,
Mike
make it the most
Secular, it's
ridiculous too. Like misplaced fishman sample minus a point.
Yeah. Oh, there's been a lot of those.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I like Fishman samples though. I think that adds a point.
What was the newest one?
correctly placed? Yes.
Yeah,
What was the newest one?
The,
Orange Whip. Orange Whip. That's what it was.
Yeah.
Orange Whip, right,
From
right.
Blues
To
Brothers.
Chicago because they were going to Chicago.
Yeah.
Oh my god, we haven't even talked about Chicago. Those Chicago shows were outstanding.
Fire. Yeah.
Outstanding.
I think they might actually get in the top list. The Chicago.
I have 10-13 as my fourth on the year.
Yeah, night
Wait a
one.
second. We're going back to numbers now. We got
10-4 on that 10-13, good buddy.
That Tweezer.
Well, I thought he was going to
cross-eyed.
pull it up. I thought he was going to pull it up,
No,
and
I'm
we were
not
going to
pulling
just
that
roll
up.
right into it. But
I'm pulling it up, Kevin. I'm on
Yeah,
your
you-
side.
Are you able? Yeah, but you can't share.
yeah,
Well, no.
he can't share.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
You have no power here, Andy.
I don't.
Andy, what are you doing here? What did we discuss? Do you have something for us to do?
Well, first of all, I wanted to go back for a second, and you guys were
okay.
talking about artists that you would want to see at the Sphere.
We did talk about that.
Yeah, as well
way
as
back.
as Pollock making posters for, and I've got 5. I made a list of 5 that I would like to see at the Sphere, as well as Pollock posters.
List
Okay.
that shit. Love
All right,
it.
here we go. All right, number 1, Bob Dylan. Number 2, The Residents.
Ooh.
Number 3, Colonel Claypool's Fearless Flying Frog Brigade.
Nice enunciation, and I
Thank
agree.
you. Thank you. Number 4, The Alan Parsons Project.
Hello.
Ooh.
Yeah, okay. And number 5, Crispin Glover. Crispin Glover.
Crispin
Glover.
Glover.
And also the whole
Glover.
Pollock poster thing. No problem. I don't have a problem. It's
I don't have
when
a problem with it.
no, but it's when David Welker makes an album cover. Then we got a problem. Then we need to step in and do something about that.
Yeah, I like Welker's art better than Pollock's anyway.
And Kevin,
That-
what do you got against Taylor Swift?
What are you talking about?
You don't think Taylor Swift would work at the Sphere? Is that what or did I misunderstand?
Oh, I have nothing against Taylor Swift. I don't know that. I haven't ever seen her. I know nothing about her. You could play me a Taylor Swift song, I wouldn't even know it was her.
You know nothing about Taylor Swift.
Oh,
I know
perfect.
she's dating what's his name?
How do you have two
You don't even know that.
daughters
I
and
she's
know
dating-
nothing
what's her
about
name?
Taylor Swift? Like,
Well,
An answer.
well, Kevin, you're in luck that you know nothing about Taylor Swift, because I'm here with trivia questions for Taylor Swift. We're gonna play a little maybe so, maybe not Taylor Swift edition with Kevin right now. Here we go.
Oh wait, you're not allowed to do that on YouTube.
Yeah,
We're
that's
gonna
all you
go-
got. You get a couple seconds. That's it. It works.
Right.
All right. Now, Kevin, you are a veteran at maybe so, maybe not. You've done this with me before. And the most recent time we played the game, you won, and you won yourself the right to have 3 songs played on my Jump Radio show. They were pretty good songs. I was surprised
Yeah, he does all right
you.
sometimes.
sometimes. Okay. Are you ready?
I am ready.
Maybe so, maybe not. Taylor Swift edition. Here we go. Question number 1. What is Taylor Swift's date of birth? Is it A, December 13th, 1988? December 13th, 1989? December 13th, 1990? Or December 13th, 1991? Taylor Swift's date of birth.
I'm assuming it's 1989 because doesn't she have an album called that?
I don't know. You're the expert.
Best.
You are the
Your
music
final
expert.
assumption?
I'm going with 1989 because I've seen that she redid her album or something.
Okay, so B, December 13th, 1989. Final answer?
I think so.
It's correct. Okay. So far, so
He's
good.
a closet Swiftie. He's
Yeah,
all like,
right.
I don't know
Right.
anything about her. Oh, well, she released a song. It would have been
can't see
funny
the
if you
tour
gave him
poster.
dates that weren't today just to see if he was paying attention that today was her birthday.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I did see Tom said happy birthday T Swift there.
If Taylor Swift plays at the Sphere, Kevin will be there. I guarantee you. He'll go for that.
Great.
All right, here we go. Next
$1,500.
question. What is Taylor Swift's middle name? Is it A, Allison, B, Beth, C, Christine, or D, Doris? Taylor Swift's middle name.
I'm gonna go with Beth.
Is that your final answer?
Yeah, sure.
All right, you're wrong.
Aw.
It was a Kiss song.
It's
So-
Allison, isn't it?
It is Allison. Okay, so Ghost Llama, you ready for the next question?
Oh, fuck. Yeah.
All right, here we go. What type of farm did Taylor Swift grow up on? Was it A, dairy farm, B, a pastoral farm, C, a crop farm, or D, a Christmas tree farm?
Let's say a pastoral farm.
Going with pastoral.
Yeah.
Think about that.
Think about that.
What the fuck does that even mean?
What does
Isn't
that mean?
It's just nothing. It's just land. It's just
Is that-
rich people that own
Pasture.
land.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Pastoral farm.
Yes.
Final answer?
Yeah. Sure.
It's a Christmas tree farm. Don't you know you're Taylor Swift?
I know
Savvy
her,
was
but
all
not her
over it.
father's employment. Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
No.
all right.
Ho,
Our
ho,
chat
ho.
are all Swifties. They all know this stuff.
Yeah.
That farm, by the way, I live like really close to it.
You
Like
knew that?
yeah, I'm like 2 towns away from where she was born and raised. I live in the same part of Pennsylvania as her.
All
I
right,
only
T.
know that because when you go to the
She's
store,
from
everybody's like,
Pennsylvania? I thought she was from Kentucky or something.
"Yeah, Berks County, bitch."
Oh, really? Berks County? Oh my god.
She's a Midwest girl.
Berks
I'm
County.
Midwest. It's fucking Pennsylvania. Don't lump me in with you guys.
The fate of democracy is going to rest in Berks County. And we're screwed.
Dude,
Bum,
every
bum,
part
bum,
of Pennsylvania that's not Philadelphia is the Midwest.
Wait,
Yeah.
I live in Berks. Yeah, I've moved a couple of times over the last few years. But no,
Pennsylvania.
yeah.
Hey, T, you're going to do the next one. Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
Whether you want to or not.
What Taylor Swift song features the Chicks, formerly known as what? The Dixie Chicks? Is that right? Yeah.
Yeah.
What Taylor Swift song features the Chicks? Is it A, Soon You'll Get Better, B, Fearless, C, Our Song, or D, Tim McGraw? What Taylor Swift song features the Chicks?
Wow. I don't know. That's a tough one.
Wow.
You could phone a
It was
friend.
a dude
None of your cohorts here used any of their lifelines.
A lifeline. Do I get from anyone?
Yeah, you can ask the
You
chat.
have the chat or you can
Chat.
call someone.
The chat.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
would-
You want to take a live call?
A live call. Yeah. Is Josh Frosh around?
You could call out to your wife.
I don't think she would know.
She's worse at this than I am.
I'd ask the chat. though.
Sorry,
I mean,
Dave. I didn't know about the ads. I'll try to block them next time.
You got ads interrupting me?
Yeah.
Oh.
Fucking YouTube.
So what was it?
Oh, I don't know. I'll go with B.
You don't even remember what the name of the song was. For
I
B.
don't.
Fearless.
Fearless.
Fearless? You're going with Fearless? That's
Yeah.
your final answer?
Final answer.
Did you ask the chat?
I did. Well, I did, but no one answered. I would
Mm.
ask.
They had
Because
an
they all
ad,
had an
yeah.
ad.
They all had an ad with playing. I got term of the ads.
Oh, damn it.
What Taylor Swift song features the Chicks? You're going with Fearless? The answer was Soon You'll Get Better. Well, there's only one more of you left here. And
Who's
one
that?
more question.
Who dat?
You.
Ah, yes. Sweet revenge.
All right.
Do I get a lifeline?
No.
Of course.
All right.
You're the boss.
You get a
I'm
call
gonna,
your
I'm
wife,
gonna,
aren't you?
I already know. No, I'm gonna call on Ben's because I know.
I know, right? Exactly.
Ben's, get ready.
At the start of 2015, how many albums had Taylor Swift sold worldwide? A, 15 million. B, 25 million. C, 40 million. Or D, 70 million.
I don't think she was super big by that point, right? Like she was still kind of like chilling with like the kids. I'm gonna go with the lowest number. I think 15.
Chilling with the kids. At the start of 2015, you're saying
I think
had
she
sold
blew up right after that, didn't she?
worldwide
I don't know.
15 million albums.
Yeah, 15 million. You already blew up, dude. You already blew up even. At
Yeah,
15.
but not like now. It's like hundreds of millions, brah.
Can you repeat the numbers, Andy?
Absolutely. 15 million, 25 million, 40 million, or 70 million.
So like my test taking like reasoning would say the second one because I think it's low, but I think you would throw a lower one in there. So it would be B. But then I think you would know that and you would try to offset it. So I think to prove the point that she had not yet blown up, you would put it as lowest number. So I'm gonna stick with my
but he
answer.
knows
of A.
that you know that he knows that. So he probably
Right. So do I
left
bring
with
it back
B.
to B?
Yeah.
No, I'm gonna stick with A. I'm gonna stick with A. I'm holding firm with A.
All right.
Kevin, how do you feel about that?
I'm going with 30.
30 is not an option. It's 15, 25, 40, or 70.
25.
30.
25.
Go with 30.
Fuck you.
30.
All right. You're going with, you said what, B?
A.
Jim
Hey,
said
okay.
15.
For
I
all the
said
marbles.
What do I win?
I don't know. I don't have a prize.
I'm not gonna win anyway. So
Yeah.
it's all right.
15 million.
Yeah. The suspense is killing me.
She had sold 40 million albums by then. 40.
Wow, my logic was completely wrong.
Yeah. All right.
This was a
That's
brilliant-
lot of albums.
This was a brilliant idea, Andy, to come on and do trivia for something that none of us know anything about.
The chat did though. The chat did pretty good. I'm impressed. There's a lot of switches in the chat.
Chat killed it.
I like it.
Yeah, good job,
Killed
Chad.
it.
I'm just now
No.
seeing it. Wow. Look at that.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Andy, we got a question for you. How much has Phish sold total?
I don't know. I know nothing about Phish. I have no idea. Who's Phish? Why are they playing at the Sphere?
Yeah.
I've only got 100,000 listens on Spotify or something.
Phish has maybe
Oh, that was
40,000
funny, dude.
fans worldwide. They just go to every show. They got
Yeah.
maybe
Yeah, it's the
50,000
same group
fans
of people.
worldwide.
Same
Right.
group.
Yeah.
It's not growing at all. we've hit the wall. We've maxed out.
Oh, Phish fans?
Yeah. We're gonna start losing them now. Is what it is.
Well, we all think Phish is a lot more popular than they are. Trust me.
Oh,
No, I disagree. I think it's the fucking opposite. I think jaded, crusty old vets like you are like, oh, it's not that big. It's my band. And you don't realize how many people saw Phish for the first time in 2023. I met so many people, like dozens of people this year that discovered the band this year.
Dozens.
What? One person?
Ones and
What do
twos
you
of people this
expect?
year.
Well, that's one person who went to 0 shows this year. You still met a dozen.
They
That's a
were
good
the
number.
24th.
That is impressive.
That was the 24th highest touring band in the country.
he's absolutely right about what's going to happen at the Sphere, though. Like visually, production wise, it's going to be amazing. But maybe
It's gonna be shit music.
yeah. Actually, I don't want them to play a round room. No round room. Don't do it.
Or just start with the get it out of the way and then move on from it. Like they did what was that on 420? They did something like Blaze On or something to start. Like they just got it out of the way and they're like, all right,
But they
let's
should
move on.
do like one night they should do Joy, one night they should do Fuego, one night they should do Big Boot, and one night they should do Sigma Oasis and do the 4.0, 3.0 albums.
That's
That
true. The
sounds
Dolphin
fucking
guy.
horrible. You're not really good at this, Kev. I'm sorry. I'm so glad you're not in charge of making decisions.
I think they
for
should do a
Phish.
4-night saga of Gamehenge and like really flush it out.
Do you think? Do you honestly think that
No.
there will be another Gamehenge set in our?
No, never.
No, yeah, it's not, and it's quite unfortunate, really, because
Well,
why
what's
not,
gonna happen is Trey's gonna sell the rights to Disney, right? As like a last cash grab, right?
Yeah,
Hey,
that's
maybe they
gonna
can
go
get the
well.
guy who did the Lord of the Rings to do the movie.
Peter Jackson.
Yeah,
Yeah.
get
How
him to
can
do
you-
Gamehenge.
You were like one of the most brilliant people I know in some ways, and one of the like most insanely disconnected. And like, I don't understand how you do that. You just have like a wealth of like ridiculous knowledge about some things, and then are completely oblivious on other things.
Because if I like something, I dive into it, and I learn everything about it. And some stuff doesn't come on my radar unless like my kids, they mentioned Pink was going on tour. I was like, wow, she's still around. Apparently, she's still huge.
Yeah, she was the 6th highest touring
I
artist.
know.
Hey, who was number one?
Well,
No.
Yeah, so she's still
Swift
touring.
isn't on there yet, so it's Beyonce.
I think
But
there was,
once
there
once
was
Swifty's on there.
some account on Twitter or whatever posted that, and just she got bombarded with people asking, "Where's Taylor Swift? Why isn't she on the list?"
Oh yeah, MSG. I decided that's where I'm getting my topics for future shows. That guy just posts about everything.
Yeah.
Instead of doing my own research, I'm just gonna be like, oh, what is he tweeting
What you
about?
got, man?
Cool, let's talk about that.
Right.
We need a new intern.
Yeah, Alex is our new intern.
We go through them like wax paper to taffy pull.
He's good. He's pretty connected though, because like when I've gotten like tips and shit, people are like, "Hey, I heard this rumor, whatever." Like I'll reach out to him, and he like has like fucking so many people he knows. He's like, "Oh, well, I've heard it from this, and this, but so and so said it wasn't true," and it's like, yeah, that guy's pretty connected. He's a good guy. I like Alex. What else? You wanna hang out for a little bit, Andy? We'll go on with our set
Yeah,
list.
sure. I can stick around for a few more minutes.
I
yeah.
got a
So
topic.
Andy,
Yeah.
let me ask you.
Okay.
Fall tours 97, 98, 99. They did 3 fantastic fall tours. How would you rank the 3 tours?
All right. Well, I guess we're not doing this. So.
I know, Kevin.
Well, all right,
tours,
fuck that.
97.
I think the next thing is gift memberships too, but nope. Sorry, member.
Sorry,
I-
Kev just left turned us.
I prefer musically the sound of 99,
Oh, I delayed the ads.
and then 97, and then 98. I think there's some that might put 97 up at the top, but
Yeah.
I prefer. I don't know. I love how 99 sound. Yeah, there you go.
I'm with Sewell 100%. I think 97, 98.
yeah, right. Yeah, I mean 97.
But I respect that, Andy. Though that's
Yeah.
I think
I just like the way 99 sounds more than 97.
I think 97 did a lot more work and was more like, because it was like a big step
Mm-hmm.
musically. But I
Mhm.
think if you look at them isolated and not like in the context of the greater history, I think 99 is a great fucking tour. Fall 99.
I'm gonna play that. Well, yeah, was it fall then? December 16th, 1999. I'm gonna play.
Yes.
Yes, that is
They call it
part of the fall.
tour still.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
I'm playing that tweezer on Saturday night, and I love that. I love the way that one is. We got fucking octopus fish. I mean, that is a fantastic tweezer.
He's a
99 right there.
madman.
Mm-hmm.
He's the madman.
That's it.
I was
What
just
about you,
listening-
Kevin? Was I right on or?
I would have gone with what Will did.
Yeah.
97, 99, 98. I feel like 98, as much as Hampton Comes Alive and, it was the best sounding recordings we had for a long time. I felt like they were in a transitional period.
Yes.
Whereas 97, they were
Mm.
locked into that cow funk thing. And 99, they morphed into what they were at that
But-
moment.
But what 99 had that no other year had was the die loop, Trey's die effect. You fucking love that. That's it. That skyrockets 99 all the way to the top. Die. All right, I guess I'm a freak.
No,
Oh,
I
I'm
agree with
with
you.
you. I have no issue with that. I love it. I love when he discovered all that stuff. It's fun to go back and listen, as much as I don't listen to old stuff. But doing the Wook Club we've been doing, you
That's
begin to
been fun.
notice things. You know,
Yeah, didn't you do
We
a
gotta
2010 show? This
you know,
week?
we got a
Dude.
we got a 2.0 show from 2004 next week that I've never heard. It's one of the few Phish shows that, not counting 1.0, obviously you can't listen to all that, but since then it's one of
Well,
the
you
few I
can.
haven't heard.
Yeah, which
Oh, yeah,
one?
there's people. Well, the one coming up is 41604. I started listening to it today, and so I'll just give a quick preview. The
Vegas,
7
right?
Below.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
Vegas.
twist is the best ever, apparently.
Well, it's so funny because like when we saw like in the chat like offline, right? We were like, oh man, this might be the first shit show that we have for Wook Club. And when you start listening to it, it's really rough start. And
Yeah.
like, and it's like out of tune and missed notes. And I'm just like, fuck. But by the end of that 7 Below, I was like in love. I was like, this fucking is moving, it's ripping, it's having a great time. I'm actually looking forward to the rest of that show.
One of those shows where if you just focus on the music, the guitar playing, that just focus on the don't listen to the vocals at all.
You can't.
It's a pretty good show. Hey,
right.
Hey,
Listen,
listen,
you can only listen to some of the music.
I know you guys are tight on time, and I don't want to take up too much of your time here. And so I am going to get going. I'm going to let you guys. I think you're about that time or something.
Wrapping in a little
Yeah,
we
you're
have the memberships. Yes.
Yeah,
we got
right,
the memberships to give away.
Yeah, you got to do your little. Okay, all right. So thank you so much for having me. It was an honor, a pleasure.
Thanks for coming on.
Yeah.
Andy, always good to see you. The hair looks magnificent as always.
Thank you. Yeah, and I didn't even bother trying to get Sphere tickets. I'm with you.
Yeah.
I'll be there.
We'll be there. I'm not worried. We'll be there.
I wanted to, but
I'll see you there.
Fucking broke.
You and the Staple Singers.
The what?
You and the Staple Singers. You'll be there.
I'll be there.
Playing
Just
that
keep
song
throwing
I've
those
had
jokes out. One of
just
them's
for you.
gonna land.
That was
I love how you know
get
that, but the guy that did The Hobbit.
All right. We'll see
All
you
right, Andy,
later.
All right,
make sure you tune in to Andy on Saturday nights on Jim.
All right. How do we do? I gotta go back. Where's the fucking thing? All right. So
Where's the
membership
fucking
gifts.
thing?
Are we able to do this?
Let's find out.
It is the Four Tops, isn't it, Kev?
Yeah, no, the Staple Singers sang the other song that I'll be there. They have something that's similar to that. But yes, you are absolutely right, David. The Four Tops were definitely the weakest out of the Motown vocal groups, though, of the Miracles, the Temps.
You know what? I don't think they can do it.
And thank you very much for your membership.
I don't like this one. I like this one.
I think you gotta go into the YouTube live part, not StreamYard, right?
I'm in the YouTube thing.
Oh,
Well, if you can know how to do it, get in there.
I don't have access.
Oh,
Hold on. We got a couple minutes. It's all right.
Yeah,
we
Nobody
do
minds.
got a
You
couple.
know, you look it up, and I'm gonna vent a little bit about something that I'm kind of.
Why don't you do the live series?
Yeah,
This was your topic anyway.
Right. So Vampire Weekend announced on their social media today that Volume 2 of their live series is coming out tomorrow. And last week, Band of Horses announced Volume 2 of their live series is coming out in January. It seems like everybody's putting out a live album, right?
Uh-huh.
And I don't know, is it kind of getting played out?
I feel like that's
Live
been happening
album?
forever.
Live albums used to be the thing you did to get out of your contract. You were with Warner Brothers. You had to give them 6 albums. You had done 5. You're like, we're dropping a double live album.
I think live albums, I think they serve a good purpose though, like for people that don't, especially bands that you don't hear live shows from a lot, like if you see them once in a while,
Right.
it'd be nice to hear what they sounded like at other shows. Granted, it's probably the same because a lot of them play the same sets over and over and whatever, but I think sometimes on some of those live albums you get rare songs and one-offs or something like that mixed in with the greatest hits or the hits that you want to hear anyway. And I think hearing them live is a cool other way of hearing some of the versions of songs. So I don't know. I don't really have a problem with live albums. I think look at like Kev, look at the Dead fucking cranking out Dick's picks and Dave's picks and all those all the time.
Don't lend themselves to physical albums because you end up with like the live Phish series that cuts. The Dick's picks and all them are CDs, so you can have 80 minutes of continuous music. That's my issue with the live album, unless it's something like an early Pink Floyd where every song's 4 minutes, and you might
I think we're using album just in like the sense of like a
live release. Just a live release.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily limited at being an album.
Right. There's bunches of bands that release everything. Every
and
show.
Here's a question for you too: Is it releasing like one live show, like a show, or is it releasing like a greatest hits of live songs from different shows where you're like, oh,
well, it depends on the live album, right? The first War on Drugs album was like a collection of songs from their tour, right?
Right.
That's performance.
Pick and choose, right? Yeah. And then Vampire Weekend's first one is just a handful of songs from their Indianapolis show. Same thing with the Band of Horses one is it's a handful of songs from their Ryman show. Mm-hmm. So it's like you buy I don't know how I feel about it. Like who's it a money grab for? Because it's not just for the artist, right? I mean, is it the industry's way of trying to capitalize on the popularity of like live streaming apps like Nugs, where you can get shows instantly to try to recover lost revenue?
Yeah, or even like with YouTube videos, like people taking their cameras and their phones into every show and recording stuff now. I think there's a lot more access to seeing live performances of those shows, but again, you're getting shit quality of off people's phones and stuff half the time. Even the Tabor's Choice ones that I record with the camera, unless I get the good mix from like Wharf Rat Joe or somebody, even it doesn't sound great, but there's also a rawness to it, which is kind of cool in a certain respect. But I mean, I don't know. I think I don't know.
I ask every band that I talk to if they are on Bandcamp, and I love when they're like, yeah, we do try to do every show, and they're making the money directly besides what Bandcamp cuts. And
I like that. Yeah, that I like, right? But sometimes it seems like they're just releasing live songs. Sometimes maybe I don't know. Like it seems like a lot of people are jumping on it, right? Yeah.
It doesn't have the appeal it used to. Like when you were like AC/DC's releasing a double live album. Oh my God, I'm gonna go line up at the record store. Now I can go on YouTube and find 10 different videos of them. What's the point?
And I think it's different too, though, if it's a collection of songs or if it's a one-off show too. Like to that point, Kev, like I think you're more inclined. I don't know. It seems.
I haven't heard a goddamn thing any of you have said. I apologize. I sound out so hard.
Let me throw this out at you. A band like War on Drugs or Vampire Weekend, the set list is probably pretty much the same every night.
Right.
So releasing a live album is a snapshot of the tour. Whereas when Tabor's Choice releases a live album, it's got to be more focused on a show or a special performance.
True.
I think it's more fun.
Sorry. Release everything. What the fuck's the point of holding off on things? I don't understand that. Everything you have the soundboards, the recording, it doesn't cost any more money. Put that shit online, get the music to your fans. Don't be fucking curmudgeons.
You have to edit it.
Get the music. Who cares? Put it out there.
I'll do you one more than that, Tim. And I will say between the venues and the artists, live stream all your shit. Like live stream it, put it out there, document it. Live stream it all. That's how you get your fan. Like look what Goose, like we always talk about. Look what Goose did with the pandemic. They owned it, and that's how they got so big. Like you need to just give fans as much content as you can, as much of your live music.
I don't know, like King Gizzard gives them everything, and I gotta bounce, right? Like that's just too much.
Well,
Spafford this past year, they
make an announcement, Kev. Go ahead.
Well, they were saying that they took the Grateful Dead philosophy and they released for free. Every Spafford show was on YouTube Live, and they were like, everybody else is charging you. And I tell you what, I've seen 30 Spafford shows this year because on a Wednesday night it's free on YouTube, and I'm like, And
it's a
they're
great fucking way to get it in there. And then same thing for the venues. Like if you see a venue, like, oh shit, I want to go check this place out when I'm in fucking wherever next time and see this and see a band there too. Like it works both ways, and I don't see why more bands don't do that. It's an easy way in. Like it's such an easy. It's low hanging fruit for sure.
Some people don't like themselves live though. They're like, why do you want to hear
Bruce
me
was
live?
like that. Hey,
Yeah.
I'm bringing somebody in because I'm trying to jump in nicely, and you guys just keep fucking talking.
I know. Sorry. Bring it.
God damn.
I know. We can
All
go
right,
on for
I'm
hours
out.
on that.
Llama, love you,
good
man.
night, Llama. Hey,
Yeah,
Llama,
yeah.
check the chat thread too that I in our Telegram. I sent you something to check real quick. All right. Have a good night, man. See you.
Yep. See
Later. Hey. Wait, did it work? Oh no.
Oh.
She froze up.
That was bad timing.
You're a professional.
I
can
blame
tell.
you. Hey.
Hi.
What's up, Benz?
How are you?
Good. Welcome.
Thank you.
Fun's having you stop by. How's
Great little show
everything
you
been?
got going on here.
Yeah, I had to make a clarification right before you came on. We were gonna do membership gifts because I got an email today where YouTube was like, oh, by the way, you can gift memberships to people that watch your show. And I was like, that would be fucking dope. Let me give out a bunch of memberships. But I can't figure out how to gift them. So instead, what I'm gonna say is when we do figure it out, we're gonna give out a bunch of them because we have a bunch of cool member content coming up, and I wanna give that to everybody. But we just haven't figured that out yet. So sorry, Wooks. What are you gonna do? Fucking Wooks. Also, big surprise, everybody. You ready for this?
Mm-hmm.
Boom, new set list. We're gonna go for
Oh.
Oh.
another set list.
Ooh, surprise set. All right.
Yeah,
Surprise
surprise
set.
second set. Tom, you just hit join. So let's get some plugs in real quick. So Tuesday night we have the Wook Club coming up. We have that 2.0 show. Next Wednesday we have the office party, the Christmas party. So come hang out. That'll be really fun. And then for New Year's, 15 minutes after Encore, we're gonna have our recaps, and at set break for members, we're gonna have a hang, and it's gonna be super duper fun. And SE, you are right. It is the best $2 you can possibly spend.
Awesome.
Yeah. What else?
Cheaper
Kev,
than
I forget
Starbucks.
anything? I don't know. Kev?
Huh? I said cheaper than Starbucks.
No, I know, but then I asked you a question.
Oh yeah, ask me a question.
Did I forget anything?
No, you didn't. You did not. Oh, Sunday morning. Are we still doing Sunday morning?
Oh yeah. Sunday. See, thank you. This is why you're here. You're supposed to be paying attention.
Yeah, Sunday morning. So Sunday morning we've been doing a talk show. Sometimes it's Tim and just one guest. Sometimes we've had a guest when I've been on there. One time we had T hop on, and we did the comic one. We did one about Marvel, and
we lost like four subscribers.
No way
so
we
we're
gained
like,
people with
maybe
that
we
one.
won't do that.
and then also look for Friday on our blog. Look, check our socials. Llama and I and my youngest daughter Cerise every year do our top albums of the year. So we're gonna drop that, and you can check out what goofy stuff we've been listening to all year.
Yeah.
And hey, if you're a member, you got dropped a special one-off Taper's Choice video the other day. So membership does have its privileges. So you dropped an acoustic donor rap from Scribble just to members the other day. And go check out the Providence video. And we actually, tonight, Llama and I, before this show, had a little recap interview with them that we'll be editing together and posting before the end of the year, hopefully wrapping up the year with them.
But you did not ask about Vampire Weekend tour.
We did not.
Told him not to.
We did not. We did
Damn,
not.
Kev.
If you still ask anyway, you still got to ask. It's going to come up somehow.
I will tell you this, though. I will tell you this, that CT was hot from Vampire Weekend rehearsals. Like right from it, like still drum sweating from rehearsals. So take from that what you want.
I'm going to do something that might create a black hole in the universe, but let me just do this.
Boy.
Some people were saying they didn't understand how to join. So
you're going to walk us through it.
I think they solved the problem that it's different on mobile. It doesn't show on mobile.
Right. So this is now us watching us.
We're in the infinity mirrors.
We've gone meta.
Jesus. Wookception.
There's a join button right here that you can go to become a member. So, whoa. Yeah. So that's how you do it.
This is wild.
This is wild. This is like you don't want to be doing this on a head full.
Well, it's
This
funny
is
because it's
normal.
delayed as it goes down. It's
Yeah.
delayed, so like it's like an echo. It's very cool.
All right, Benz, you got a choice. Do you want to talk about the new album, your coldest show? We could do Christmas covers. We don't have to go in order. We're in the craziness right now.
Wait, what new album?
Oh, well, it sounds like that's where you want to go. So this might be a terrible idea. I have a theory that because of how long it's been since they released an album and how many debuts they've had, and because that picture, did you see that picture with them looking out all like,
Oh yeah, yep.
like they were at the barn,
I was
and
at
some
the
people
barn,
are
yeah.
like, oh, they're rehearsing for New Year's Eve, but like they don't need to do that. They do that through fucking Skype and shit.
Mhm.
Like getting in the barn, like they're recording something, right? So what we did, let me pull this shit up now. There's so many props on tonight's show.
Cat wrangler, watch out! The cat wanted
That's
nothing
Francis
to do with your
Bean.
wrangling.
It's our girl Francis Bean.
All right, let's
Get
get
me
rid
out
of
of here,
this.
Kev.
So I had Kev give me. Can you see that? Do I need to make this bigger?
Yeah, please.
I had Kev give me the list of all the debuts from the last 2 years, and I figured we would go through and figure out what makes it into the new album, and what doesn't, and maybe put them in order. And get
So
chat
so
involved.
I'm gonna
Wow.
come from the top here, Tim, with
Yeah.
I screwed up and we shouldn't have had Life Saving Gun on there either, probably because
What's
that
that?
was when that album with
November or February or January, whatever it
January.
fucking was.
They did
Yeah, where
December
was
and
that?
then they did January.
All right. What other ones do we have to get rid of?
We have to get rid of Mercy, right?
I
Why is
thought
that?
Lonely Trip was on.
Oh yeah, that's
Big
on a tab
Pro.
album too, right?
Yep, that Mercy and Hey Stranger were all on Trey's solo albums over quarantine.
See, this is why if you want to do something, you got to do it yourself.
And
no,
I believe
appreciate it, Kev.
Ben's isn't Flew Away on Lonely Trip also?
I don't know.
I think that
About
might
that
be too.
I think looking at this list though, I feel like I could already write the track listing.
All right, well, give us something.
All right. So I think it would open with Casual Enlightenment. I think Evolve and Mold would 100% be on the album. I thought I Never Needed You Like This Before was on one of the COVID albums.
Right.
maybe
I
I'm
know
wrong.
they opened that with
yeah,
Rusted Roots, but yeah, let's get rid of
not
that
Rusted
shit.
Root, the Roots.
Yeah.
The Roots. Shut up. You know what I meant.
And I think 100% Pillow Jets, The Well, and what else was under there? Yeah, Ether Edge. I think those will all be on the album too.
And Monsters
And
and Oblivion.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now, Back in the Bubble is a Mike's tune. It's on his new album, so that's probably out.
And I think
Yeah.
honestly, with how Phish songs run longer, I can imagine almost all
This
those
is
clocking in around 8 to 12 minutes, and that would be it.
All right.
Like,
All right. I like
Bro-
that.
Broken Heart Attack cover. The
That's
Silver
cover?
Light. The Silver Light, I believe, is also on a solo album. Wasn't in So to Bed on the white tape. And then A Wave of Hope, I feel like was somewhere else, but maybe not.
No, it's not. I think that's one of those ones that like you think sounded. It was like Everything Right or fucking
It
Steam. You
disappeared.
thought it was on an album for years, and then
Never was.
all right. So this is all about cred, right? We're gonna do this. It's gonna be documented in the archives of YouTube, and then when
And then
they
we
do
get
release the
stats.
album, we'll see how close we get.
We get heady points for knowing first, huh?
Yes, I think so. I think so.
Oh, there
I
you go,
think
David. Wave of Hope's out of there, Tim.
It wasn't. We didn't put it on
Alright.
the album.
Yeah, I know.
Thank you, David. And I Never Left Home is somewhere too, isn't it?
Let's get her on. This is the
They're
album.
out.
There we go.
They're all out.
This,
That's
Now,
it.
can we
I
also
think
add?
Oblivion's in the 3 spot. Isn't that usually where the name track is the 3 or 4 spot typically? Like
Can
Black
we add-
Album.
Can we
Wait,
add
I was
Epitaph?
going to say, what do you think the name of the album is? Do we think the name of the album is Casual Enlightenment?
No, I think it's Oblivion. I think the album is called Oblivion. I think that's the one that they're going to lean in on the most.
Do you think that there's a chance that Epitaph shows up?
Yeah. Let's put it on here for
Count
now.
that as part of my construction.
Dang.
Is that how you spell it? Am I an idiot?
I believe. See, man, I could see Casual Enlightenment definitely as the opener. The other one I could see as an opener would be Monsters.
Yeah. I think Will has to go to the bottom.
Yeah.
So what do we want to do? Monsters or Casual Enlightenment?
Well, I'm going to defer to Ben's in the chat. So whatever these guys decide. But if you're going to do that, then Monsters should open the second side of a physical LP if you're going to have the Casual Enlightenment open side 1.
So what? We have 4, 8, 9. Yeah. So right now,
perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect.
I think Oblivion's in the 4th spot. Then you go Evolve, Mole, Oblivion.
Right now, are they going to have 2 mic songs?
I don't think we end with the Well either. I think if you end with anything, it's Epitaph for sure.
Does Epitaph go at the end or the beginning? That was
well, Tom told us 2 different things. So,
well, all right.
Evolve is on Lonely Trip, so Evolve's out of there.
Mole is on Mike's album, so Mole's gone too.
No.
What happened to Mole? Why is Mole gone?
It's on Mike's album.
Yeah, it's on Mike's album.
No!
What about are there any are there any other tunes that were done with the Trey Trio where Oblivion and all them were introduced that have not been played? Like maybe you're lurking that could be worked up in the studio?
Wait,
and Casual Enlightenment's on Mike's album too, according to Andy.
But I don't think that stops it because there were lots of songs that came out on like Tab or Mike's that I think showed up with Phish, right?
Examples?
Like didn't Tube first get played with Tab? Oh, but not on an album though. Right.
Okay.
Maybe they aren't doing an album. Percy, yeah. Percy, fuck yeah.
Maybe they are doing an album.
So a Casual's out. Casual's out is what we're saying.
Yes, Casual's out. So now what's our opener?
Monsters.
I think it has to be, yeah.
Wait, Benz, I think we're echoing on you. You turn the volume down a tiny bit. And actually, if you go into settings, there should be a checkbox for echo cancellation. Can I do that?
I do have that on.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, just suck at it.
I just muted. I'm muting, so see if it's me.
Oh, it was you. Oh, it wasn't Ben's. It was. Get headphones, man.
Surprise, surprise.
It wasn't me?
It was you. Why is it you? You do this like 3 or 4 times a week. Oh, god damn, Kev. That's all right. Do we like this?
That was an interesting thought experiment.
Well, I was going to look and see. I was going to look and see if I could find if there were any other songs maybe we could.
Well, yeah, I think there. I think that with Sigma Oasis, some of those songs have been out for years and years and years. Yeah, and I think there are new songs. I think there's songs that we haven't heard yet that are going to be put on there. Right? So, like, we don't have... I think this is a good... I don't think there's going to be more than this of the songs that we already know. Yeah, the songs from the Trey Trio shows. Exactly. The Dez and Phish shows out in Denver. Yeah. Good enough?
Well, that was a train wreck.
I don't think it was a fucking train wreck. And maybe it was. I don't know.
Nah.
I feel like, Kev, I feel like you're trying to go against me right now.
No, I'm not. I'm not at all. Not at all.
Not at
Washington, that is my theme song tonight.
It was a train wreck.
It was a train wreck.
Confirmed.
All right. What else? Well,
we should have tiered the new songs.
Your coldest show. I'm trying to think of mine, but I'd be interested. And I feel like I should say shows that are like made to be cold don't count. Like any of that ski shit that they do on mountains where you like ski up to the show doesn't count. Like you're choosing to be cold in that situation, and you know you're going to be cold.
I think my coldest show, like the coldest night I saw a show was New Year's Eve with Twiddle in Albany. And like the actual show wasn't cold because it was in the theater there, like the Palace or whatever. But outside it was like negative 17 degrees. And that was like base temperature. Like that wasn't the wind chill. I think the wind chill brought it to like negative 30, which was fucking insanely cold. Like you couldn't go outside for more than a couple of seconds without feeling, frozen solid. I think the coldest like actual show was Alpharetta in the fall. It was a fall tour. I don't remember what year it was, but it was like really, really cold. Yeah, Great went.
Wow. Yeah, I'm trying to think of outdoor shows that was at where it got cold. I went to the first night of Fare Thee Well in San Francisco, and that was pretty cold that night, but that's kind of typical of the area.
Right. The coldest winter I ever spent was a summer in San Francisco, is what Mark Twain said.
You're saying Fare Thee Well, the Levi Fare Thee Well shows? Yeah.
Yeah.
I tell you, when we went up to, I guess the Great Went, someone I guess mentioned that, I was like, hey, I'm going to Maine. It's August. It isn't going to be that cold. So I had all shorts and T-shirts. It got to be like 51. It got down to 51 the first night. I got in my buddy's car, started it up. It was just running the heat. So that's the coldest I've ever been. But at the shows themselves, it was 90, 80 during the day. I mean,
I saw someone comment about the Greek shows in the spring, and those were cold in Berkeley. And also, I saw Ghost of the Forest at the same venue in 2019, and that was on 420, and it was really fucking cold. I actually stopped at a Goodwill on the way to buy extra layers for that show.
That's a really good point. I saw Radiohead at the Greek, and it rained, and it was so cold up there, like in the rain. Yeah. Like it was miserable. I think the Greek, a few shows I've seen there have to be some of the coldest shows because it's just that damp, freezing, wet, cold shit. Yeah, that's true.
I tell you what, Pittsburgh in 19, in and out of the show, it was freezing walking to the car like you're doing this thing and you feel your heart palpitating because it's so cold. But I mean, inside the show, it was, probably that's part of the problem though. You walk out of a show all sweaty. And your body temperature's just all over the place all of a sudden,
Yeah, and other substances and things. What do you prefer? Like if you had to choose to be in a really hot show, like one of those summer, festival set type shows, or a really cold show? What's your preference?
Hot.
Am I prepared for the cold before I leave my house for the show? That's the question. Do I know it's going to be cold, or am I surprised by it being cold?
Let's say you're not surprised by either. I think that's a fair set. Like, when you're going to a summer show, it's going to be hot.
Right.
Yeah, I think you could prepare.
I think I'd rather a cold one if I could be prepared for it than a hot one.
Yeah.
So even dancing, you got jackets and hats on. You're so covered up. Like hot summer shows, definitely better because you can at least strip down. And then if you're still hot,
but then after you strip down, what else do? You just fucking melt.
Like,
right. Yeah, you can only take off so many clothes. You can always put more.
You can always add on, and you can dance more, which creates heat.
And you get now that we're talking about it, though, Cleveland does this thing called like Winterfest, and I went last year in February, I want to say. It was like random time of year, and it was probably 9 degrees out, I think. And I did go to see a band and was like in the crowd and was still fucking freezing. So I don't know. But I also kind of wasn't prepared for that. I should have worn an extra
cold sucks.
Layers.
Like no matter what, went, and it's still windy.
But like super hot sucks too, though.
No,
I took the kid to see Bikini Kill and Mannequin Pussy at Silver Springs Fillmore, and the air conditioning in that place, I had to leave my bomber on the whole night. They had that place so cold inside.
SE says we're not talking about Taylor and Rio 2023 heat.
Oh, that poor woman.
We're talking about it being a really hot show versus a really cold show.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're talking about, SE.
Yeah, so when we get to those high temperatures, like shit's gonna be bad and it's gonna get really dangerous. And you'll have danger in the colds, but I think maybe a little bit less. if you're prepared for it going into it. You
Right,
can't
so
really
does that-
prepare for heat.
Is the
You know what I
equivalent hypothermia then? Like, if we're being fair, if it's a heat exhaustion show, is it a hypothermia show? Because if that's the case, then I think I go with the hot show.
Sunstroke.
Right, sunstroke versus hyperthermia. You know what? Maybe at that point, stop going to the shows. Maybe we don't need to have.
Maybe
shows.
don't go to the show when it's
Before it
150.
gets that bad, we might not have outdoor shows anymore.
Or
Right.
you move them instead of shows being July, August. They have to be moved to September, October because it's getting warmer. You know,
I
I think
love
September,
fall
October
and
get
spring
cold or get
shows.
warm.
Well, that's
Or
why
not
you do like the
hot or
desert
whatever.
shows in April and October, right? Like you kind of avoid the whole middle summertime to do anything out there. So,
Gotta be smarter about their booking.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Show.
I just got super cold down here. Oh, damn.
Turn the heater on.
I
Put a
know,
sweatshirt
but I
on.
can't leave. I can't. I don't want to.
oh, you can leave if you need to go. It's okay.
No, I know what's gonna happen the second I leave, Kev.
What's the
I'm
money?
holding out.
What's the money head comparison?
Oh,
Money head.
did you need to ask? It's we're figuring out how much every artist that's on the top Billboard list got per head walking into the venue.
Well, so there's like this. Did you see that Billboard list, Benz, about like the top grossing for the tours? Phish was like 24 on Billboard for the year. And then like we were talking about.
Do you have a visual?
Motherfucker. Yeah,
I'm getting fired tonight.
This is fun. Trying to get people to log off. So anyway, I put it into
Well, make that way bigger, please.
yeah. How do I do that? I got to make it always, and then I can take this and go. So what I did, so this was just the base list, right? Was these two columns. It was the gross and the attendance. And so what I was interested in is, well, if you divide your gross by your attendance, it should give you an approximate average of how much they charged per fan. Because I feel like whenever we talk about ticket prices, there's like this weird assumption that like Phish is still like a good deal and cutting their fans a good deal. And I was like, is that the case? Right. So you see these numbers, they're all generally close. But then if you sort it, let's go high to low. Boom. Phish is all the way up here at 13. Yeah. Look at all these other artists that are treating their fans better.
Coldplay loves their fans more than Phish.
Right, Coldplay. Like Post Malone is $28 less on average for his fans. Like, what the fuck? I don't think Phish is looking out for us at all, actually.
I'm glad that they just like knew Taylor Swift was way more successful and just left her off the list.
I think it's against such an outlier that it would just fuck it. I don't know if that's why they did it though.
We're gonna curve it.
Can you sort it for me by number of shows played?
I sure can. Do you want low to high or high to low, sir?
High to low. Let's see who played the most.
Harry Styles.
Harry Styles.
Oh, yeah.
69 shows.
69.
Nice.
Good
Very
for Harry.
Nice.
So where's Phish on this list of number of shows?
Right in the
aren't
middle.
that far down.
Yeah.
So some bands are working harder, playing more shows, charging less, maybe clearing more. Look how much more Depeche Mode cleared than Phish did.
Yeah.
They charged less and played more shows.
Yeah.
An extra 100 million. Damn.
Well, like the Chili Peppers only did 18 shows. Like that's fucking crazy. That's like.
And whoever George is, George Strait. I know that guy. He's a country dude, isn't he?
What the fuck is Carol G?
What the fuck,
Carol G? Yeah, I didn't know who somebody was the other day. He was like number 4 on the list for the most.
What's up, Zook? Yeah, I got a mouth or not a mouthful. What is it? Like an earful for Morgan. Oh, see, I'm gonna pronounce it wrong again. I kept saying it wrong, and then somebody was like, "Yo, you're saying it wrong," but now I can't remember how I said it. Now I'm afraid to say it again. I was saying Waylon, I think, and I think they said it was Wallen. But Wallen sounds dumb. It can't be Wallen. I'm gonna go with Waylon.
It's
Wallen.
It is Wallen, right?
I still don't know who that is though.
He's a country singer.
little bit of country, a little bit of rock and roll.
A little bit.
Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. I mean, it doesn't really matter, and it's not really like hardcore
Dead and
legit
Company.
statistics. Yeah,
Dead
where
and
did Dead and
Company
Company
charged
go?
$$1.35.
Yeah, that makes sense. Matt's no dummy. Matt's getting the big bucks for those guys.
Man, all those people, that's a lot of heads to get through
Look
the
at
door.
Drake. No wonder he had like a box of money at the strip club.
Now is
Look at that.
266, motherfucker.
Now,
He's
do you
like,
think
"Fuck you
that
guys."
do you think that Luke Combs' 42 shows are more impressive than Phish's 41, in as much as Luke Combs probably had different bodies in the door for all 42 of those shows?
But why is that more impressive? I think it's more
Unique
impressive to get the
views?
same Wook to show up over and over and over again.
Well, that's
a
what I'm
hard
asking you.
feat.
I'm asking.
Well, I'm answering. I
Well, how
think
many
it's
do you
more
think
impressive
really
to get
go
multiple.
though? Like a full tour. I'd be interested to see who.
I'm on
does
Luke
them.
Combs' tour, man.
I bet more bands than you think have people who go to multiple shows.
For sure.
Taylor
And
Swift only
travel.
did 2 or 3 secret songs a show, and people went to multiples, and those were insanely expensive too.
Right.
You
Trying
know what's
to
a
get
crazy
trying to catch 'em all.
subculture I stumbled on? Hanson. I met a girl, and they're like they have a whole subculture that's like rivals, if not more intense than like the Phish subculture.
They do.
Like,
They,
yeah.
and
people that go on tour with them and that are obsessed and have all the
You wanna
fucking
talk about-
memorabilia.
you want to talk about insane rail riders? I have seen fights break out in the Hanson pit over spots and places in line. And yeah, girls go to tons of shows. They even do their own like it's they don't do it in Mexico, but they do like the same thing. I think it's in Jamaica or something. They do it every year.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it's good for a band that has such a dedicated fan base. You can really become like a sustainable little small economy of your own.
Well, yeah, because especially if you attract like a young crowd to start with, like kids, like they did, because then those people get older and you
grow up
kind of
with
keep
you,
them the
yeah.
whole time, and they get more money, and like kind of like Phish
Mhm.
fans who then can support them, and then have kids, and then the kids kind of get into it because you know what I mean. So it kind of
Yep.
becomes you can completely support yourself with, or you can do like look at the Jonas Brothers, like
Ugh.
who started
Yeah.
out small anyway, but like grew that fan base into
Yeah.
craziness. So,
But
I worked
to the
with a
point
woman.
of go ahead, go.
I was going to say I worked with a woman who had seen Hanson more than I'd seen the Grateful Dead with Jerry,
Yeah.
and I was
See,
like,
so you're familiar with
wow.
that subculture, right? But to the
Oh,
whole
yeah.
point of you being wrong about Phish not being mainstream or popular, I don't see Hanson on this fucking list.
No, and they
Right?
won't be.
Like,
And they're not going to have a hit album either. So it's like it is parallel in some ways now to how Phish is. Like, granted, they started with a hit and massive teeny bopper success or whatever, but it's also to think about it, to do those special things like play the Sphere or to go to Mexico or Jamaica with your fan base. You won't see Beyonce or Taylor Swift doing that. Like, you have to be a certain size of famous with a certain size of fan base to do shit like that.
To
That
get
is
away
really
with it.
cool. And then those
with a
events
certain
become
level
like
of craziness.
more intimate as well. Like,
Right.
but yeah, you
But
could not do that with bigger bands. I don't think the Rolling Stones could do that. Well, maybe they could now because
they're playing Jazz Fest.
they're doing a whole crazy tour.
Yeah.
They're going to Cleveland, and my parents think it sounds too expensive, which they're
I
probably
have a buddy who got
sponsored by
fan
AARP.
club. I have a buddy who got fan club tickets like $60 at
Nice.
MetLife or whatever in Jersey. I was like, "You're the man. Good for you." He loves that band. He loves them.
Man.
I've never seen them. I would go.
Ooh,
But
I
I
don't know who you're
blew
talking
Paul
about. I missed
McCartney off because they wanted
Oh.
$400. I mean,
I would probably do that if I had $400 to waste on
if
a
I
show.
had it, but I got 2 kids in college. I don't have $400.
Yeah. Well, what are you gonna do?
No, I could
Hey.
get a second job, I guess, but
I'm gonna take your thunder, Kev.
steal
I
it,
was
baby,
gonna-
steal it.
Do you guys want to see the very first Hogan slogans? Why not? Right, we're gonna go back down that nostalgia route.
Always wanted to open up a bowling alley, but I just can't come up with a slogan. There's got to be a better way.
I'm the Salt and the Slogans, Kevin Hogan with Hogan's Slogans.
You're opening a bowling alley? I got a slogan for you. The most fun you can have with 2 fingers and a thumb. Check out all our slogans. We got boxes of them.
You need a slogan, you need it right now. Come on down. Hogan slogan.
With the different ending.
2 things about that. One, the ending doesn't have the car pulling back in because we didn't need to extend it out and play it. And also has the end page flashing, like it goes from blue to red, which I don't even remember that. That was kind of cool. And then also that's like one of the only ones that has a little beat before you come in, like the bowling pin goes through to like kind of introduce it before we cut to you, which we never really did again. And then of course, yes, Chad in the black and white with the artistic camera angles and look.
That was awesome.
That was a real ad. I will tell you, I'll let you peek behind the curtain. That was a real ad for Brunswick in the 70s that they ran in newspapers and things like that. I don't think they didn't catch the nuance, I think.
No.
You know, when
you
we're
did.
on the nostalgia trip, when Andy asked me that, or when Andy asked, I guess it was you, Kev, the farm question about Taylor Swift. It reminded me, I'm surprised he didn't have like a goat farm in the questions because it reminded me of the goat farm and having Story of the Goats on that time, which was one of our best lots we ever had.
They won a Wookiee.
It was
for
so
best guest,
dope.
the goats.
That was epic. That was like one of the most epic shows ever.
Yeah, that was fucking awesome.
And that was when we were young, early into it too. Like
when we were young.
When we were young,
Kev was only like 120. That point.
Kind of like that one. Look how young
Kev
looked, and the shit on the green screen. How bad is green?
Oh, who just muted T?
I did. Just
Like, what the fuck?
Of all the keys, my hand hit on the keyboard. Hit the mute key. But yeah,
I thought Kev was being a dick.
Green screen shenanigans. It's good stuff.
Yeah. We're getting into like the spacey part of the jam right now. We're in that like
and it just started to hail here too, so I'm like wondering if that's gonna seep into my mic and you're gonna hear.
It's all right.
So
I mean, if it gets really annoying, we'll say something.
Are you high up where you are, Benz?
Yes, I'm 7,300 feet.
Santa Fe is the highest city in the country.
Oh, is
That's
it?
not
Wow.
true. I've looked. It's close.
So
though,
when you go to Dick's, you're like going down in altitude. You can drink even more. It's like you're below sea level.
I actually thought that last week. I went to a show in Cleveland and I thought, oh, I'm at sea level. I can have one more drink than I usually do. And I was wrecked the next day. So that is not true.
Here he doesn't hold water.
That's just
That's not how that works.
Yeah, I wished it did, but no.
There it is. See, thanks, Will, highest state capital. There it is.
Oh, all right. They're and oldest, but yeah.
Oh,
That's
man.
crazy.
What else? Let's see.
What's on the list?
I know I'm bringing it back on, motherfucker. I'm sorry.
Look at that. Oh,
I know.
my favorite.
Yeah. Oh, Christmas covers. Let's do that because that was your idea, Benz, and I had no idea what you meant, but I put it on there. What do you mean?
Like, if you've gone to any band shows around Christmas time and heard them cover a Christmas song, was it cool? Did it suck? Did it ruin the vibe? Did it match the vibe? Curious.
Right. Well, little drummer boy with Phish, but I don't really count that in as much as it was kind of a jam. You know, it isn't them physically saying, hey, let's do Santa Claus is Coming to Town, but or something.
I think it counts, and it's fucking awesome. And I love catching little drummer boy teases. I get it's not in like, oh, we're doing it for Christmas, but I think it's one of the cooler teases they do. I think the coolest Christmas song I ever caught, though, was Oh Holy Night on Whole Night of the Baker's Dozen. Was freaking so good. Oh, yeah, I heard that too. Brian, and that's Linus and Lucy is my shit.
That is such a great song. That's an awesome one for a band to cover around Christmas time.
For Christmas, that's great.
I can't think of many other ones though.
I've seen the Radiators do Dave Malone sing Merry Christmas Baby.
Drink.
But that's a good cover for them because it's a blues song. You know, Merry Christmas Baby, you don't think of it like in the vein of a Santa Claus is Coming to Town or Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
I feel like Goose would actually cover the Mariah Carey song. I'm surprised they haven't done that yet. I feel like that's like in their wheelhouse to do.
Didn't Didn't the Dead do a Christmas song now and then? I feel like there's one on a show I listen to a lot, and it always
Jerry Band. Jerry Band did the Run Rudolph, the Chuck Berry tune.
Yeah.
Right, which is why DSO does it.
Right.
Last Christmas could be sick if the right band did it.
Yeah.
Can I send a shout out to Sean McGowan, who passed away from the Pogues, and Fairy Tale of New York, while not exactly a Christmas song, might be one of my favorite Christmas songs. And I tell you what, I've cried at least 5 times since he died when I've heard it.
Oh, yeah. I don't think that's a shout out as much as pouring one out, because I doubt he's watching, but
yeah, I doubt he's watching. You know, it's funny. The woman who sang on that song drowned.
He might be.
The woman who sang on that song drowned trying to save her kid from drowning. She saved her kid, but she ended up drowning.
Well, that's fucking tragic. What are you doing? You're making this.
This is one of the best ones ever, I think. Bruce's Santa Claus Coming.
Oh, of course, yeah,
epic. Like that one's fantastic, and that's a great.
What
song
do you think
too.
of the Eagles do "Merry Christmas, Baby"? What do you make of that?
No, fuck the Eagles. No, absolutely not.
Is Linus and Lucy a Christmas song just because it was in that show?
I mean, it's not really a Christmas song, but it is associated with Christmas because of Charlie Brown being associated with Christmas. Right. It's a Christmas movie.
Now the other one
from the Charlie Brown Christmas special. It's not like from any Charlie Brown movie. It's from the Christmas one.
My favorite off that though is the Christmas Time Is Here Again, and Chicago does a version of that, but also our man James Casey did a version of it. He released a Christmas album last year. Sadly, there I go. It's the Ghost of Christmas all coming in, Tim.
Oh, good. I'm like, hey, you know, we'll just keep going until there's no one else been shot. But let's get rid of them all by talking about dead people on Christmas. I see what you're doing.
What are the leaks? What's leaking?
Oh wait, I didn't get to say my favorite Christmas song.
I'm sorry.
Are we talking about our favorite Christmas songs now? Because that's what you guys started to
Christmas songs.
I fucking love the Bing Crosby, David Bowie. What is that, Little Drummer Boy?
Yeah.
That shit. I will listen to that on repeat throughout December. I absolutely love that song. And
you know,
Linus and Lucy.
Have you ever heard of a band called Pink Martini? They're out of Seattle. I don't know, they're not a rock band or a jam band or anything, but they do a cover of We Three Kings that is just sublime. I mean, it's fantastic.
Deep cut.
It is a deep cut. What songs don't you like? Which ones can you do without? I can do without Ave Maria ever again.
I think the what is it? The fuck. No, I can't think of who it is.
The 12 Pains of Christmas?
No, the Run DMC track, the one Hollis, yes.
Christmas in Hollis.
I love it in Die Hard because it like fits the time, but I think it's gotten so overplayed these days. Like it's in so many movies now and things like now. It used to be such a cool like throwback track, and now I feel like it's a little overplayed.
James Brown's Christmas album does fuck, as Zook mentioned in there. He has 2. I'm familiar with one, but yeah, I'm sure they're both awesome. I really like the song Christmas Rapping. It's the 80s one. I forget who it's by.
Yeah. The Waitresses.
Yes, I like that one a lot.
Nope, the drummer in the Waitresses was the drummer in Television, which I always found fascinating. That he went from something weird like Television to some. Because what was their other one? Didn't they do I Know What Boys Like? Wasn't that them also?
I'm not sure. Maybe.
I think so. The drummer wrote all those songs, which is weird because they're all from a very female perspective, and he was not a female.
That's weird.
Oh, man. That's funny. Oh, we got a private chat. Maybe Tim told us he was leaving.
Because I want to know what he meant by leaks.
Oh,
leaks. Oh, yeah.
I don't know. So do we want to see, do we want to watch something else?
No, Kevin's been waiting to take over the show for Tim to leave. So
Can we run a commercial? Can we run a commercial?
Yes, go ahead.
God damn it, Kevin!
Stop drooling and read the fucking book.
What?
Iculus by E. Joe Anastasio. Available in all finer head shops.
This is like the cutting room floor, like the
Oh, Tim's back.
Dad goes away. Dad goes away for 5 minutes, and Kev's like, "Now's my chance to take it over."
all the shit that I had.
Look at what I've created.
He's so proud of it too. He's like, they're gonna love it. Once they see it, they're gonna know my true genius.
What was his name?
Brilliant.
Kev? E. Joe Anastasia. Why is it that?
I don't know.
Because it's L. Ron Hubbard. Dianetics. That's a
So wouldn't it be
Dianetics
like-
commercial from the 70s that
Why
I
don't
Right,
you
I
get
know,
my
but wouldn't
reference
it-
from 80 years ago?
I know
don't
what it's from
understand.
exactly, but wouldn't it be? Wouldn't you do like?
Do we know
just
Trey's
Giuseppe-
middle name?
Like like G. Trey Anastasia, or like why? What's the E. Joe for?
Well, he's Ernest Giuseppe Anastasio.
Okay,
There we go.
okay. So you
I
tried.
guess he could have been Egypt. Egypt.
I see. You tried to go in that vein, but okay, I got you. Okay, all right. Good job.
I
Nice.
think I
nice
need to lose
effort.
internet again.
Oh man.
Is it hailing at your house too, Tim?
I have no idea what that was, but I live in the boonies. Like I live in the country, and shit just like randomly goes off. I don't know.
Aliens.
Wait, Ben,
Could be.
shouldn't it be raining where you're? I mean, shouldn't it be snowing where you're at, not hailing?
I mean, it just depends on the cloud. I don't know.
Huh. Crazy.
Just depends on the
We
The
all know
cloud.
I don't know weather. I don't understand precipitation. Don't ask me. It's
excellent.
very loud.
I know. I just figured I thought Santa Fe got fucking snow this now, not rain still.
man.
We got 8 inches on November 30th, and it just like effed up travel plans I had. It was crazy. It came
That's
anyway.
insane. That's what I thought, though. I thought once it started snowing, it didn't go back to rain.
Oh, it
was
goes
Right,
Oh,
but
no.
hail is cold though. T. Hail is like in the same vein as snow, isn't it?
right. It's ice, but it's at a
Yeah.
much different pace. Like it's not like snow is, like snow.
Hey guys,
Oh.
guess what?
It's that guy.
Uh-oh.
2 hours into our live stream. Ben, Ben,
Benji.
Benji.
Hey
Hey
guys,
Benji.
I just pulled into my hotel. I have no idea what you guys are talking about yet, but I can't wait to dive in.
Well, I've been
Yes.
saving one for you because I think it's going to be a really fun conversation. So yeah, we talked about a bunch of crazy shit. I don't know, nothing important, but
Beaches and babes and what?
yeah, I don't know.
All
But
that.
what I want to do, if it's all right with you, is do a little tier listing.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, we haven't done this in a while.
Didn't we tier list? Did we not? Did I imagine that we tier listed the stunts in the past, the New Year's Eve gags?
See,
Or
we have
was it
done this
how-
before.
Wait, were you on the last time we did
Yes.
this? Kevin, I had a holy shit. I didn't. So Kevin,
So
I had
we're
that
gonna have to-
conversation.
We're gonna have to compare the two. We get to compare.
Watch.
the two
Yeah, I was
now.
gonna say, watch as my own opinions change.
Yeah. Well, Kevin and I were talking about, hey, do we want to do this? We already did it, but then we were like, nobody's gonna remember us doing it. And I sure shit did not remember that you were actually on the last time we did this. What's that time of
I think,
year?
well, so Tim, before we do this,
Yeah.
let's just do a quick catch me up and do a rewind. What have you guys covered so far?
Okay.
Go back to the first one.
Yeah. So we've had 2 set lists because it's been crazy. We talked about the
Alright.
sphere, unfulfilled holds,
Okay, so
prices being up.
Go ahead, run through them, Benji.
Can I do hot takes where I do like one sentence on each?
Yeah, love it,
Nail
love
it.
it.
Nail it.
Shit, you
Okay,
can do
so
more
the
than one
sphere,
sentence.
I was told today that the data shows that the sphere has had for Phish has had the most lottery requests of any Phish show ever.
See?
And that the demand
See,
is going to
you
be
motherfuckers.
and that the demand is going to be higher for it. Now, my own theory, and this is pure, my own speculation, is a lot of that must be scalpers because they
Yeah,
saw how
100%.
U2 did. Yeah, they saw how U2 did. They don't even know Phish, but they know that anything that comes to the sphere is scalpable because
Yep.
anything that comes, and of course, there's another band that is going to be playing the Sphere and that we're all familiar with, and the question is how many shows and all that, and I don't think that a band like Phish or the other band that I'm talking about has like enough of their own to do 3 nights a week indefinitely, for a few months there, except for the fact that I was going. I love the Joshua Tree and Autumn Baby, but I'm not an active U2 fan. I would never fly to another city to see them. And until Phish was at the Sphere, I was ready to get on a plane and go see U2 there because
of the venue.
is so cool.
Right,
Yeah,
that's what I was saying. These guys are saying it's not going to be in high demand.
Yeah, I don't even know that I like the venue yet, but I want to see it.
You have to experience it though. It's
Tim,
such
I don't
a unique
want to. I
thing.
don't want to see Phish there. I would love to see a band. That
You
does
don't
the same show every
represent
night.
you don't represent the masses though. I think on this.
But you were misrepresenting what I
the
said.
society of the masses of the
the
fan
other
base.
thing too, but that none of us are banking on is that Phish wouldn't have agreed to it unless they have some concept and idea of what they can do with it.
Exactly.
And my hope and my guess is that, and my hunch is that they're going to do something that's phenomenal. That like is very well thought out.
Yeah,
afterwards, we were like, "Holy shit, that was awesome!" It's not going to be anything like U2 show. It's not going to be anything like we can imagine. Because Phish wouldn't have said yes if they're like, "Well, maybe we can do something there." Like they had to have had a proposal that they looked at and they said, "This will work," and this is going to be awesome, and we're going to get there.
Exactly.
And I mean, I'm gonna take psychedelics and
strap yourself in.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Benji, you motherfucker, you just brought my FOMO back. I had just gotten over it when we were talking about Dover, and I was like, because I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it out there. I think it's going to be a hard ticket to get. I think it's going to be expensive, and I have major FOMO right now. Unfulfilled holds.
I also think, and Phish kind of hinted at this without like hiding in plain sight. They said it's the last Phish shows there, the only Phish shows there of 2024.
They'll
but
be back
from what I understand, in 2025 with more than 4 shows.
13 nights. It'll be Baker's Dozen 2 for real.
But, I mean, something like that, maybe even more. Like they're going to do a lot. My guess is that if the beta test goes well, which it will,
so are we going to
2025 be a lot of slow shows.
Then everybody gets to see him next year. Everybody gets to see him. It'll be your theory, Kev, just like the Garth Brooks thing. They'll play enough shows there that everybody can get there to see it.
That's a good take,
right.
though.
That's right.
That's a good scoop. I like that.
Are we going to get Fat Trey if they do a long residency?
Hopefully. That'll be fun.
Buffet tray, Vegas buffet tray.
Fat Fishman doing Suspicious Minds every night.
Yeah, I was gonna say Trey's never getting fat again. He's way too locked in with the health. Yeah, Benz, I'm sorry by the way. I fucking didn't realize you were leaving. I would have given you a proper goodbye, but thank you for coming in.
Yeah, I didn't even get to say hi to her. I figured I figured I'll get Vince and I'll get time, but oh well. Sorry, Vince.
Well. No, it's all right. All right, so then
so let's go through these quickly to get to the tiers. Dover, I have no idea. Travel packages, I don't know. I saved the date. That's all I know.
Okay, because they said that it was coming out in the fall. Fall's done next week, so we're all.
I saved the date. I also know that there was gonna be a Billy and the Kids show possibly in that weekend, and it was killing me. And now that show's not happening, and so I'm free to roam about the cabin.
Yeah, can't wait. I'm really looking forward to that. Goose Hornsby.
So very quickly, all I saw from it, I heard Mirrors on the audio. That was cool. And I saw the clip of Bruce Hornsby doing it. And I've worked with Bruce Hornsby fairly well. He's a really very nice guy, very square and very just like your friend's dad or something. Really cool. And I thought that they did a great job of it. I loved that Rick took a turn singing it. I thought that was very cool. They did it in a way that was still respectful. I also think that Goose is about to have a shakeup period. They hit the Hampton Coliseum, which was a career high point. Somebody that I know that I worked with that is involved in the industry had a criticism of it when they first booked it. He said that's a little too, like the Goose always is being compared to Phish, and then they go to Hampton, they call it the mothership, which only Phish has called it the mothership.
Right. That was a little on the nose.
And they do this it was on the nose, and then they do this very fishy thing with the gimmick and with the gag, which is very fishy. Which I mean, I love as we'll get to when we do the tiers. I love the gags. I love the New Year's Eve. I love the Halloweens, but it's Phish. And for Goose, they don't seem to have that same sense of humor, like as a band. And I think that with their identity, like I don't need them to do a gag. I'm a fan, so I'm not putting them down by this. I just don't see them. They don't have that same side that they have some humor that comes out in their lyrics and stuff, but they don't have the same sort of absurdist psychedelic humor that Phish has. I don't even know that Phish still has it. I think that now they just do it because that's what they did when they were.
It was just so ingrained early on that like it's hard to see him in any other light.
So Benji,
I mean they can't do a Halloween concert where they just play music.
Are they at the top of the bell curve right now, or there's still room to go up?
That's a really good question. Nobody knows the answer. I think that they're here to stay. But I do think that there's going to be a shakeup. I think that there is. I think it's going to be interesting to see what the net zero brings because I know that they have some internal stuff going on that I see them having a transitional period coming up. I might be wrong about that, but
well, I mean, Rick's leaving to form the Dead cover band, huh? That's the whole thing.
I don't think Rick is leaving. I mean, but I do think that it's gonna. I do think that there's gonna be something coming up where there'll be a transitional period. But
I think the writing's on the wall with that though. Even with that insider, I think there's been hints towards it, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I will say
before we get off of Goose.
Jeff played with Dwayne Bett's band, Palmado Sound, and sounded really good. Really fit in with them well with that Allman Brothers singer-songwriter kind of thing.
Everybody's saying Jeff, but I don't know that it's Jeff. But I do know that the other people in the band, like Ben Atkins, for instance, he has done a great job of making a name for himself outside the band, which and deservedly so. I think Ben is great. I think Jeff's great too, but I think Ben's a great drummer. Yeah, he played with Humphreys, and he also has he's gotten out there. He played some Jazz Fest shows. He's gotten out there, and for a drummer and a new band like Goose, I say new band despite how long they've been around, but in like a band that's uprising, you know the lead singer, you know the guitar player, you may know the bassist, but you don't know them all, and the drummer's like the last person. And Ben's done a great job of getting his name out there, and so. If he's the one, whoever it is that there's a shake it with, I think everyone's going to be okay. And I do think that Goose is going to have a big year next year. I just think it's going to be transitional.
Yeah, no, I agree. I like Ben a lot because he's one of the drummers that you can see the development year after year after year. Watching him grow as a musician and as a drummer has been such a fun thing to watch. Like the early, what was that, 2014, 2015 recordings of him? He's not bad, but you could he sounds like a local drummer, right? Like not like a professional musician that's been touring for years. And he's just been getting so much better each year they play. Every time they go out, he gets better and better and better.
They sounded like a local jam band until the pandemic. They sounded like a good Connecticut, band of white guys that play jam band, music. And then something clicked.
Right. I like them. I feel like Rick's too cool though, and that's not fair to judge a book by its cover. But I've always liked the nerdy sense that you get from jam bands, right? Like that. There's a certain one of us type of thing, and he just seems like the guy that would make fun of. I know that's weird judging by the cover.
What you see as aloofness, I think he's shy.
I don't think he's aloof. I think he's cool.
My criticism, again, I say this as somebody that would counter. I mean, I like you, so I support them. I think what they're doing is great. I got good things to say about them, but from a critical standpoint, like a music journalist standpoint, I'd say that one of the things that I love about Phish and that I love about my favorite bands is a rawness. And I feel like even in the jams, Goose is so polished, and the vocals are polished because he's running it through all those effects. And I feel that early Phish, Trey's voice, I remember being he was my favorite vocalist, and I was he's not a good vocalist, but he's my favorite, right. And now it's all different thing. But And Phish jams, there's an element of danger, and there's this risk to them, and they don't. It's not always this very slick sounding production, and that's how it comes. Goose sounds, very polished, and that should be an attribute. But with the jam band, you do want to see a little bit of the rawness sometimes.
I agree with that. I think that's a fair assessment. Best Phish show or Pollock Prince, either one.
Let's get Pollock Prince. I like Pollock. What I want to know what you guys are talking about with Pollock Prince.
Just that he did Billy Strings and a Goose print, and that we were trying to remember if he has gone outside of the Phish world in the past. These were the two that I could remember. Only two I could remember. But
he did a print for the Disco Biscuits years ago.
Oh, nice.
But not Twiddle.
It may have been Camp Disco, not Twiddle. It may have, but Chet Sperry's done Twiddle. It may have been. It may have been Camp Biscuit.
I have a Sperry Twiddle poster.
Oh yeah, see there you go. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that I'm positive that he's done a Disco Biscuit show. I think it was probably it may have been New Year's Eve. It was either a New Year's Eve show from the Biscuits or else a Camp Disco, but he's definitely done a print for them before, maybe two.
Yeah. What do you think about Billy Strings? You a fan?
When he was with Billy and the Kids, I was a huge fan.
All right, and then
it was really fun. I really enjoyed when he sat in with Kreutzmann. I thought that was
that's what I'm saying. When he was with Billy and the Kids, he was great.
He needs the drummer. I like him with drums.
He needs a drummer, really.
He does. I think so. You don't think so?
I mean, there's no disputing that he's an incredible talent on guitar. My issue is not with his talent or his ability. My issue is the music he's playing, which is why when he was with Billy and the Kids, I really, really liked it. And James Casey actually had an interesting thing in that when it was the very first day of Billy and the Kids rehearsals for Dre from Mahalo, and everyone was just meeting each other. And when James met Billy Strings, apparently James Casey told Trey, "Hey, I'm playing with these guys," and listed in Carlos Santana and all that. And James, I happened to be there when James met Billy Strings, and after the introduction, James said, "Oh, by the way, I have a message from you. I got a text on here from Trey," and he says, "Keep writing, keep writing your own stuff." And that was kind of like a backhanded compliment, where he's like, like, "Hey, kid, like you got talent, but like keep at it, like keep writing music, because Dustin and Baggy is not gonna be a timeless song like Cat. It's not like Eyes of the World. Like Dustin and Baggy is not gonna survive, and bluegrass in general. To me, if I was a bluegrass fan, he'd be the second coming.
Well, I mean, there's not that.
His lyrics are better than a lot of other people's lyrics. I listened to some of his songs, and you think, was this 100 years ago this was written, or was this written last week?
He has some love songs that I really, really like. That he's got some great stuff, and like I said, he's an incredible talent. Put him in a rock band, and
his Halloween was up there with best ever. That Halloween Rumble thing,
and he's a metal guy too. Put him in a metal band. Have him rock out for a night. Like it's the genre, not the artist that is my little bit of a drop. And I'm open-minded. I'm not against bluegrass. It's just not my number one go-to.
Do you see him with Tool? He came out and played with Tool.
I saw that he did that. I didn't watch the footage of it, and that would have been badass. When he did in rehearsals, every time Kreutzmann stepped away from the drums to take 5, Strings stayed in, because he's not used to playing an electric guitar. Maybe he stayed in that studio. It was like in a studio, and everyone would go outside to take a little smoke break or just stand up. And Strings stayed there, and he would just start shredding heavy metal riffs, like not like improvising. He would play like a Slayer tune, Rain and Blood or something like that, and he'd sing the lyrics too,
Nice.
Hey, Kevin,
as a metal guy, I appreciate that. As a metal guy, I appreciated that.
When I was 14, I had the Slayer shirt that said, "Do you want to die?" and "Rain and Blood" on the back.
Kevin, I'm going to step out for a second. You want to lead through the second set list, and then I'll come back for the tier listing?
Yes.
All right. Appreciate it.
All right. Why don't we jump into a new album? If they're putting out a new album, we have some new songs. Do you think like Oblivion, The Well, what do you think would show up on something like that?
what is leading you to believe that they're doing a new album? I mean, I'm just curious.
The picture.
It's not
the picture that they put out recently of all of them standing outside the barn.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair. I hadn't. You know what? I hadn't actually thought about that. I saw the picture, but I really didn't think about that. Yeah. I mean, The Well, Oblivion. They have the tunes now. Monsters. I hope. I mean, we talked about. I think I came on here after Trey did the Mission. The Mission Ballroom, and we talked about the originals and how I'm a fan of them. It was great to see them develop. Pillow Jets was one that didn't strike me at the time, and then I became a fan of. There's one, I'm blanking the name, but what's Broken into Pieces. I didn't like it at the Mission Ballroom. I thought it was just another Trey sobriety track, but then he destroyed it. Like those Mission Ballroom shows proved to be demos. I'd love to see Perseid maybe make an appearance on the New Year's run. But I think everyone will be surprised that when Phish does it, like just like all the other ones, Oblivion, The Well, these songs, Monsters, these songs were great at the Mission Ballroom, but then you add Phish to it, and you realize that those were just demos. You know.
What do you think the song's going to be for New Year's? The gag song.
Maybe Perseid. Maybe Perseid. I mean, that's my only guess because
I've been saying Pillow Jets for a while.
It'd be nice if it's a new song because that I love it when they do that and it kind of it's New Year and it's like that. I mean, they're not gonna do like a Mike song, but like a Weekend Pod. They've done that already.
Yeah, David, I know that it got recorded. That's why I'm saying that, to get the credit. We're trying to put it documented on air. Oh, that's good. Where did you guys leave off? Did you get there?
Well, we just tiered right into the New Year's list because we were just talking about what do we think they're going to do this New Year's.
Oh, you're so smooth, Kev. I love it. You're a professional. I don't know what I would do without you. Let's get into this because this is fucking where the fun is. Yeah, that's a
segue with an arrow and a thing, not just like on the old cassettes where if it was just. The dash and the arrow means it's a segue, and just the arrow means that they don't take a beat.
Right.
It's one into the other.
Oh wait, SE wants to know what your coldest show is. I'm putting T behind the comment. Sorry, T, but
what do you mean coldest?
So we were talking
that you were at.
Yeah, the other day it was like 18 degrees here, and I was freezing my tits off, and I was like, and it got me thinking about a couple of cold shows I've been to, like Alpharetta one fall tour where it got down to like 30 something degrees, like 36 degrees on a says fall show. Have you had any like crazy cold show experiences?
Yeah, I can't recall offhand, but I will say that on the West Coast when the sun goes down, so Berkeley, some of those Greek shows at night got chilly.
Exactly what we talked
for
about.
sure.
Berkeley, for sure. Yes, it's a cold place to see shows.
Yeah, it's a cold place to see shows. So yeah, I think Berkeley was cold. Outside Lands, when they played that festival, it was in the 50s and foggy, and at night probably dipped down to the 40s. But yeah, I remember this past spring the Greek was really cold. The Hollywood Bowl I don't remember being as cold, but the Greek was definitely cold.
Yeah. All right, cool.
The colder show outside, I saw indoor shows where you come outside in all that fall 97. There's a theory that the reason it started getting so dark and funky at the same time was because outside it was blizzards,
Yeah. Yeah.
How come you don't have last New Year's?
What do you mean?
How come what?
You have four.
Look, I added it and it's not there anymore. God damn it! Why isn't it there? Well, we'll have to use our imagination. I added it, but hold on. Let me stop sharing for a second.
We're professionals here.
Oh, man.
What can you do? So how long is it sustainable, do you think, Benji? Phish. I keep saying that they got like 5 years left in the tank.
Yeah.
That's where you go.
I hope I hate to think 5 years because that 5 years goes by in the blink of an eye, but I also hope that Phish knows when to throw in the towel. And the last time they threw in the towel was premature, thank God. But they threw in the towel because they saw themselves no longer being on top of their game. And right now, I feel like they are on top of their game in some ways. That like they're not the same band that they were in '94, but they're still on top of their game, and that they're still doing. We're still talking about them. They're still doing exciting things. And there's another band that's still doing it, and they may that arguably might not, because everyone's getting too old to maintain that level. And so what do? You bring in younger people to one at a time, to round it out. And I feel like it's interesting because rock and roll started in the late 50s, early 60s, and we're seeing now, Paul McCartney and things like. The best show I saw of this year, besides Phish, my favorite show I saw this year is Bruce Springsteen, and Bruce Springsteen's in his 70s, and he put on a fucking show that, one, he made the arena feel like a theater, and two, he was out there for 2.5 hours with way more energy than I have. Just like fucking rocking it and nailing it and shredding and jumping around and leaping, and doing 100 dates around the world. But I think when Phish gets to the point where they, already they're planning for older age, and that like a lot of the effects that they're using, it's like to kind of cover the fact that it's less notes and more textures, and I think that's a really cool transition that they did, because they'll do these really
still
cool
a lot of notes
here.
though. I mean, compared to young Phish, it's not, but like it's still they're still fucking ripping and raging.
Yeah.
Boxes of
100%.
Kev, I really want to lean into your stupid ass take about them only going 5 years, but I feel like I'm gonna get all triggered and we're not gonna be able to do the New Year's. So let's save that for the third hour.
I want 10 more years. I want 10 more years of quality Phish, followed by 1 year of decline, followed by the calling it quits, and throwing a festival that makes up for Coventry.
They've been on such a fast, high pace consistently for the last several years, though. I don't see any slowing down at this point. Like, it's such a sure, nobody can predict the future. Anything could happen. Statistically, you could say, okay, 5 years, but like from a trajectory standpoint, I don't know how you can look at the last 3 years and say, oh, they only have 5 years left in the tank. Right? Like they're making new music, they're fucking debuting shit, they're trying new things like the Sphere, they're bringing back festivals, they're still selling out MSG.
Man. I study trend.
What other band that there's this stage in their career is still writing new songs that matter?
Right.
Like the Phish still matters. They're still doing things. They're not a nostalgia act. They're not just going around playing Fluff It and You Enjoy Myself, again and again and again. And they're discovering,
healthy.
And when they do play Fluff It, they're discovering that there's new like the Alpine Fluff It 1999. They're still doing new things with it that make it exciting, that we can still listen and not be bored. And so, Fishman though told Kreutzmann, when was it? It was 1.5 years ago in Central Park, and it was a walk with Fishman, Kreutzmann, Billy's wife, and myself. And Fishman was talking about his pinched nerve and how he was going to have surgery for it. And he mentioned something kind of haphazardly, but it was very poignant to Billy. And that was that, he's weirdly aware, as is Billy, that anything, slightly could go wrong and all of a sudden you lose it. Like what if something happens physically where he can't play? What if, and that comes with old age and things just come up. And all it takes is one of those 4 people to have something happen where they can't play music the same way again. Alzheimer's, God forbid, or anything, who knows? Yeah, well, but
my point is fragile though, and fleeting for sure.
It's fragile, and that's why I want to see as many shows as possible, and why every time I go to a Phish show, I'm very grateful and thankful that I'm there.
There's the FOMO,
and that it's happening,
and
even a bad Phish show is still so great. It's still the greatest thing on the planet that night, So I'm grateful that's the case.
You can always get a second mortgage on your house, Tim.
No, I'm not doing that.
No.
It's the only part of my life and my finances I haven't fucked up yet. So that I need to treat that sacred.
I got that shit together.
That's the only thing I got together. The rest of my life's a fucking mess, but I haven't missed a mortgage payment yet. I have great interest rates. I'm not fucking with that. All right.
All right,
Nobody
let's
cares
tier.
about that. Yeah, let's tier. Let's tier. Let's get into this shit. Oh, Benji, I'm so happy you're hanging out with us. This is so much fun. I love talking to
Yeah,
you,
it's
man.
great.
All right.
Yeah, I love coming up. It's great.
Oh, yeah, you got to tell us, too, what you're doing. Plug in your thing. You got a show coming up with, what is that, for New Year's? We can do that at the end. You want to tier first?
Yeah, let's tier first, and then we'll get
Let's
into
tier.
some.
Okay.
All
All
right.
right.
Interesting.
We're going to go in order then. Hey, look, Kev, I got the 12/31/22 in there.
Nice.
Woo. All right. I'll be honest. I'm not super well versed in these first 2 or 3. So I'm going to have to look to like the older heads maybe to give us some guidance on this.
The first 2 are going to end up as D's and C's. I mean, just because it's the set list limited, the playing is still a little rudimentary. They're still figuring out their lives, you know?
You want to just start like that?
They're
As
like Goose at Hampton. Yeah, no, 92. Because I'm sure if you were there in 92 and New Year's, you would have been like, this is the coolest fucking band on the planet. And oh my God, look at how amazing they are. And now we listen to it and we say, look how rudimentary it was and simple and primitive Phish. 93 was the life-changing night in my life because it was the first show that I ever saw. And so therefore I'm always going to be very fond of New Year's 93.
Right, the growth between 92 and 93, fantastic. I would put it as a B. The Hood definitely makes it, you know, something special. That at least check that out if you haven't.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna highlight Will. I'm gonna highlight this real quick to let the chat know to how to be involved. This is perfect. Give the year and the seed, because like there's a lag sometimes. So don't just throw letters in. But if you give the year and the seed, we'll take that into account. Sorry, what were you saying, Benji?
Just they did Peaches and Regalia because Frank Zappa died that year, and they laced it into a few. They teased it throughout that show, which I thought was nice. And that also for me, and I talked about it before on the show with you guys, but that show to me was also, it was the aquarium show,
Right.
And on a head full of acid, I was convinced that every Phish show was like that, and that the band had a secret society of people that thought they were underwater. The whole thing, you know. All these
I saw both those years. I saw the Philly shows on the 28th, so I got to see the beginning. And I think in '93 they did Peaches in Philly the first night too. So I know I caught a Peaches at one of those 2 shows. Great Mango song. Great Mango song in '92, I guess. I think it was.
What do you think about 94? This is what they're in Boston now, Boston Garden, the first meat stick.
I mean, it's classic. It's got to be an A for a while. At this point, I think it should be an A, just because it's set the blueprint. I mean, everything had been building to that. That's when they went completely. Let's fly in on a paper mache hot dog, you know.
Yeah, but I mean, but the aquarium was just as impressive from a production standpoint, and I put it as a B. I mean, I put it as a B. I think 93 edges. The only reason I put it as a B is because 93 is a B, and I think the 93 show was better. 94, like you said, it was an upgrade with the production. But 93 was, I mean, the aquarium set was no joke. That was their first big.
We can bump these up too as we add them in if we find that there's a lot down
here. Yeah, but we have so many A's down the line, like the very next one that we do, 95, which is an automatic A.
I would almost argue it's a low S, high, like it's a very high A. But we could just go
what's an S? What's S?
Superior.
Oh yeah, no. But 95 gets an S. 95 is the tops. It's not, you know, there are other ones that are tied with it, but 95 is a benchmark. It was 1.0. If you asked anyone at the end of 1.0 what the best show of 1.0 was, besides Good Cypress, many of them would have said New Year's 95.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, cool. I was like, Yeah, this is like what the kids are calling it, Benji. When they do the tiering, S is like the new A, because I guess.
I don't know. I don't know what the kids.
I thought
the only kids are really end it.
Yeah,
I thought it stood for a lot of things, but I was corrected. And it's red. Red usually means stop.
I know, but I'm just. This is the default. I'm not changing shit up.
Kids love these rankings, huh?
Kids love the tiering.
I like it too, though. I think this is fun.
Yeah, it's fun.
The numbers just skyrocket when we do this.
Skyrocket.
Skyrocket.
There's some Marvel.
Oh yeah.
All right,
See, you haven't
96.
said anything. What do you think about 96?
About when? 96.
What are we doing?
Where are we?
What is this show?
After Loaded, it was I like to think of it in this point as this is the one after Loaded. Loaded changed what the band was. How did the New Year's, was
Loaded
affected?
and Dark Side of the Moon, because right after Loaded was Dark Side of the Moon night. So it was like back to back nights of that. So how did that change the band?
It did change the band, and 96 for the New Year's show. Besides,
Sorry,
that was the
Will.
that was the Bohemian Rhapsody night, and the gag was that they were going to have the most amount of balloons dropped in any place. And the thing about the balloon drop for me was at the time, and I was in a phase where I had a very specific phobia. And it was only when I was on acid, but on acid with balloons, hearing them pop would make my whole body like pop because it was like fireworks in the parking lot or something like that. And I just hated balloons unless I had one in my hand and it was filled with a certain gas. I hated.
I fucking hate balloons after a show when they pop. That noise.
No, and they pop and they fell down and it rained down. It was like my worst nightmare. It was like we're not only gonna have a balloon drop, we're gonna break the world record for the most amount of balloons dropped inside a building. And it was just like you couldn't see the stage, you couldn't see.
Wasn't this Bohemian Rhapsody?
Yeah.
So we're talking about 96 now because I totally screwed up the other 96 being Remain in Light.
98 was Dark Side of the Moon, and also 98 was also Velvet Underground.
Right, 96 though was the Bohemian Rhapsody year, and I really like that, but it's still a B.
I think it's lower than 93, 94. So if you put it as a B, then these go up to an A.
Yeah, I see it as a C. I see it as a C, C minus.
Let's leave it here and see how this goes.
The Bohemian Rhapsody was cool, and that's really the only takeaway from that night. They brought on a choir,
They plateaued the year before, and this kind of plateaued them out a little.
96 was kind of a C year for Phish, period. Minus a few big high points. And I think they did the Who,
right? And they did the Clifford Ball,
and Clifford Ball was great. So there's great shows in '96. There's a number of great shows in '96 that actually get overlooked. And like there's one in the Midwest. They had the M show. They had some really cool nights in '96, but overall it wasn't one of the. It was a transitional period between the majesty of 94, 95, and then the change in 97 to being an ecstasy dance band.
Right. Yeah. But also I feel like this 97 after the fall tour in 97, this almost is more like a 98 feel to it. Like they had already moved past just in that few weeks when they did the run for New Year's in 97.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think, this is where I think we're going to start getting clustered because I think this 97 New Year's is in this B area. I think it's ahead of 96, but below 93, 94. And I think this is where you start to push. Like, I almost want to, do that. Okay. Right. It might get pushed back down, but I think if you put 97 here, I don't think 93 and 97 are in the same list, but I don't think 97 and 96 are in the same tier either. So,
Right. Fair enough. So where are we on 98?
98. 98 was a crazy year.
All right. What do you
98
got?
was a crazy year.
What you got, Tim? Where are you putting it?
I think it's probably in between 93 and 94 for me. Oh, shit. I'm unplugged.
So you're going to push it at the top of B or the bottom?
I can't hear you. Hold on. All right. Now I can hear you. What were you
pushing it to the top of B or the bottom of A?
Top of B, because I think there's more A's for me.
Right.
But maybe bottom of A.
Right. Yeah, bottom of A.
How the
next one
are we
ain't
still
fair.
getting ads? I'm sorry, guys. I don't know how to turn off the ads. I'll figure it out for next time.
Right. The next one isn't fair because it should actually be an S by itself, probably.
No, but I think 95 and the Time Machine. I think those two could stay in S.
Yeah, but it's like having Travis Kelce. He's in an.
No, now you remember who he is.
Who is that guy? Oh, he's Taylor Swift's boyfriend. That's right.
Yeah, Taylor Swift's boyfriend.
It just popped in my head his name from watching all the videos because he's always in a row by himself.
I think I'm okay with keeping 95 up there with 99.
Yeah, I think 95 and 99. I mean, I think.
I think you close
do
off
I
the
say
S
this?
tier now, though.
Do-
I think that's it.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say a lot of people I put New Year's '99 as the greatest show of all time, and I disagree strongly. I think it was a great experience, and I think it belongs in an S for New Year's. But I do think that they should fucking release it already, so that we have an actual high quality recording of it rather than the stuff that's out there. That said, a lot of the music that night was designed to be like super relaxed. Like, hey, we got hours in front of us. Let's just stretch this out and kind of relax with it, which is cool. And there, like, it was an incredible experience. I'm so thankful I was there. But and it's unmatched in some ways, but it doesn't mean best. It just means unmatched. It means there's nothing else like it.
That's a fresh take. I like that. I also like the idea of having hours ahead of you and just stretching things out. It's almost like they're doing an LG or something. I guess that was it, right? That was the closest they were ever going to get to the LG.
Yeah.
LG. All right. Now we
I
get
mean,
into
it got weird because it's like after 3 or 4 hours, you're like, well, I guess I can go to the bathroom. I guess I can go. I guess I can talk. I guess I can do things because they're just gonna keep going.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, it's
move
gonna be
around the venue. Yeah.
Okay, so now we get into the 3.0 or 2.0 New Year's, which I have a soft spot for 3. I'm not super keen on 02, but it's hard. I don't know where to put these. Like I feel like they're both low, but I don't want to be like too brutal on them.
Oh, I'm going to be brutal. 02 is probably the bottom show of all the tier. And
Okay.
03 probably would hit C behind 96 as it stands now.
I know. All right. I'm not going to disagree with you, but I got to say that the Mini Cooper.
Someone's got to be at the bottom.
I know. And I'm not going to disagree with you. Like I said.
Or Tom Hanks.
Right. No, fuck Tom Hanks. But the 03 show with the Mini Cooper in Miami and the marching band was so great. Like I feel like this is a really one of the most underrated gags and New Year's shows that there is. But it's hard to say, with how good the rest of these are. But I could kind of feel like it, I don't know.
Well,
I really liked it.
Does it go in front of 96?
Yeah, it definitely goes in front of 96 for me, and maybe sneaks up here for me. But what the fuck do I know? I don't know.
You
I
didn't
don't know
move
nothing.
it.
Hey T,
You didn't switch it.
I did move it. Oh no, I didn't. Oh,
It doesn't want to move it. It's like, fuck you. Not moving. All right, T, we're going to defer to you on 09 to kick it off 3.0 as you're sipping your tea.
09. Oh my.
oh my.
Get my glasses on here so I can actually see what's happening.
Oh my.
Welcome back.
Oh my. Thank you. Where are we here? I gotta get caught up. I want to see where we're at. 99, 95. Okay. 93, 98.
We're on a live stream. It's wook+live.
89, 92, and 02, huh?
Good.
What
good.
was 09? Let's see. I don't even remember.
That was Miami again, and that was when they stuffed Fishman in the cannon, and they shot him out.
The
and then
drummer.
he landed in the outside.
And they pulled the
venue.
drummer out of the audience.
Yeah, but it was actually Phish.
What was her name? Sarah, I think, was the name of the fake name of the fake drummer. I was fooled. I was fooled, and I was pissed because I was like, I don't want to see somebody play drums with Phish. I want to see Phish play drums with Phish.
That's awesome. I mean, that kind of makes
It was
it
a
better
good
for me.
gag. It was a really, I mean, for me, I think it deserves to be a B. It was a really good gag. Even if the show itself wasn't top
So you're
tier.
ranking the gag ahead of.
You got to consider both, but I think the
You
gag
gotta
carries a
consider the
lot of
gag.
weight.
Yeah, consider the gag. My favorite part about that gag was leaving the venue where they had actually outside had the trailer and the. I thought that was a very Phish thing to do, extending the show beyond the walls of the venue. Very fishy.
I think
and
it's
fun.
a C because I think I'm looking at these, and none of these are getting up to S tier, but they're all really fucking good. They have a really good run of New Year's coming up, and this 09 was not anywhere near. I feel like some of these other ones.
Okay, what was the gag for 10?
10 was the meat stick, and I think this is another one I have a soft spot for. That I think it was like it was a revolution of the gag, right? It was another big step for the production. It was fucking nostalgic back to Boston Garden, but also new with Broadway Trey and a new spin on it. Yeah, it was the genesis of Broadway Trey, and but I don't know. I think this was good for me. I think this is probably low A, high B.
I was gonna say in between 94, 97.
Okay, I'm there. Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm there with you on that. I did think that it was a spectacle, and it put a smile on my face. Like when I realized what was happening, and it kept on happening, and it got bigger and bigger. And I was like, okay, this is it. Like this is the gag, and I was I liked it. I was into it.
I don't know. I was there too, and I had no idea that the band left the stage because of all the distractions. Because they had all the singers and the dancers, and nobody did. Like honestly, when they did the spotlight and you saw them on the hot dog, everybody's like, "What?" Like it was. They pulled it off. The execution was phenomenal. How they got off stage in front of 20,000 people without anyone realizing that they left the stage for long enough to go all the way around to the back of the venue. That's nuts. How they pulled that off.
That's nuts.
Somebody had to see them.
I mean, I'm sure somebody did, but I sure as hell didn't.
Was this pre-cell phones, or it would have been all over Twitter?
Oh, look at this. Thanks, man. That means a lot to me. Thanks.
All right, gag. You got to remind me of the gags as we go.
Oh, this was the floating up out of like the audience members that were like, what was that during Steam, or I forget what song they were playing.
It was during Steam, and it was, in my opinion, I was right next to one of the things, but in my opinion, it was
so bad.
But in my opinion, it didn't quite work, and I thought it was one of those things that probably looked good on paper, but then in the room it was sort of like, and at that point you're committed to it, so it's like, okay, we gotta do this now. But I thought it was like, it kind of fell a little bit short.
Especially after the meat stick one. There were people that missed the year before, and they're like, they made a point to get there because of that. And then they got this, and it's like Steam fucking floating on. I don't know if it's lower than Tom Hanks, but it's down here.
It's down
maybe.
Yeah, it's got to be above 89 and 92 just for the production value.
Yeah, maybe low C, but I'll keep it down here, I think.
But I mean, it's one of what I would consider one of Phish's very few theatrical failures. Like it just didn't work. It didn't work.
Yeah.
Or lackluster. Maybe lackluster.
Not a failure, but
it wasn't a failure, but it was lackluster.
Swing and a miss. Yeah. Swing and a miss.
So then the next year we had the garden party. Let me see if I can remember things about this. We got the golf cart race, the Kung golf cart races, which was really dope, and the golf
Iron Man.
Yeah.
That was a fun show, and this was a notable step up from the year before. I don't know if it was a big step up though. I think it was a little bit of a step.
It was fun. It was a lot more. It was fun. The Iron Man was cool. Was that Fly Like an Eagle too? Did they do that night?
I Fly Like an Eagle.
Fly Like an Eagle, and with the Runaway Golf Cart Marathon. Yeah, I mean, I liked it. It didn't blow me away, but I liked it.
I think it's around the 09. I think it's around these.
Right. I was going to put it behind 96, but if you want to put it in front of them.
I think it's behind 03, but
I'd put it in front of 96. Yeah, I would
like
definitely
right
put
here.
it in front of 96. Yeah.
No, you know what? Maybe
there.
I'm for that.
Look at that, because you like it the way it looks better. Is why you moved it the last time.
No, it's just because like there was a lot there.
I think it's a C plus. It's a C plus, and that's where it is right now.
Plus. There you go.
Because there was a lot of little things, not like a huge overall thing, but a lot of little things that worked really well that night.
I'm going to go grab a beer and say 13's A for me. You all discuss.
I think you might be right. The Gem Truck set, the history, the nostalgia of it, the coolness of being in the middle of the venue. I think A tier for sure. You think?
I think it's an A. I think it's an A minus, and so that would put it behind 98.
Yeah, right here.
Yeah, because it is an A, but it's an A minus. It was cool to see them do the Jump Truck. Musically, it was almost like a throwback because it was like at one point in my mind, I was like, are they trying to play like they were in 1989? In the 80s still, because it was like it wasn't modern Phish, but that was the point, was that it was a time machine back in time for the new.
And everybody in the middle of the floor, everybody in the middle of the floor got to be a rail rider for a set.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
I like that.
Yeah, I thought it was. I mean, it's an A minus. Yeah.
Can you imagine you're standing there and the Jump Truck pulls up next to you? You're like, yeah.
What happened in 14? I can't even remember 14.
It was great.
It was great.
What the fuck happened in 14?
What was the gag in 2000?
Oh, was it back in Miami in 14? Is that why I can't remember it? Chad, what happened? Oh, the suck and blow.
That was Suck and Blow. That was the Suck and Blow year. Yeah, and that was another one that I put. And I put that alongside the Steam as like it would have looked really cool on paper. It is a fun time. I would have been sold if I was in that board meeting. I would have said yes, we're going to do Suck to Blow. But then when I was actually there, I was like, yeah, it was weird. It was fine.
I think the fact that I couldn't even remember it until somebody pointed it out is like
makes it after 11. Makes 11 in front.
It makes it go for it makes that show Suck to Blow.
They say the wind doesn't blow; it sucks. So
yeah, there you go.
That's actually true. Well, no, it blows.
That's what Keezy said, at least. And I took him as my personal savior that day at Darien Lake.
I designed shit for wind loads, and you have a suction and a blowing force. Both. You have to.
Kevin, were you there? Were you there at Darien for the Merry Pranksters?
Yeah.
Nice.
I joked I joked that Phish still owes me a mockingbird.
Yeah. Ain't that the truth? I was mad at like not being at the show, but then when I heard it on tape, I was mad at the Merry Pranksters at the time because I was like, you robbed me of a real estate of like in the middle of a show of what could be prime Phish, and instead you're just out here doing what? And of course, like I mean, all respect because I understand the history and I'm and I love the Pranksters, maybe not on stage as Phish. I love them in La Honda, California, on a ranch with Hunter S. Thompson firing things in the background. Neil Cassidy throwing an axe before axe throwing was a fad.
Before it was cool, when it was even more dangerous.
Was cool. Neil Cassidy was in the Honda days with the Hells Angels and the Merry Pranksters. He famously would try to like throw an axe up in the air and then catch it by the handle.
That sounds terrifying. I don't think.
Don't try that at home. Don't try that at home. Don't even try it at an ad starting place. Don't try it anywhere.
Just don't do it. 15, I thought was a really, really good New Year's. I thought the Hourglass looked incredible. I thought the No Man's Jam was like probably musically one of the best runs. I think it's hard because of all the cluster up here. I don't know if it's a low A for me or a high B. It's probably around Meat Stick, honestly, for me. I don't know. It's tough.
I was 15, 2015, which was that year. I feel like it was the good culmination of what that year was also, right? Because
with Magnaball and
it was a pretty special year.
That's a great point. That's a great point. And it also, to me, the Hourglass was kind of a intentional, not a nod or a reference to the Storage Unit Jam, because it had that same sort of like they're in silhouette form, and and I like that No Man's Jam. I can remember it, without having heard it since like once or twice right in the January of the following year, and that tells you something. Like it was a good jam.
It stuck with you.
And I can visualize
really good jam.
I liked it. Yeah, it is. It's a really good jam, and I liked it. I put it as a B+.
I was going to throw it in between 98 and 13, but I'll just defer.
No, I don't think it's ahead of 13. I think it's close. I think you could convince me to put it next to 13.
I was going to say I'd put it in an A. I don't think I would just because of what it is.
You can move it up to an A-. Yeah.
I think it could be there.
And see what the rest. See where the rest.
I just think that we're going to have a lot of.
I feel like it deserves to be a tier above that 94 one.
It deserves to be a tier above 94, but we're about to have it's gonna be raining A's. Raining A's.
Yeah, I know. I agree. Petrichor year. Weird aside, and this is a very personal thing that has nothing to do with like where it belongs, but there were the leaks that came out where like how people like just had the pictures of the what do you call that, stress ball raindrops and shit, and they were blue, but I remember on the camera it looked purple, and for whatever reason, pre-gaming in the hotel before we went to this night, I got it in my head that they were doing Purple Rain and that it was going to be I think it was the year Prince died maybe. So I was just, for whatever reason, like on the right combination of substance, I was like, oh, this would be an awesome Prince New Year's, which was a stupid idea because I knew of Petrichor, obviously, that had come out that year. But I was kind of disappointed when it ended up being Petrichor. That said, the effect looks insanely good. I loved the rain effect.
The spectacle of even watching the video is fantastic.
I was going to say, if you go back and you watch it, like I understand that there's some disappointment from people about the song choice. But for me, that's why I'm like a reason I'm rooting for Percy as a New Year's song. It does to me, and as we'll get to with the pirate ship, to me, like it's less about the song and more about making the song work for a theatrical reason. And Petrichor was a great example of that because it was a really cool fucking spectacle. It was they pulled it off. It was Broadway level. It had some really cool choreography, visually stunning, and take away that all that stuff, strip it away, and just play Petrichor in the middle of the first set. Okay, I get why it's not going to be everyone's cup of tea, but when you use it as a Broadway musical, it absolutely works. It absolutely works, and I thought it was stunning. I thought it was a fantastic job. Is it an S? I think it's an A+. Yeah, I think it's an A+.
Oh, I think it's an A, but I'm gonna push back on you a little bit. That fuck, man. I don't know.
Can put a solid A is fine. I'll take a solid A for that show because the rest of the show
I think it's right in between the Gem Truck and the Hourglass for me. But I'm starting to think that 93 and 90. I don't know. This is I don't know how to sort these. I think they're all A's, but I don't know how to sort those.
So much.
I mean, look, it's okay. We can have as Barbara would say, we can have touchdowns all day. It's fine.
Yeah.
There's just so much of it for me as the song choices. Beyond what they did, I'm like, really, of everything you could have done, you picked that.
Yeah, I agree. I think 98 can maybe fall down.
So you're going to kick 98 down? Oh, no.
Well, I think all three of these are better than 98 in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, like, to keep it even,
underwhelming in terms of like, I love, of course it goes. I'm sure it's tied into the fact that my first show was a New Year's show with an incredible gag. But because of that, I love the gags and I love New Year's for that. And that it's something you look forward to beforehand. I don't try to guess, unlike a Halloween thing. Like there's not much to guess. It's like, okay, they're gonna have something cool that we didn't think of. Whether it's a time machine or a hot dog.
Right. Yeah.
Nobody was like, I bet you tomorrow night they're gonna fly across the arena in a giant hot dog.
Actually, that was a topic that I was going to bring up before that we kind of skipped over because I didn't explain it. But how do you feel about the leaks with New Year's? Because several years now, I have heard the gag either the day before or the morning of, either from like production, people that leak it or set photos or like photos of it.
Put your phone down and just, if you don't want to
try to
know,
avoid it this year. I don't want it because it's kind
Yeah,
of fucked
I
up
don't
a couple of years for
spoil-
me.
I don't like spoilers, and I love the fact that Tom Marshall, who can get spoilers if he wanted. I love that for Halloween, for Kazvat Vots, he had no idea what they were gonna do. To the fact where to the point where he was asking me and texting, being like, "I think this is a fake album, right?" Like that I love that, and I don't want spoilers, I don't want them, and Phish used to be really good about it.
I watch a movie, I go into the Wikipedia and find out what the end is before I even have watched like a third of it, so I have no problem with knowing what's going to happen.
It's a special person, Kev. It's a special person.
I'm not special. I just
you're special, Kev. You are special.
No, I would just rather
don't
know.
Don't sell yourself short.
Well, see,
I would rather know beforehand. I guess
there's like a weird part of me though that like we've broke leaks and rumors and we've gotten not like a ton of sources, but occasionally we'll get good information, and we've broken that on the channel. I think some people like it. I feel like if you give appropriate warning on the thumbnail and before you get started, so that way people who do want it can have it, but if you don't, then you're not getting it like thrown on you.
That's right.
Yeah. No, I agree.
That's right. That's why I like it in captions when it starts off with spoiler alert, and then not to look.
Because I think we're gonna probably find shit out this year, and I'm contemplating on how much we join in the effort of sharing, or do we put it down? But maybe that's the happy medium. It's like we can share.
In contrast to that, what I really enjoy more so for Halloween is speculation. Like speculation, even if it's slightly informed, still like it can be slightly informed, and still every time that I've been slightly informed by an insider and it had some type of hint or clue, my speculation was still not like off, based on that. And I love that because I love speculating. I love being so sure that they're gonna play an album by the Residents on Halloween that I'll bet my friend $50, and then when I lose, I'm thrilled because instead of doing that, they did something even cooler.
Yeah, it's a win-win, a win-lose.
It's a win-win.
Yeah. All right.
And
Soul
I
Planet.
never paid the $50. So.
Remind me not to take any bets with you, Benji. All right, where do you put Soul Planet? This is a big year, big ship, wristbands. The whole arena was colored up. Freaking!
I love
the most earwormy song of all time with the big sail. Where does this go?
I loved it. That's all I'll say is I loved it. I thought the production outdid the music for me. But the music in that third set had some cool, just like the April whale show. The music did have some cool, unique things that were definitely, being played and improvised based on the fact that there's a giant pirate ship above them, with sails. But that being said, the music that night didn't thrill me necessarily. The gag did. It was really fucking cool.
After 94, between 94 and 10.
Yeah. Actually, yeah. I think I said that before. I have a soft spot for Meat Stick. I love Meat Stick, but
yeah. Would it have been higher up if the song itself?
100%.
If it wasn't
Fuck
Soul
that
Planet?
song. I hate that song. Sorry.
But if it was the same gag, but it was a song I heard the ocean sing,
probably be an A.
Here's a controversial one. What if it was Prince Caspian? Some people would love it. Other people would say it's fucker pants.
No, I think you nailed it with a song I heard the ocean sing. Would have been
sick.
Yeah. Perfect. It would have been in the A column because the gag itself was pretty amazing.
Yeah, and the wristbands were amazing. The sail was amazing. The song is. I like Petrichor more than Soul Planet. in this context, in the New Year's context. The jam vehicle that Soul Planet became in the years after, I like, but in this
it could have been any
context,
song though. That's the thing. Soul Planet isn't special because it opened itself up to this jams. It's special because Phish tacked a jam onto it.
yeah. Well, when you watch that documentary, what is it? Between Me and My or whatever, like the Trey
Between
doc.
Me and My Mind,
Yeah. And the whole like setup for this, like it was special to him. It meant something to him in the band. I just didn't translate to us.
No, but I did like seeing that in the documentary because it really shone a light on the creative process, and it was cool to see Trey so psyched up about it, and to see him get the band psyched up about it, and even the band, like they were. It was when Trey was explaining either to Page or to Phish what the gag was going to be with the song, and he's going, so like you could see the wheels turning and them visualizing it, and it was a cool gag. It was a cool gag.
I agree. I agree. 18 was Santos and Mercury, and the dancers, the rope dancers with the rainbow and the space suits. And my one memory from this, and I was kind of fucked up, but I don't think any of the other New Year's I'd ever seen had more shit in the air. They had because they had the silver streamers, they had the confetti,
balloons,
they had the balloons,
the
balls, they had and the smoke machine,
and then they were bouncing up and down on the fucking things going up in the air and shit. Yeah, it was mad. It was chaos. Like it was complete chaos. There was so much shit going on. It was legitimately chaos because they had all the weird shit on the stage too, with like all the blow up things and like all the. It was, and you couldn't see it through the streamers to the stage anyway. But like it was madness. Like that was just insanity. Like it was insanity. Yeah. It was fun though, but it was insane.
It was insane.
It was.
Where does this go, though? I don't know. This is really hard. Whose idea was this?
18 is going to go in front of 98. You're going to have to bump 97 down to the C row for your OCD.
I don't have to do that until the very end, but it could also go up to a low A. But I don't think it's a low A. I think it's
going to be in the low A column. We still have 4 shows, so
yeah, I know, and I like not all of them more, but I like some of them more than this. Is that fair?
It's okay, yeah.
I think Dave is not having it.
It goes
all
in
caps.
So it goes by 15 then.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't matter. It's one or the other, right?
Right. I want to rank 19 lower just because of I feel like Trey caused the whole earth to stop spinning or something for a second and screwed everything up, getting stuck.
So let's look at this in two different ways.
That was the moment the timeline got fucked up.
Where's Loki? We need Loki to come fix this.
Can we look at this in two different ways?
Hey, are you saying that we might be dealing with a variant Trey all this ever since?
Yeah,
it was the clones. I mean,
it's one of the clones. It was the perfect swap.
That's right. Yeah, he was one of the real Trey was down. The real Trey never got stuck. This is my new conspiracy theory. I made it up right now. The real Trey never got stuck. The real Trey was always down below with the clones.
Yep.
Do you think the rescue squad and this getting stuck helped or hurt the overall position of this show?
Hurt.
I think it helped it. I think if it was just the clones and the platforms, I think it would be a little bit forgettable. Like it was cool, but I don't know. Like I feel like some of these others, like I don't think it was as cool as 17 or 18.
But I think 15. That's the first thing you think of with this show. I think it hurt the overall.
I think it helps it a lot. I feel like the only reason people talk about 19 is because of him getting stuck. Otherwise, I think it would have just been lost to time.
It would have just been another clone show.
But it was fucking terrifying too.
I mean,
I have never felt that way at a Phish show before. Like I literally could not breathe the entire time he was up there.
Yeah, and so that, I mean, that's the thing is that how can we like put it's almost like in a very different way. It's almost like the Big Cypress in that it just doesn't. It's not fair to rank it with all the other ones. But whereas Big Cypress, it's not fair because of all these exceptional, the fact that it was like there was nothing else like it, period. With this one, it's like not fair because it was terrifying. There's like PTSD from it. There's like, people thought that, I mean, Trey, there was a real like chance that Trey was going to die before everyone's eyes.
And then right in front of us. It was Benji, I was on the bridge that night staring at him.
Back at the footage, yeah, and when you look back at the footage and you can see how terrified he is, he's breathing heavy, he's shaking, he gets down on the knee. That's not fun, Like,
why didn't they stop the show? Why didn't they stop the show?
Because they probably told him like everything. Because they probably told him he was safe up there and he was strapped in as long as he didn't.
I think it's that Trey would never stop a show, and I think that he was gonna play until he heard otherwise.
Right, unless they told him it was too dangerous, and they said he could keep playing. He's like, "Fuck it, we're gonna play then."
I mean, I don't even think he had that communication. I think he was just on his own road yachting, saying, "I'm going to just, I don't know what else to do, but the show must go on, and they'll figure it out."
Anyway, it's not going to make it like easier for them to rescue him.
I mean, Trey wanted everyone to leave. He wanted everyone to leave the venue before he would be, he didn't want to stop anything. So he did, it was everyone leave and then the rescue squad came.
Yeah.
But
they finished the encore.
Yeah, but Trey would have been like, "Please, everyone, just leave." He doesn't want to be seen being rescued. And
Didn't
then he
that
made light
happen?
of it because Trey was filming.
Didn't that happen because somebody left a drink on the, or was that just a rumor on Twitter? Like somebody left a drink on the on the control panel.
No. And it had something to do with it was Mike. One of the movement of it up there. Trey accidentally somehow triggered like they have like a fail safe or something like that, and like he triggered the freeze in the motors, and from there something went wrong. But it started because of a trigger. So
where do we put this? High C, low B, somewhere in here.
I was gonna say in between 10 and 97, at the end of B.
I was gonna say.
I'd say the other side of 97. I'd say right there.
Yeah, I was thinking this side of 97 or this side of 12. But
yeah, that's what I was too.
Well, we're gonna nail that all down once we get these last two up.
We are.
So this is an S for me. It wasn't a New Year's show necessarily, but just the whales, the whole thing. I think they nailed it on every level.
I agree.
Song choice all the way down to the gag.
It's the best modern era gag show, in my opinion, or at least up there. It's certainly in the conversation of these guys in the A tier. I don't know if it's S. Maybe it's S, but it's definitely A.
Another like groundbreaking achievement with the drones type thing, like taking it to that next level and wowing everybody. Like that moment of wow was pretty spectacular in the arena that night, or that when that happened. And then I think that was also the beginning of what sort of Split Open and Melt has become over the last year. I think this was the first one I remember of late that I was like, wow, this is a good melt. Like this is like a good, like bringing melt back into like what a melt could be. And that since has become this year. We got a few really great ones back again, like Dicks and shit. So those are two stands out for me from this show. So I agree with you, Kev. Like those two things alone put it in an S. There was also a lot of other moments from this thing that I remember. So yeah, it was high praises, good shit.
The lasers too, to create that water effect.
The bubbles, dude.
So
like who knew bubbles look so cool with lasers and like smoke or whatever the fuck it was.
You had to go
everything
there.
About it. I thought everything about it was superior and spectacular. It was a great night. It was a great run, but an exceptional night of music.
Yeah. Even the COVID that week was fucking S tier.
Best COVID I've ever had.
Oh yeah.
Actually, I remember talking to Benji that day or the day before. Didn't we talk at fan art? And like we were all like super close quarters, and I was like, "Oh man, we're definitely getting sick."
I remember as soon as I walked into fan art, I looked at my friend and I just said, "Not COVID safe."
No, we are not socially
Breathe
distant.
it in. Breathe it in because we're all getting it.
You all hung out in the corner. I went to the bar and hung out. So
You hung out outside on like that couch, weird couch thing before you like went in, and
you didn't get it, right, Kev?
I never tested positive, but I've never felt right since then. So who knows?
I wore a mask inside the shows, which was difficult, but I did, and I wore a mask except for when I was talking to you, essentially, and other like selected moments, and I didn't get it. So and everyone I was with did. So maybe I got lucky, but then I ended up getting it anyway. Just a hop, skip, and a jump later.
Yeah. Well, that was a
where were you
great
sticking
fucking weekend.
Where are you sticking last year? I really liked the nostalgic. It was the 40th anniversary show.
Yeah.
yeah, it was.
It was fun.
Here's where I take issue with that, Kev, is that my first show, as we've said, is 93. And I didn't know much about Phish going into it. I had Junta and Picture of Nectar, and I had taken acid in the dorm room several months earlier and heard you enjoy myself, and it blew my mind. But I didn't know much about the band, and I didn't even know about what Gamehenge was. And I feel that at the end of the night, they said this has been 10 years for us, and it was their 10th anniversary, right? So one that blew my mind. I was like, this band's been around for 10 years. Where the fuck have I been? As a teenager. But cut to this year. So if you do the math, if New Year's Eve 93 was their 10th anniversary,
it should be this year, coming up.
This year should be their 40th anniversary.
Yeah,
because
but
their 40th anniversary show was December. They kind of jumped the gun on it.
They did jump the gun, and then they made a fucking hashtag. They made a hashtag, and then they didn't do anything for it. It was
you count
Yeah,
from
that's
zero.
right.
You don't count from zero. You count from one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
No.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10 is a decade. 11 begins a new decade.
Kev, let's do this. Let's do this. You ready? 84 was 1. 85 was 2. All right, I'm not going to do it for 40.
83.
No. 83 was the
was 1. Well, not 0. It was 1.
No.
You don't
83 was 0 because no. Hold on.
You don't celebrate
December of 84 would be when they turn 1.
Okay.
Right.
Now, see, I say that they start at 1 because you don't start.
Wait,
counting
so are
to
we
0.
an entire year off? wait.
Yes.
Wait, it's next year. We really fucked this up.
No, 82, right? It'd be
83.
Whatever it was, it's
December 83 would have been 1.
December 83.
Right.
So what that means is that really then New Year's Eve 93 would be them celebrating their 1 year as a band. Right.
We just had the 40th official anniversary.
So it began the 40th anniversary year with the 2023.
Right, which would have been
Year's
cool if they
months
did a
earlier.
thing all
No,
year.
They celebrated 40 a full 12 months before they were 40. It's like celebrating your birthday. It's like celebrating your birthday a week after your birthday.
Right. It was stuck. Yeah, I agree with you, Benji. It was fucking stupid.
Yeah. It's
Right,
like
but they're
celebrating your
claiming
next
that this
birthday
whole
a week
year
after your previous birthday.
is the celebration of that year.
And if they did
Yeah,
that,
right.
it would have been great if they had kept the whole thing going and had a special thing or something,
Yeah.
but they didn't do anything. They used to make videos for everything. They used to do videos for tour announcements. They do videos for anniversaries. They haven't done shit this year. I mean, they played great fucking music, so I shouldn't be complaining. But I mean, they should have done more for the 40th.
Well, that's what I'm thinking they're doing next year. Dover, to me, Dover is going to be the celebration of their 40th, whether they recognize it
That would be
or
appropriate.
call it as such, or not. Spiritually, it's going to be like the big 40th to me.
Yeah.
So where are we sticking this last show? Come on, you're killing me here.
You're right. We haven't even got. Yep.
I think it's.
Where will it stop? Whammy.
I think it's by Meat Stick 94. I think it's a B.
Okay. So T, you go first. What are you moving if you're moving anything?
Sorry, take your time, man.
I don't know. I'd move. The only thing I'd really move to like satisfy it a little bit, even it out, is move 19 down to a C.
Yeah,
because it can go there.
I agree with that.
And then I think 97 can stay there as kind of that barrier between those.
Yeah.
Everything else looks pretty good, honestly. Like I don't know. I don't think I'd move anything up or down. As far as everything on the barriers, I think the barrier shows look good.
Yeah, it's hairs at this point. We just...
Hey, I'll be right back. Kev, you got it for a minute?
I got it. Are you turning off the...
Do you want me to? Yeah.
Yeah, we'll come back and talk about it. Go ahead. All right, so let's go to, since we talked about a song I heard the ocean sing, let's go to a commercial.
Well,
A song I heard the ocean sing. A song I heard the ocean sing.
What was the shit that splattered on the window? What was that supposed to be?
Blood. The whole premise of this was that mermaids are killers. Like if you look at the history of mermaids, they had like fangs and they killed sailors. It was, something to be scared of. So that was the theory, and somebody was murdered is where we were going with that.
Because it looks like in Spaceballs when the radar gets jammed. That's immediately where I went to, but I was like, we didn't really pay it off with anything. Yeah, why was it brown? It looked like raspberry jam or something.
It was a work in progress. All right, so what else were we talking about? Oh, Christmas covers. Do you like Christmas music?
Wait.
Hi.
I break the seal, and you think it's a great idea to play all of the half-baked content that we didn't decide to play the first time around. You're like,
we
that's
played
what people
that, didn't
want.
we?
No, we didn't play that. That wasn't a finished product. That was some bullshit. It's fine. You did good, Kev. You did good.
Sorry.
That's some awesome B-roll, like fucking BTS on the DVD.
Every time I have to hit the head, Kev just plays some shit from the cutting room floor.
Where do you just pull these off Dropbox or something? Where are you finding all these old clips?
I have a 1 terabyte drive full of wook+ stuff.
But what is it? Like where did you find where did you get that from?
I'm making stuff. Tim actually did that with the blood in the cruise ship. Because I had a thing with a mermaid.
Concept, though, and then we saw it and we were like, nobody wants to see this. The joke didn't land. And then Kev's like, oh, it's gold. Jerry, it's gold. We're going to play it.
Well, we mentioned the song. If we hadn't have mentioned the song,
then you wouldn't have played it. You didn't have it uploaded.
I am impressed with your DJ skills to get that on there as quickly as you did. You're like, oh, speaking of a song I heard the ocean sing, let me just cue this video for you all.
I'm a PR professional there.
I think Benji's
so do we want to get back to
your come on here?
Can we talk about Christmas music again?
Yeah, you want to talk about Christmas music again?
Yes, Benji, do you like Christmas music?
Good question, I hate it. I hate it. There is one album, one Christmas album that I listen to every year, once a year on either Christmas Eve or Christmas itself, from a jam band that I would not normally say I'm necessarily a fan of. Not like that I'm not a fan, but just a jam band that, is whatever. But they made a Christmas album that I decades later still listen to, and that's Mo. They made a really good. They have Linus and Lucy on there. They have we're a couple of Misfits on there, and they have a few originals that are pretty good. But other than that, no. Christmas music I ever heard in a grocery store makes me want to murder someone.
What do you think of bands that do Christmas music live this time of year?
Live? Who are you thinking of that does it live?
Who does that? I don't know what many bands
the
that do.
Radiators do Merry Christmas Baby and Feliz Navidad.
Okay, interesting. So I don't know what I think about it live, but I will say that one thing that continues to perpetually surprise me is the sheer amount of artists that I love that put out Christmas albums. It's like Bob Dylan, arguably his worst album ever. But one of them, Dylan puts out one. James Casey, that was his album. He's like, I'm gonna put out a Christmas album. Natalie Cressman, I mean, when I started this, I wasn't thinking about the modern content, like James Casey and Natalie Cressman. I was thinking more like, Frank Sinatra. But like every fucking band, has like every band somehow or other has a hidden Christmas album.
Well, they're
Led Zeppelin,
chasing the
cool.
Mariah Carey, like the gold mine, because like once you hit that annual play, it's just you're printing money year after year after year. You need the built-in excuse for people to go to it. Yeah, right. I mean, it's a model that's been going on, but I mean, what's the song?
There has not been. There hasn't.
I mean, George Michael probably built a fucking mansion, based off of
Christmas songs alone.
There hasn't been a new one in years, though, since like last Christmas and when Mariah Carey came out with that.
No, you're just old. I mean, I'm sorry, but like Kelly Clarkson has one. Like there are artists that have them that like my wife and daughter listen to.
He just means like none have blown up like those, like have been these like giant.
Well, no one's at the level Mariah Carey is,
right? But ones that stick around that become like suddenly part of.
Everybody covers her song. Right. Everybody covers Last Christmas. I've never even heard of Kelly Clarkson.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah.
Okay, well, in that context, but. I thought you were saying that artists are not doing Christmas music anymore. Every year,
I think every artist Christmas in the world does a Christmas album.
Writing new classics, writing new timeless songs. Where's the new, White Christmas or Rudolph or Santa Claus that's coming to town? That's just in the fabric of our
kids these days. They don't know
of Americana, Kev. It's all gone downhill, like the whole thing. Movies like that anymore, so there aren't like musicals being written for the songs.
That's a good one.
I love the Christmas music. My kids, though, I didn't get into it till I had kids, and then they loved listening to it. So I
fucking hate it. I mean, Last Christmas is like all those. Like Last Christmas, as much as I hate it, I also I recognize it as I think I once liked it because it's a good song, but it's a catchy song,
I sang along once.
But the thing is that like once in a grocery store after not hearing it for a while, I'm like, oh yeah, this one, But the thing is and they're not making new ones anymore. But I remember there were some heavy metal ones that came out that I liked at the time that weren't timeless. I can't even tell you what was on it. Quiet Riot and bands like that.
Santa
Rat.
Krampus. Iron Maiden should do the Santa Krampus album.
Well, Iron Maiden was on the compilation. It was I forget even the name of it, but Iron Maiden was on there. Judas Priest, all Alice Cooper.
All I want is a chop for Christmas.
Guest as what?
I like what is that, Trans-Siberian Orchestra? I like that music. That's
the show, great. You tour 2 months a year. Boom. They live off of that. You never hear them touring in March.
Two of them. There's two of them. They're identical. There's one that tours the East Coast while the other one tours the West Coast.
Nice.
Kev,
it's a great business plan.
I have an argument against your point.
All right, bring it.
So Taylor Swift wrote a song called Christmas Tree Farm. I'm assuming it's a Christmas song
about
where she grew up. I bet,
and it has 17 million views on YouTube. I bet it does. That's not even including like Spotify and shit. So I feel like that counts as a really popular new Christmas song, like just by definition.
Taylor Swift could eat beans and fart and get 17 million views.
Fuck yeah, dude!
You gotta find it.
Taylor Swift farting would get way more than 17 million find views. The gross ass fuckers out there, man. Thank you, Andy. You taught us
Dominic
all
the Donkey. Dominic at Donkey is a classic because some crime family, I guess, paid the guy to do it. They were trying to launder money, and I guess that's how that song came into being. But
I like that hippopotamus song too.
I don't know that one. What's the
Hippopotamus for
hippopotamus?
Christmas?
Oh,
Only a
right.
hippopotamus will do.
Hey, that's a classic. Donkey. Yes, that's how we say it in Baltimore.
Benji, did you want to plug what you got going on this coming up? I don't know anything about it, so I can't set you up better than that. I just saw it and I was like, oh, that's cool. You're doing something.
Wait, what'd you see? I don't even know if I think you saw something that I didn't. What'd you see?
Oh man, I gotta look it up.
What's Billy up to? How's he doing?
No, I thought aren't you doing something with Osiris coming up?
Oh yes, that yes, absolutely. So
wait, what were you gonna plug? I could have set that up better.
Well, there's a few things. One, I started. I'm now managing Circles Around the Sun, and there's some really cool stuff coming up with them that I'm really excited about. That I worked a lot on today. I love those guys. I was a fan of the. I'm glad I'm managing them, obviously, but I was a fan of them since day one, and so that's cool. But yeah, the Osiris thing is I'm also now managing the Dude of Life, and the Dude of Life is playing a show on the 29th at Hill Country Barbecue, right around the corner from MSG. And so it's a happy hour. He's playing it before Phish. And so I started talking with RJ and then with Megan and also with the dude. And we decided to turn it into a 3-part thing where it starts at 3:30 and it's going to start off with an HF pod with RJB and Megan and who are both obviously great, big fan of both of them.
Big fans of theirs.
And yep, absolutely. And we're going to be talking Phish, and then from HF pod and I'm going to be up there with them for that because RJ's made questionable decisions. And invited me to join that. And then after Mike Greenhouse from Relics Magazine, who I used to do a podcast with long ago, he and I are going to interview the Dude of Life. And then at 4:20, the Dude of Life is going to play a set of music from 4:20 to 6. And then everyone's going to collectively walk down the block and over to Madison Square Garden for the main event.
Awesome.
So it'd be cool, yeah. And
cool.
I'm excited about that, yeah.
Awesome.
It's gonna be great.
Awesome.
That sounds awesome. Very fun.
Cool.
It's gonna be good.
Do you have another set list?
I did not expect. I'll be honest. I did not expect people to be hanging in for over 3 hours.
Yeah. And on that note, and I'm plugging. I'm gonna say goodbye to you guys, but man, thanks for having me. This is always so much fun.
Yeah, I really appreciate you coming and joining, being part of this.
Yeah, awesome. I hope to be back. And as you guys know, anytime you ask me, I always say yes to you. So.
Yeah, I love having you on. Thank you so much, Benji.
Thank you so much for coming by. Hey, Benji, I never got a chance to ask you though. How was the CT filling in for Billy at the Santa Barbara Bowl?
I can tell you about that. That was awesome, and I'm happy to tell you. I'm glad you asked about that because that was to me, even though it's a disastrous day because we had Billy and the kids without Billy. To me, it was a victorious day because it started out in the morning with Billy calling me up, going, "Hey, brother, we gotta cancel the show." Like that's how I woke up. He woke me up with, "Hey, brother, we gotta cancel the show," and I'm like, "No, why do you say this?" He's like, "Well," he's like, I can't make it to the bathroom. Like I'm out of breath just going there. Something's wrong with me."
TMI.
And I go, no, and I said, just take a bong hit or something, have some coffee, and call me in a little bit. You're fine.
Imodium's your friend.
And you're fine. And he goes, no. He's like, I can't walk to the bathroom without being winded, and that's unusual for him. He's in great shape, and he's definitely his age, but he's in great shape. Genuinely, he works with a trainer, and works out 3 times a week, all of that. And so he knew something was up. And then I was like, he had a doctor coming over and he was about to take a COVID test. And I started thinking, like, CT and I had been talking for a few weeks at that point of having him come up just to sit in on drums for 5 minutes You know, 5 minutes. Like, we didn't even backline any drums for him. He was going to come out and he was going to share Andrew Barr's drums, percussion, and just like bang on something for a little bit. In fact, I asked him a few days earlier. I said, "Do you have any hand stuff that you can bring? Just bring that." And so it was just going to be for that. And I had a ticket for him, like in the audience, like a seat for him. And I knew obviously that he's a fan. He's obviously a fan of the Dead. I knew the material. And so then when the COVID test came back positive, and Billy's like, I can't play it. He's like, even if it was safe to do so, I physically can't. Like he was feeling it really hard. So I said, well, I proposed. I said, what if CT plays? And he's like, he was like, I don't even know if that's whatever. And I said, Billy, look, this is about. I think the fans are rallying. I think any other band cancellation may have been the way to go. But I said, I think here, like everyone's going to be disappointed, but they'll be more disappointed having driven up from LA. Like my friends are driving up from LA to see the show. Everyone at that point was already like had their plans. And I was like, it's even worse if there's nothing, if they travel all this way and they have to turn around. Like having been curveballed myself before, curveball, I know how that goes, having flown across the country for that. So I was like, let me call CT, and CT was so on board. He was worried about everything. He was, like I sent him the playlist of both sets, and I said, well, on your drive from LA up here, your 2-hour drive, here's 3 hours of music, and can you learn it? And he was concerned that the fans were going to hate it. He was concerned that the fans were going to, because they're going to be mad at him just because he wasn't Bill Kreutzmann.
Because he's there, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And I said, listen, I think everyone's going to be stoked because you saved the show. And I was like, it's a matter of, yes, everyone's disappointed, and it sucks. But at the same time, the music is, the music plays the band. And the Grateful Dead catalog is one of those catalogs that's truly great, as has been proven by the fact that you have so many successful cover bands like J-Rad. And also, even within the Dead, you have Billy and the Kids, but you also have Phil and Friends, and you have all these. The music is the star here. So I literally pitched that to Billy, and I was like, "Your community is going to rally." And then I pitched it to CT, and CT was such a sport. He gave it the old college try. And on the writer, I said, "Is there anything you want us to get you, like hospitality wise? Whatever you want, we'll make sure we have for you." And he said, "No, I'm cool. I just want." Can I get a pair of size 10 sneakers? Because he started the drive in his boots thinking that he was only going to play for 5 minutes without a kick drum.
You can't play with boots.
No. And so we got him a pair of Vans. I said, what brand, I said, whatever you want, what brand and what size, and what color. So we got him Vans. And at the end of the night, like a gentleman, he tried to give them back to me. And I was like, and he put them in the box and everything. And I was like, but you just used these on stage.
Maybe you can return them.
But I was like, we're not returning them. And I was like, unless you want to put it on eBay or something, like, no, they're our gift to you. You saved the day.
So you should have just had him sign them and throw them on eBay. There you go. Totally.
Save some money.
That's awesome, though. I know. I went to Gold Diggers that night to see Dave Harrington play, and I got in there, and Sean was there, Blues for Sala was in there, and he's like, "Hey, CT's sitting in for Billy tonight because he's got COVID." I was like, "What?" He's like, "Yeah, it just like it happened earlier today, whatever." And then I sat down and got on social media, and I was like, "Holy shit, he is!" And then I texted these guys. I was like, "Check this out, it's crazy." So like that was crazy moment,
Benji coming in big with the rescue there.
Yeah.
Well, it was also funny because CT in the weeks leading up to it, and I had been texting like his goal is like his hope, like when he woke up in the morning that morning, was that he was going to get to play with Kreutzmann, and that still hasn't happened, But I told him, I said, this way, I said, I know you didn't get to play with Billy, and I know you really wanted to, but this way, because you saved the day, that now you will. You'll get that chance.
Right. You didn't get to play with him. You got to play as him.
Yeah. You got to be him. Like he literally sat down in his kit, and I was like, on top of that, like Billy was so, Billy sent him a gift.
He has a nice kit too. Billy with the DW. I love his kit.
Yeah. He loves the DWs. That's his jam.
I got a DW.
That's
A much
so cool, though,
a much cheaper, less nice DW, but I like it too.
And the show went off well, yeah. Like he said,
it was good. It was the kids. It was the kids, and it was good. And on the one hand, it shows why nobody in the world is Bill Kreutzmann but Bill Kreutzmann, because only he has that swing. Even with Jay Lane and Dead and Company, and Jay brings the energy to it, but it loses. It doesn't have the swing to it. But that's Mayer and Chimenti can play better with someone without that swing. But that swing is what makes the Grateful Dead.
I mean, Billy's shuffle is world renowned. Like that's one of the best there is. Yeah,
and nobody can do. I mean, Fishman. Billy tried. In front of my own eyes, Billy tried to teach it to Fishman, and Fishman he's like, what? Like, what are you doing? Like, what?
Yeah.
So
I mean, Phish can do a lot of other amazing shit, but
that's right. That's right. And so watching him and Jay, I mean, Jay's a really close friend of mine. I'll go over to his house just to smoke weed and talk shit about Star Wars.
That sounds fun.
But he on that Dead and Company tour, in the 2022 Dead and Company tour summer, he was there every night, and he and I would sit there behind Billy's kit on the stage, but the audience can't see, and we're behind his kit, and Jay would just watch, and it was like he was like, this is a master class. He's like, he said to me at one point, he's like, every single time I watch Billy play, I learn something new. And then Adam Adoodle from Circles Around the Sun, and Grateful Shred, he came, and Black Crows before then, I guess, but he came to he did a Hawaii we did a benefit in Hawaii in September, whereas Billy and Reed Mathis and Legal from ALO and Adam on keyboards, and it was the first time Adam ever met or played with Billy, and he plays and Grateful Shred, so he plays Grateful Dead stuff, and when he was with Chris Robinson, he said Chris Robinson only would play Grateful Dead, and also Adam's played with Phil before and Phil and Friends. And Adam came up to me after the show, and he's like, "Man," he goes, "I had no idea." He's like, you can't prepare for playing with him." He's like, he just like you. He's like, I've heard his hours and hours and hours of him playing, and I've seen him, but he's like, when you play with him, you just realize what a genius he is. Just he goes off script. He seems to lose it, but he doesn't. And he seems to lose it because he's just doing something so creative. And then the net's hit, you realize that he's right on it, and still doesn't know where the one is, on purpose.
That's awesome.
Anyway, yeah.
All right.
Well, guys.
Thanks again, Benji.
Appreciate it, man. Good seeing you.
I'll see you guys later. Yeah, good seeing all of you. I'll see you guys later.
All right, later, man.
Later.
Oh. See, I don't like that. I don't like that. Boom.
Yeah.
Oh, nope.
Oh,
Boom.
No.
Boom. There it is. All right, chat. Let's come clean here. So we're doing this thing. I think you caught on.
Tim was really hoping you all be gone by now. Go home. Get out of here.
You didn't realize we had 25 people.
The dad's coming out.
I thought for sure we'd be down to Jason and hey, later, David. Thanks for hanging out all this time, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, dude. See you in 2 weeks.
We're gonna keep going for a little bit, right?
David is still here. See, yeah.
Well, David's the only one that's talking in the chat. How do we know that these other 25 aren't just bots that are fucking?
That haven't all fallen asleep, and there's like 26 places in the world that.
Right. We could just talk about like Marvel. That's a good way to.
That's a good way to kill the channel. But there's nothing going on. I mean, it's.
Hey, look, Sammy's still here. Jason's still here.
I did the Doctor Who, the 3 Doctor Who episodes, and I was very happy. And I'm not much on the new Doctor Who. I like the original guy better. Guys,
fuck off! Don't
please
do it.
No.
Yo, what's up? Came to play. How you doing, man? So let me put it out like this.
Real quick, like that's so interesting though to hear like Benji tell that story about having to like what you do in that circumstances, like, and you think of CT who is like, stoked to go and play with Billy for like 5 minutes and then get to actually just sit in the stands and watch the show, and then like that day going up, he's like, hey, how you feel about playing the whole show? You're like, what?
That had to have been terrifying though, because like CT is a decent drummer, but he's not like
No,
can
and have
just
to
pick
fill
up
in that
anything type of
yeah.
drummer.
It's like one thing to be like, yeah, the other guy, like, you know, can't be here. You'll be you and Billy the whole show, but not to be like, you got to fill in for Billy. You're like, what?
Right. Alone.
Alone.
At a Billy and the Kids show.
So
Right.
so let's say you're there, you got tickets to the Billy show. They say, we're gonna have a replacement drummer tonight, but we'll give you a refund if you choose you don't want to go. What are you doing?
If I was there, I would go. Like if I had already traveled, I wouldn't like leave at the gate. If I was
Yeah.
still home and I found out, I probably might not go.
Yeah.
Although, like honestly, like I
But if
think
you
if you're
plan the
going to a
night-
Billy and the Kids show, you're just going for a good time and
I
experience.
mean, Reed Mathis, his bass player, Reed Mathis, is
Yo,
one of
Reed's
the
fucking
best
great. Yeah.
in the whole scene, in the country and everything. I mean, the electric Beethoven he does with Brian Haas and various drummers they bring in is just fantastic. I mean,
Did
it's
you-
amazing.
Yeah.
Did you guys catch all those little nuggets that Benji was dropping us?
So
Like,
who's next Sphere? Who's the other band?
Oh, what,
coming
the
to
Goose
Sphere?
Talk?
The
Can
Goose
we-
imploding, Dead and Co. I think it's Dead and Co. playing the Sphere or Dead and something. Dead.
Yeah,
Dead
but
and
Dead
Co.
and Co. I
who's
mean, is that with
leading
Mayer coming back or is that with Rick?
Yeah,
What-
because they talked about on the thing they were saying they're not touring anymore. They
right,
didn't say
they're going to
not
play
playing.
in specific venues.
It would be
right.
perfect. And Bobby was at the fucking venue checking
Yeah.
it out.
I can see it happening.
Dead
Yeah.
ahead. It's happening at the Sphere. And then yeah, what's happening with Goose? So it sounds like it's Ben. I was speculating. I don't know anything, but I was like, Jeff's out because he's pissing everybody off and he's not that critical to their sound. And he's like, everybody thinks it's Jeff, but do you read that? And then he makes it sound like it's Ben.
Well, you know, Ben played a show over Jazz Fest this year with Joel Cummins of Humphreys, and then he ended up sitting in with Humphreys. And I feel like if you go back and you listen to the shows where he sat in with Humphreys, he really is. It's different from Goose. I don't want to say he upped his game because I don't know what he can or can't do, but listening to it, it's another level from what he did with Goose. So maybe
everything he's been doing has been upping his game because he wasn't that spectacular of a drummer 5 years ago. Not bad. Like I'm not trying to be insulting. He's better than I ever will be, right? Like I'm not saying that. But he is like he wasn't even on the same level of some of these other drummers then. And each year he's gotten better and better and better. So but he's not leaving the band for another band though. Like I don't know what that was.
Didn't I say over COVID that in a few years Rick was going to be too big for Goose and go out solo?
No,
He
that's
did,
what happened to
but I don't think it's
Mahalia, not
him.
Rick. Yeah, I don't think so.
Well,
But-
if he left the band would implode. I mean, it would shake everything up, and some of them might come with him for the Rick band. You know
Ted,
what
why
I'm
don't
saying?
you do some
Duck?
investigative reporting and then report back to us? You could be our like man on the street. Dig in. Call Greg. We should call fucking Greg. But Greg, we know
Call him
something.
right now. Go ahead, call him.
Hey, yeah, call him on the
Not a
hotline.
kid.
Hey, Greg, I know it's 12:30, but we got some breaking
Call
news.
Douglasville.
Greg
Call
has
Douglasville.
Greg has a baby though. I mean, I have a baby, but I
Well, text
arranged
him.
for this.
Text him. Be like, Benji was just doing
So
the
he's
show
probably
talking
awake.
Goose.
All right, I will text him.
Yeah, if he has a new band, he's going to call it Duck. I thought he would call it Pheasant.
David heard me. See, exactly. He got it. That's it. Rick's
I
new
thought he
band,
would call
Duck.
it Pheasant.
Is that
Pheasant?
if you all right,
That would be
chat?
good.
If somebody texted you at 12:37 a.m., is that fucked up? Like, is that a rude? And I haven't texted him in like a couple of months, like several months. So like this would be out of nowhere. Yeah,
You're like,
don't
dude,
text
we're
him.
live. Are you up? You want to come on?
No, he's like I like Greg. He's like an actual friend of mine. He's not
David
just like
says David says don't text him.
yeah. No, I trust David. David never fucking steers me wrong.
And
I mean,
get-
it is in the name, Brian. You're right. Like, what do you expect? Well, but, okay, but here's the thing, though. It's not just a text. It's hey, did you hear anything about Goose breaking up?
I say do it. I think you should totally just be like, oh,
Dude, Greg's
hey,
a
you
good
know.
sport, though. I'm gonna text him.
But see, I actually don't see them breaking up at this point because they're constantly writing new music. They're constantly pushing boundaries. They're, even if the knocks that we got earlier about Goosemas, about it copying what Phish did. They're still pushing themselves. They're trying to find their own way, and sometimes it's tough. Sometimes you imitate so you learn, so the next time out you can really do your own thing, you know?
It might also just be Benji speculating, because he even said where he was like, when I have a little bit of insider knowledge, I speculate like crazy and then I lose bets, which kind of makes me feel like I shouldn't use Benji for insider information anymore, because I don't know how much is like legit insider information, how much
Or
is
what he
his
says, you just
speculating.
take the opposite right off the top.
How much
right,
is this
so-
just excited speculation?
For Greg, I'm saying, know anything about Goose losing a member or shaking things up? Is that a fair question? I don't want to do that. I feel like that's not right.
Oh, Phil versus Mike. I would take
Okay.
Phil any day of the week.
Oh, what about singing?
I don't think either one of them should really be singing.
Don't. No.
It's like a quarterback that can't run, but the quarterback who's going to throw you 300 yards and get you 3 touchdowns is better than the one who's going to do 250 and a touchdown one year.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait. I'm not gonna text him. You're right. I'm sorry.
Put the phone down.
I know. Thank you guys. Those of you who are giving me the good advice, I appreciate it. Those of you who are egging me on, I still appreciate it. You're all awesome. Oh god damn it, there's another ad. Fuck. I'm sorry,
you.
guys. I don't know how to stop the ads anymore. I will figure that out.
Well, when you go 4 hours,
it happened.
just
Well, I
pauses
paused
it.
it, but it only pauses it for like 20 minutes. So I have to remember to keep
go in and
pausing
pause
it. But like then we get into a good conversation and I forget about it until Jason reminds me. It's like, God damn it. What were we talking about? Oh no, Phil. So I think obviously, like Phil, overall, the history, the influence, the musicianship, the playing, everything. But I really like what Mike does, and I don't think Phil can do what Mike does. Like, I think Phil's probably a better bass player, but they're very different. And Phil can't do what Mike. Now, granted, Mike can't do a lot of the things that Phil does either. So I think if I had to choose, I would say Phil, but I got to give props to Mike because there's things that Mike does that I don't think Phil could ever do.
Interesting. Where are you at, T?
I don't know. It's yeah. I don't know, not so hard.
Yeah.
Like, who do you like more? Phil? They're both awkward, weird bass guys that can't sing, right? Like, if you're going just musically, I like Phil. Personally, I like the bombs Phil drops and
Yeah.
Phil's zone and where we're at with Phil.
Much
And
more jazz, I
Yeah.
think, with Phil.
and almost like conductorish, like professional. Like, you just, I don't know. I trust where Phil's taking me a lot of the times. Mike, I don't know, man. Like, I never. We've talked about it before. He just seems so. I don't know, disenchanted sometimes.
Disinterested. He does seem disinterested, and he said that he does Phish because he wants his own band. He wants to go out and do that
Right,
thing,
and
which I
have the money to do
appreciate.
his own shit.
Yeah, but Mike is a groove master.
Mhm.
Like, he is.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, there's nothing. I mean, he definitely finds his funk and his spot. Like, it definitely. I mean, there's nothing. He's fucking. And the way he changes it up and like has. Yeah, I have no. I'm not saying.
Thanks, Dave.
Just,
I will take Mike singing "Emotional Rescue" out of
Hey, Dave.
any song either one of them sing.
You'll take what? Mike doing what?
"Emotional Rescue"
over anything
that either one of them will sing.
I think Mike can sing better than Phil when he sings something that's in his range. I think he's just a bad writer and writes shit that's out of his range. Like, when he sings other songs that are in his range, I think his voice sounds good. But so much of his song, like the shit he sings, is out of his range, and then therefore doesn't sound good.
Right, "Box of Rain" is rough. Anything,
yeah,
I don't know.
rough.
When
Unbroken
Phil started
Chain,
singing,
they're all rough. Yeah,
right.
I mean,
in '86 or whenever Phil started in the 80s when he started singing again, doing, Give Me Some Lovin' with Brent, and then Box of Rain got broken back out. I was kind of like, yeah, maybe they could have just skipped that part.
Yeah, maybe they.
Even though Keep On Growing, the couple times that Brent and Phil sang that, they really did, I feel like, nailed that.
What does that mean, Brian? He knows he and Phish are always supporting.
Yeah, he knows where his play, whereas Phil sometimes will try to take the lead, and like
he's a prop. Like Mike knows he's the rhythm section, right?
He knows his place. Go ahead and say it.
Yeah,
he's a proper two.
But that's not something to be ashamed. I mean, I'm a drummer, so I take pride in it. But I think being a groove master, being in a rhythm section, I always took a lot of pride of that. I think that's the foundation that a great song or jam is built on. You don't always need to be the flashy, guy doing crazy shit.
There's some cool discussion about that in an interview that you have with Dez, discussing some of that stuff that is somewhere in our.
Can we roll the footage?
Can you roll that, Kev? You don't have that ready to go?
I don't have it.
Can I give you a minute while you dig that out of the archives? What's funny is I actually found some shit about that the other day.
I tell you what we will do. We'll pop it up for the members.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, we'll put the Dez interview. That's a good idea. We'll put Dez up. We'll put the Dez interview up for members. So those of you who don't know, we interviewed Dez on what was that, like a year ago?
Yeah,
but
about a year and a half ago.
For various
2 years ago.
Yeah, it's probably 2 years ago at this point. Yeah, it may have been 2 years ago, but it still holds up. Like the info that he talks about in the interview is great. There's
reasons that we don't want to talk about publicly that we had to pull it down and not share it. But I would be comfortable sharing it with members.
And we can put the cut version, the stuff that shouldn't be there. We don't have to have it.
And cut out some of what we don't want.
Yeah.
Right.
The cancer.
Yeah.
But he tells a great story about Trey calling him and he calling his buddy up and being like, yeah, some guy named Trey called me. And he's like, hang up and call him.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. There's some good Jennifer Hartwig stories in him in there. It was a good interview, but it just he talks about that in the pocket and finding it and like that whole thing with like being proud of the section and a lot of that with the musicianship. It was really, there's some interesting shit in there. It's really cool. So we'll get that out there.
I had asked him about the ostinato in in First Tube and like what he's thinking about and what's going through his mind when he's just playing those notes over and over again, and he gets into that and the role that he plays. And like Tony, right, Brian? Like Tony, they both really understand that, and I think that's what sets them apart. They're even more on the spectrum from like away from Phil and Mike. Like they're even more into the groove side of that bass spectrum.
No, it was not live, Jason.
No, that was Jay. I'll tell you about it later, Jason. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
We were going to try a new format, and it fell flat on its face before it walked out the front door.
But it had legs. It had legs. We just couldn't figure out.
Couldn't make it through the door.
Yeah, we just couldn't figure out how to make it fit. It was the couch that wouldn't fit through the door. But it's like
we threw it out the window, and
it still has pieces. It's gonna come in pieces still.
You know, Jason's gonna stay up all night just to fuck with me. And the whole LG thing.
We got 25 eyes.
I know, it's wild.
Did you ever finish explaining it? I don't think did you.
Well, did we want to? I mean, at this point, I don't know. Do we want to?
I don't know. I mean, it's almost 1 a.m. for you guys. It's only 10 o'clock for me.
We got time.
No, let's just keep going. Fuck that. I'm not gonna explain nothing. Here's what we got to do. We need to.
Somebody already said in the chat what was going on.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fairly,
oblivious.
Well, fucking Benji and I, because Benji was in on it, and so we were talking about Big Cypress. It's like, shit gets weird in those middle hours when you're stretching it out. I was like, oh, it's gonna get weird. No, this is what we should
work
do
tomorrow.
Yeah, but I make bad decisions constantly.
So what do you make of Goose?
I keep trying to tell you what I think we should do, man. All right, you go.
Goose last year did a New Year's show. They didn't do it this year. What do you make of that?
I don't know. Did they do a New Year's show last year?
In
Did they do
Cleveland or
Goosemas
Cincinnati
also?
or somewhere. Yeah, somewhere weird.
And
like
they
in
did
Ohio.
Goosemas too.
Yeah, and they did Goosemas. Yeah.
I think, I don't know. Sometimes I don't think you need to do it every year. I think Phish does it because of the MSG thing, and it's basically home and it's easy, and why not do it? But I don't think Goose doesn't really have a home, right? Like a
Connecticut,
Connecticut.
right,
yeah.
but like I mean, like as far as a
Upper
home venue, right? Like that they consider like a home base venue that's like, okay, this is where we're gonna play
Every New
New
Year's.
Yeah, like have like start playing, like making it a thing, And I guess with Goosemas it moves around because last year wasn't it? It was in Colorado, and this year
They might not move around anymore though.
They should have
Well,
done.
that's what I'm wondering.
What if they did New Year's in California on the West Coast somewhere? So Phish's show's already over when they're starting.
I think
That's
it
the
makes
move.
sense this year what they did though to not go head to head against Phish, but still cash in late December or mid December. You still stake that out, right? Because no other band is really staking. It's a dead period in mid December, I feel like. So why not take it?
Yeah, but I think I like Kev's idea there. Not only West Coast, but you get a different fan base who's not going to the East Coast and gives them something to do who would go, and then some people that would travel west instead of going east anyway for that. And then I don't know, that kind of makes sense. That would be kind of, and then it does, get over. The other one's over at 9, and the other one's just kind of like kicking into the second set, around first set, really like set break almost, but first set at that time. That'd be pretty great.
I have a prediction for 2024. T is going to become a big Goose fan, a Goosehead, a flocker.
Oh, I don't see that.
I've seen the transition because you went from
not.
like a staunch hater to like, oh, I can kind of see it, to now you're like, they should do the West Coast.
I wouldn't.
Like,
I wouldn't go, but I think it's a brilliant marketing idea. I mean, it's a brilliant marketing idea to do that. Like, and they've had a hold on doing good things that are good for their marketing and building their brand. So, I mean, it's definitely something I could see them doing. It's smart.
I talked to Jerry Joseph, who writes some of the songs Widespread does, and he recorded an album with Drive By Truckers. They were going to tour Europe with Drive By Truckers opening, and he was going to open with some of them playing, and then they do their set. And when he was talking to the promoters and everything, they're like, we got to play down the Widespread Panic jam band thing. European fans don't like that. And then I watched Goose and Billy Strings both go over there. I mean, Billy Strings a couple times and really knock it out of the park. So I wonder where that line falls.
Did Goose maintain their jammy persona out there, or were they more?
I saw some Jam of the Year tweets.
Yeah, but the fucking Goose fans think everything they do is the Jam of the Year. They really do. That shit has gotten out of control. Jody is a bitch. Yeah, Billy can leave.
I think it was a decent European jump for them, though. I liked, again, like we were talking venues before, I liked the venues that they played were very small. It looked like not even close to what they've been able to get to here, that level. So I think that's fucking, to be able to go over there and see them in those kind of places is fun. Like that's cool.
And I think Billy's playing bigger places, but I think the thing you get with Billy Strings is he is not a jam band as much as they can say it's bluegrass.
Right.
Because I feel like that would be even harder to sell in Europe.
No, they love the Europeans love the American goofy bluegrass and the early.
That's almost a little bit more, like niche pop, because it is that niche. And you're like, oh, I'd rather go, you know what I mean, as opposed to like the jammy, because you're not really getting. You kind of know what you're getting into with that. With Goose, you're still getting kind of like that fishy vibe of those jams that not everybody digs. Right. So I don't know. I feel like Goose would translate kind of over to some of that European culture, though, kind of that, because they kind of have that disco tech vibe to them,
polished,
yeah, kind of that
and
that
Goose,
Euro feel.
Yeah.
That's not a bad thing.
You want to say their name with a French accent, Goose.
Goose.
I don't, but I hear you.
and have a cigarette.
I just was watching, I
was
was watching some of those people tweeting from over there, and I was thinking back to when Phish did it in '96 and '97, and how cool of an experience that must be if you could swing it. But I mean, that's got to be a big price tag, even if you're doing the Eurorail and hostels, which you probably aren't because you're trying to keep up with a band and.
And that's got to be exhausting too. Like even just doing the one I did here with David Joyce and driving on the East Coast was I mean, I'm 50, whatever, but still, it was exhausting. Like I couldn't imagine doing it in a foreign country.
You're very young, 50 though. I've been with you post show a couple of times. I think you still hang. You hang.
Yeah, but I mean, I couldn't rage Europe. Like I think some of those because Europe is a little bit different anyway with customs like going out and shit. So I think it would be an exhausting tour. So kudos to
I
those
think
people
Brian's onto something here though. I think what it ends up happening is
Yeah.
it's just the custier, wealthier
For sure.
American fans that get a European vacation out of it. I would bet probably 75-80% of those tickets went to their fan base from America that could afford to go to fucking
For
Europe.
sure. And that's why those venues were so small. And you feel that like you get those people over there. That's half the crowd, right? 3/4 of your crowd. Then you only need to pull in the small amount of
50
locals.
tickets. You sell
Right.
50 tickets, you
Into it.
sold
Yeah,
out.
exactly. So yeah, I agree.
And then they get a vacation out of it. So it's worth it. I get why they do it. Like it's cool. And they get to say they did it.
You see the thing. Well, I think we talked about this with the person complaining about Billy Strings and
the
how
rail
rude
riders.
the fans were to him.
Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah, that's not a good look.
Not
And if you talk to people who travel in Europe, and there is a lot of there's Americans. I think we get a bad rap, and we probably deserve it.
Well, I mean,
In
it's
some
hard
ways,
to
yeah.
say we because it's obviously we're all so diversified and there's so many different takes. But yeah, the worst of us are definitely not very fucking good.
You think that there is a jam band demographic?
Oh, dude, I gotta tell you about this. It broke my heart a little bit. I don't know if this is too serious of a topic for 4 hours into a fucking live stream. But I went to Thanksgiving with my brother-in-law, right? Like I was telling you up in Brooklyn, and they're like in the punk scene, like with like some people that you would probably know. I didn't recognize, but like my understanding is like they're like actually like famous in the punk scene. And they found out like it came up that I was like in a jam bands, and like the reputation that Phish fans and jam band fans had to the punks. I understand where it came from, but it's so different than how I view it and what like it is for me. But it was not good. Like there was a lot. No, like it was like I don't want to be associated with those things. But then like I understand how that reputation was built over years. But like and like they were telling stories about how like and the thing that pissed me off though was they kept combining Dave fans with Phish fans. Right, but like they were telling stories about how they would like get bullied and shit in the 90s, and like they were like homophobes and all these things, and like the frat bros going like the Dave shows and getting drunk and like doing all this like fucked up shit. And I was just like, I feel like it's a very welcoming, like open, fun, nice community, and but there is that shit. I don't know.
Woody,
it was
you
just
got
really
mad.
like eye opening.
You got mad at me when I said, remember? Hippies are bad people pretending to be good, and punks are good people pretending to be bad.
Yeah, because I hate the fucking labels, because I know good punks and I know bad punks, and I know good hippies and I know bad hippies. And like the idea of like classifying an entire group like that is insane. That said, I feel like if your reputation precedes you like that, more than not, people are at some point we're being dickheads, right? Like in order to generate that stereotype.
I interviewed Eddie Spaghetti from the Super Suckers, who has been on the show. He was on the inaugural episode of Live, if you want to go back and find that. And I sent him an email.
You don't have it queued up? I'm surprised you knew you were going to bring this up tonight.
I should have thought it out more. I didn't think 4 hours in. So I send him an email and I'm like, I'd love to interview you. And he sends me an email back. He's like, Eddie, here you're looking for me. He's like, I'll talk to you, but I hate jam bands. I hate Phish. And so when I got him into the interview, we were talking about he covers "Pissing Up a Rope" from Ween, and he also covers "Hey Ya" by Outkast. And I was saying how Phish covered Ween, and we got talking about it. I was like, so why do you not like jam bands? And he goes, sounds like they're just making shit up. And he said, when I was in high school, I dated this girl, and all she listened to was the Grateful Dead, and I got so sick of that shit, I never wanted to hear it again.
Yeah.
That was it. But he came on, and he was like, yeah, my kid was like, you're going to fuck with this guy, aren't you? And he was like, nah, I'm going where the love is, man. If they want to talk to me, I'm going to talk to them.
I think at that point, it's just a matter of taste, because if he doesn't like it because they improvise, it sounds like they improvise. Well, he's right. They are. So I had my music theory teacher. Like I took AP theory in high school, and like I was like really into fucking Phish. And now since it was a theory class, I brought it up all the time. I was constantly analyzing Trey's songs, and my teacher fucking hated Phish. And I remember asking her one day, I was like, "Why do you hate Phish so much?" And she's like, "There's too many notes." And I was like, "That's a weird thing to judge a band on," but like, okay, then at that point it's taste. It's not like having too many notes is objectively good or bad. It's just some people like a lot of complexity in the music and other people don't. And her taste was like, I don't want that many notes. Me, on the other hand, I was like, I like all the fucking notes. It makes it super interesting for me.
I want more notes.
More notes.
Give me more notes. Well, that was Benji was saying that too. He's like, oh, they're hiding the fact that there's not. No, I'm like, Benji, there's still a lot of fucking notes in Phish songs.
I got a good story. I went and saw Bikini Kill with the kid this year, and somebody recognized me at the Bikini Kill show from wook+. So
wait, you got recognized?
Oh, I got recognized at Lamp a couple times. My older one went, and she was like, really? These people came up and they were like, we watched the show, and I was like, good to meet you. And I was holding her soda that I went to buy her, and she's like, will you bring me the soda? And I'm standing there just talking to the people.
See that we're able to start saying it too. We are everywhere. Our wook+ family is everywhere.
Yeah. But yeah, the Bikini Kill show was weird because they are a punk band. So it's not really
sweet. That's what I'm saying though. Wherever like the wook+ family is diverse and out there.
You need to make a wook+ anarchy hat. Like merge the logos together.
Yeah. I love when
you're like,
yeah.
I love when you give me assignments. It's like, you know what? Do more shit.
How about an anarchy logo on a tie-dye calf for you? There you go.
Oh yeah.
Uh-huh.
Can you do it? Could you do that? How is the tie-dye business? Why don't you give us an update on that?
This is a tie-dye I made. It's a sick one.
I know. I see that. It's very nice.
The glitch. Yeah, I don't know. It's going all right. I've slowed down because like I do these hobbies. I get like, you guys have been friends with me for years now. You see it. Like I get like the surge. I'm like really into it, and like I fall out. Like I did that Warhammer thing for a couple weeks. I fell off. I did the Zelda stuff for a couple weeks. I fell off. I did the tie-dyes. I'm still doing it, but I'm not like, you know, as into it. It's fun though. I'm gonna do a bunch of them. I decided for actually my wife told me, she didn't really give me a choice. She's like, you're gonna do a bunch of them for the festival, so bring a bunch to Dover. So I'm gonna bring a shit ton of tie-dyes down there. Maybe sell some, maybe give some out.
Have you figured out how to do a wook+ tie-dye?
Yeah.
I know. I don't know why you don't do. Well, you should just do a bunch of those and sell them down there for sure.
Maybe I will.
And I'm hoping that you did a bunch for Christmas and you're sending them out to everybody. That's why you're burnt out on it. That should be your Christmas gift to everybody is tie-dye.
You got under 2 weeks.
It's right there.
When you say Christmas gifts to everybody, you mean like you, Llama, and Kev, right? Not like everybody.
Well, I mean, like, you know, everybody, like the chat, people like your good friends in the chat, like your family members. Your
brother would look good.
Cousins, your brother, exactly, your brother, exactly. See, Kev, like, that's what I'm thinking. Stop, it's perfect.
I made my dad a tie-dye, and this motherfucker, he's cool. He's very cool, right? Like 70s rock. He's the one that got me into music, but
he said,
not a hippie at all. I've never seen him wear a tie-dye, but you know what a good fucking dad he is? I saw pictures of him in the background. Like he wasn't even in the picture and he was wearing the fucking tie-dye. Like my mom would send me a picture of like, hey, look at the new tree we got in the backyard. And like my dad would be off on the side and he'd be wearing the fucking tie-dye. I was like, look at that straight edge wearing my tie-dye. What a nice guy.
What a nice guy. See,
I gave Ed Volker a shirt.
One people you'll meet too. Just like See, just like I did get recognized. Everywhere working the table. It's amazing how many people recognize us. He starts slinging shirts at the festival with our wook logo on it. Build that brand.
Build that brand.
People will love it.
I gave Ed Volker a shirt that said "Got Zeke," and I handed it to him. He's like got milk, and I was like, yeah. He's like, I'll go use it to wipe off my keyboard when I'm done tonight. I was like,
it's a hard motherfucker.
Oh, he isn't hard.
That's good.
That's
I'll use it to wipe my keyboard off with later. I'll drive my car off with it next time it rains. Thanks.
Is it a Swami? Whatever those things
right?
work.
Thing works as a squeegee too, right? Sure, use it for whatever you want.
Oh,
yeah, man, you're good. Whatever, it's cool. Oh, so happy ending though with the punks on Thanksgiving. So at the end of the night, we're leaving, and like we all hit it off, and it was a nice thing. And the daughters got along, and she was like, you're pretty fucking cool for a Phish fan. And I was like, awesome. You want to go to a show? She's like, yeah, but they're not playing around here. It's like, because she lives in Brooklyn. I was like, funny you mentioned that. They're gonna be in New York on New Year's. I don't know if she'll actually go, but she was interested. Like I think like from getting to know, because my wife's a huge head and a huge fan too. So like getting to talk to fans and like actually know the people and not the stereotypes. That like it was good.
Breaking down walls.
We are one stubborn punk at a time. You know what, Kev? I think this proves the opposite. That she was basing things on stereotypes and no, she was awesome. I don't want to talk.
No, it isn't stereotypes. It's just
they had bad experience with some local fans. She's from Nebraska though, so I think she had in the 90s had some like interactions with like some like
the Rainbow Family or something.
Yeah,
the Rainbow Gathering.
Yeah, like I feel like East Coast wooks and like I don't know.
All the weirdos. You get the 12 tribes plus up at the Rainbow.
Right, that's what I'm talking about.
And like those Lincoln shows with the Phish fans, I told you they handed out the flyers what to do like when confronting Nebraska fans. It's foreign territory, man. These people they don't know what those 90s hippies were all about.
Brian Haas grew up in Oklahoma. And he said growing up, he played classical music. He was like a prodigy. He went around the world playing Beethoven and stuff. And he was telling me how he used to get his ass kicked all the time.
Yeah.
By everybody because they were like, you little, And I guess he got the last laugh.
By people like Rick, Tim.
Right? Do you not get those vibes? I don't know, man. He just gives me those vibes. That's not fair. I feel
like though he was probably and I have no idea because I don't know, and I don't know why we keep talking about Goose tonight, but I feel like he was probably like
you're about to become a huge.
Yeah, I know, right? You're forcing it down my throat. He's probably like a scrawny kid when he was younger, like probably not. And then as he got like cooler and older as a musician, got buff and has like that look to him now. I don't think he was like always like that. So I don't think he was like a jock, so to speak, in high school.
Yeah. Probably not a jock. He's more like a surfer or just like I don't know. He's just fucking cool. He's way too
like
cool.
Birkenstock and Clueless. What person?
He's way too cool. Oh, Taylor, I would never sit with him at the cafeteria. He's at way too cool of a table for me.
He would not sit with me, I think.
He would have been hanging out in the smoking section with me.
No, I was in the smoking section. He would be like with the kids that would like look down at the kids that were smoking.
Because they'd be smoking the weed. You're like idiots. Marlboro man.
I don't know what I'm saying. I don't know.
It's a play to get a sleeve there.
You know what we should do? We should pick a dead show.
Let's play a game.
we should pick a show.
What did people decide the other day with the comments?
I looked at it was split pretty evenly between Brent and Keith and that was it mostly.
Okay, so pick a number between 80 and 89.
Me?
Yeah.
86.
Okay. And T, 86. You picked a tough here. T, pick a number between 1 and 6 because they didn't play. Or 1 and 6 or 12.
He's not hiding it. Like
3.
3. Okay, so we're gonna go with 386. Let's pull up. Can you go online and pull up like Dead Bass 386 and see what shows? There's probably Kaiser. Probably like the beginning was like Mardi Gras. They always did Chinese New Year and Mardi Gras.
Chinese New Year, the end of February. It's just a magic trick.
No, it's not working.
There.
The GDAO.
Yeah, if we
What
could
did
pull
you
up
say?
March 86 just to see how many shows they played, because there might only be 2 or 3. House is still live, yeah.
How are you still watching this is the question.
Yeah, what the fuck, guys? You're killing me.
I think we're gonna go with like 3286.
No,
is
let's
what we're
not
gonna
do
end
that.
up.
Let's do like a really good one.
But that might be a really good show. How do you know?
I don't know, but you
Isn't
did
that
it
the point?
begrudgingly. You
Isn't
want to
that-
do that one?
'Cause I've never heard it. Well, you go ahead if you want to do.
No,
I feel
you
like we
go
should be
ahead.
doing
Why
like
am I
a-
doing it? You two are the dead guys.
feel
Why
like
am
we
I
should be
picking
doing
the fucking dead show?
the telethon here. Like, I feel like we should be raising money for something or like doing something. We're like
Most people that do what we're doing do it for a good cause.
right, exactly. Not just to do so. Yeah, I'm gonna stay up all night tonight and just fucking do it for the shit of it. Okay, great.
Coming up, we have Tiny Tim and doing It's a Small World.
Exactly. If you call
just-
now,
I
you're gonna
think-
get
I
this free
seem to
oven.
remember that they played there. If you want to do, are you looking for something like 5777, kind of thing? Because I don't know if I'm into that as much. I've been down that road. I want to hear something I've never heard before from a weird year venue.
Right.
Maybe they fall on their face. Maybe they didn't.
All right. So if we go to Google and just say Grateful Dead 1986 and see what like pops up, right? Do it
Pops
like that
up.
way.
See, that's when I saw my first show. So I know that the next night they played a show, and then Garcia went into a coma. So
There you go.
and they didn't play again till December when they broke out like Black Muddy, I guess is what came out of that. Maybe Push
What
Shove.
about 7-4? Is that 746?
86? Sure.
I'm gonna go grab water. I'll be right back.
I tell you what, Garcia was
Yeah, let's
rough.
do that one. Bridge
Okay.
Stadium. We'll do that in honor of Brian. And just
There you
because
go.
it's a date. And like oh wait, that's July 4th. I just made the connection. It's the 4th of July, 86.
There you go. Yes, and then 2 nights later, the 6th and the 7th, they played RFK, and then Garcia was in a coma. So it should be interesting.
And it's on YouTube, so we get to watch it.
Oh, it's on the YouTube. We love that.
That is fun. Let's do that. Are you gonna remember that?
Am I going to remember that? Sure. We can look back at the chat later.
I'm not gonna remember to go to 4 hours and 12 minutes into the live stream. So, whoa. Did I just lose connection?
No.
That was weird. My shit flashed. So, we 86. Farm Aid. Yeah.
Farm Aid, but Farm Aid is probably I think is a shorter set. It isn't a whole show. It's just actually, you know what they did for Farm Aid? You can correct me if I'm wrong, Will, is they just cut to a couple songs of the Dead playing somewhere else and showed it for the broadcast.
I don't
I
know. This
think.
video says 7486 set to Farm Aid. And it's soundboards, which is good.
Right. Yeah, but like part of it they just broadcast to the Farm Aid show, which was in Indiana or wherever. And then the Dead did a whole set beyond that. Their
Right.
whole regular show.
Well, we're about to learn all about it. Yeah, well, let's do it. I mean, I honestly, this is for what day is that? That Tuesday. That's the 26th. So this is for the day after Christmas. I don't think we're trying to do a real heavy lift that day. We just wanted to keep the Wook Club going. So I think that's perfect. A short show, get together for those of you that want to hang out on that Tuesday and talk about the Grateful Dead, and we'll take a break from Phish. I think that'd be fun.
Take a break from Phish.
We could do
because
that.
we're gonna have a rest of that week is gonna be Phish centric.
Yeah. Can you believe we watched every single Phish show this year and last year? This is 4.0. We haven't missed a fucking show. That's crazy. It's nuts.
Yeah, but no, because the ones that I wasn't on the recaps where I was at.
Right. Same thing. Yeah.
So I probably remember the ones I watched better than the ones I was at.
I'll explain. I think everybody is on the same page, but I'll explain. So the other day I was scrolling and I saw a clip about the LP, and like it just brought up memories of it, and I was like, Kev, we should do that. He's like, what the fuck are you talking about? And I was like, let's just live stream until we're talking to ourselves and nobody's left in the fucking audience. And now granted, when I brought that up, I thought for sure, because the longest we've done this live, we've had god damn it, Jason.
That's quick. That's almost as good as if you want to call the hotline, give us a call at.
I was just gonna bring that up. God damn. Well, hey, it's paying the bills. Paying the bills. Hey, that cleared out like 3 people.
No, we just dropped down to 14.
That is all right. If you want to call the hotline, the number. You remember that bit? I love that bit.
That was funny.
So anyway, we're doing the LG, but I don't know if we're gonna make it because it's not like you guys are at a venue. You could literally leave your phone on the thing and fucking go to sleep, and we'd be stuck here talking. But he looks like he's in for the long haul, man. He's like, let's go
early here, man. It's only 10 o'clock.
Well, I tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna crack another beer and then.
No, don't leave, McGruff. We love having you here, man.
Ow.
T, what do you want to talk about quick before Kev gets back?
I was gonna say, do you have anything to hijack the show with, like Kev likes to do when you leave? He's like, hey, watch this. Why don't we play?
No, because the shit I want to play is the shit that actually gets released and looks like it was supposed to get released. Thanks, McGruff. I appreciate it.
I need partnership with a person who will, regardless of how absurd it sounds, follow through. Because if we had done that, do you know what we would have now that we do not have? What these people don't have, what we have, but they don't have. What? Mom rock.
Okay. Let's go down this road. What is the punchline of this bit? Like, I get the idea. Everybody's talking about dad rock, so let's do a bit called mom rock. But like, to what end? What does this look like?
The whole point was it was making fun of the old 70s and 80s commercials with compilations like K-Tel used to do. And we had Chad singing these horrible versions of like Alanis Morissette. I mean, he did good at it, but it purposely was like a bad cover. It was like an Amazon Women on the Moon kind of thing. It was just absurdist humor in and of itself.
Yeah, I think it got greenlit on concept because there was a seedling of an idea, but I don't. And we tried. It just never got there. We didn't hash it out. That was the problem. Was you would just try to force it through without it being fully fleshed out. We can bring it back, but it needs to be a little bit more fleshed out.
Well, it was also me and T trying to work through it, and T was like, "I'm not feeling it. I get where you're going," and it just never. I think he never found the spark in it, and then Chad was,
Chad was kind of on he was on his way out, like just kind of like losing interest in stuff, which happens. I mean, I get it.
It just we just couldn't find the footing of it. Like it just never made sense to find. Like I knew what the concept was and what we were trying to do, but we could just never put it together.
Right.
It was going to be classic.
So for those of you who don't know, T and I, mostly T, but no, I would for myself. We know generally how to edit. I do a lot of like the graphics. T does a lot of editing and like and Chad used to do the sound mixing and like the music, and Jason does all like the original composition. So we would do a lot of the production back then. And then Kevin and Llama did a lot of writing and coming up with crazy ass ideas. Now, granted, we produced probably 60 to 70% of Kevin's crazy ass ideas, but the 30% that ended up on the floor, he's awfully upset about. And that's why these things keep popping up, because they're all the things that we didn't finish producing for Kev. What else was there? Was there anything else you want to air?
Oh my God, dude! I was going through it the other day. There are 22 slogans that never got that I shot with the green screen. There are 22 slogans floating out there.
Still can. We still can.
I'm trying to tweet because we just shot up to 20. Somebody loves us.
Nobody.
Oh man, there was so much good stuff. All the Christmas things, like that Christmas thing I sent you earlier. With the Kevin thing, we need to finish that before next week. We need to do that.
I would, but I'm setting myself up for failure because I'm going to be pretty fucking tired tomorrow. And by the time I catch back up, it's going to be the weekend.
Well,
and
I tell you what, if we can come up with a name right now for next week's show, because it used to be the something Hollywood extravaganza.
It was
Christmas.
never that. Yeah.
Right.
It used to be. No, it was like, remember, it was like this really long.
Right. Yeah.
The extravaganza.
Yeah.
Halloween
spectacular.
Special. Right. Spectacular. Are we just calling it the Wook+ office party? Because I'll re-record the video of me talking and I rebuild it. And then if you think you can just tack a beginning and an end on it, we'll make it happen.
Yeah. The office Christmas party. Or the Wook+ Christmas party. And we'll brand it like it's an office party, like with like a Xerox and shit.
Are you okay with the Home Alone element in it?
What do you mean?
The movie Home Alone? Exactly.
Wait.
Thank you. It is a tease, McGrubb. And now I have to do it.
Yeah. Yeah, you're spilling a lot of trade secrets there.
We got boxes of bits.
All right.
Yeah,
you guys.
I got something.
Cool, because
really.
I gotta hit the head again.
Oh, good. Oh, this is perfect. Wait.
I
You gotta
broke the
wait.
seal. I'm sorry.
I know. Wait one second. It's still processing, so I need to wait till you're
So we'll be right
go.
here, Tim.
Go ahead.
So, how about them Dodgers?
Can you even believe that shit? I read something crazy today that Ohtani passed Messi and Ronaldo's 48-hour jersey sales record on Fanatics, and the Dodgers overtook the Yankees as the most followed MLB team on Instagram, a record the Yankees have held since Instagram's launch. So that's crazy. Like, the guy does have an effect, and it's immediate.
And he isn't even going to pitch. He's only going to hit next year, right?
Yeah, because of his surgery again, his elbow surgery and shit. And it's pretty crazy.
Now, do you know why they're called the Dodgers?
Yes. But I don't remember. Oh, and speaking of, look, while you're talking about it, I have my Tapers Dodgers shirt on. Nice. It's very funny. I did a costume change because at 4 hours you're allowed to.
Yeah, it gets rough.
You gotta change something. Oh shit, he's back. I forgot to play it before he got back. Wait, hang on. Check. Okay, wait. It's long, so I'm gonna clip it. But watch.
wook+ presents the unique piano stylings of World's Greatest Chad on This Is Mom Rock.
Took my love, took it down.
I'm so glad you're doing this.
Climbed a mountain and I turned around.
You're supposed to be gone.
And I saw my reflection in the snow-covered hills. The landslide brought me down.
Including Landslide.
I don't like this. I don't like this. I agree.
It was. That was it. That was from the vault.
And I wonder why we never made that happen.
And see,
I stole it from you.
You saw the confusion of why it never got anywhere.
It's funny. Come on.
I don't know, man.
I've got his K-Tel in there too for people
We
that
had
remember.
higher standards back then. Now we could probably get it on air because, like, you
There
basically
ain't nothing else.
and you force your way in. So it's like, fuck, whatever Kev says, we're gonna do.
Force your way.
Well, you know, we do have more high production stuff. I mean, you know, it just never gets out anymore.
Sounds
All
good.
right.
All right. Stop it. Why are you doing this? This is really hard to get through.
I don't remember this one. Is that a Goose one we did?
Yeah,
Was
it's a
that
Goose commercial. All right.
I don't
That's
remember
too
that
funny.
one.
I have another idea. That was okay.
That's what you get at 4.5 hours in.
I have another idea. Do you want to do something stupid? Stop coughing and I'll tell you what I'm talking about.
You okay there, buddy? Jeez.
That was
You
a
good?
good one. Oh,
You
it was
good?
good.
Yeah?
Oh crap. I gotta go.
You feeling all right? All right. He's out. All right. Are you in for this?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's hear lightning round Phish albums.
Oh,
Just to see what kind of bad takes you can do.
in the order that they are right there.
Why not? I didn't make this. I just picked it up. I don't even know what this is. Is that Man Who Stepped on Me Yesterday? I guess because it's the rhombus and that's the Victor disc. Okay.
I don't know if they count.
And Sick It. Yeah, I don't think we count those. Let's count studio. We can count White Album. That's fine, but let's not do and Party Time, I guess, because that got released with Joy. But I don't think we do. What is this one? I don't even recognize that. Do you recognize that?
No,
let's just stick with the main studio ones. Yeah, Sick It counts. I'll do Sick It.
All
Yeah.
right. Picture
All
an
right.
actor.
A.
Hey, yes, definitely.
Billy Breeze.
I think S.
S. I agree. Farmhouse. C. B. Yeah,
B.
B. Hoist.
C.
No,
Sorry,
I think
voice people.
B. Well, should we slow down and involve the chat that are still hanging out? Or are we just gonna lightning round through this?
We're
gonna involve B at this point.
C,
Lightning.
B.
All right. Joy. Joy's hard actually, because I really like Joy now, but I kind of hated it when it came out. But it's not a bad album.
I feel like we did this not that long ago. Didn't we just
Hey
do
man,
this?
we're
It's 4.5 hours in.
Damn, Jason, why you gotta hate so much? What the fuck?
I was going to say D, so
Yeah,
I didn't want to say it. Thank you,
D.
Jason, for the cover.
All right, it's all right. Jason.
Round Room?
No, we're on Lawn Boy.
Oh, Lawn Boy. That's probably a C. I know people love because all the big names, but
I like it more than a C, more than Hoist.
Yeah.
Bro, Hoist, what does that mean? I don't know. What are we doing?
Yeah.
Above hoist, right? Yeah, I agree. See, well, I agree. We're not doing a live one, right?
No.
Does the live one count? No. And what is this? I
No.
didn't recognize this.
No idea.
All right,
Fuego. I would say that was a C.
Yeah, or high D. I'll put a low C for now. Oh, is that headphones jam?
I tell you what, I'll just say this for this album. I do not like the big song when they do it live, but I think it was the one time that Bob Ezrin clicked with the band and his production techniques worked to make the song better.
I've had the opposite experience with this album than most people. I feel like a lot of people hated it when it came out and then it grew on them. I actually not loved it, but I really enjoyed it when it came out. And as time's gone on, it has sunk lower and lower and lower to the point now where I can't listen to almost any of those tracks. I really just don't like this album at all. I think it's the biggest departure from Phish and their sound. And
Bob Ezrin.
Yeah, and I'm not a fan of it.
Tell me how you really feel.
I would say F, but I could do E if you guys want.
What do you think about Petrichor, though, as a song on this album?
I'm gonna pull up the track list because it's been a minute, but I like Petrichor on it.
I think it just works because it's orchestral. It's huge. It's that Bob Ezrin, for people who might not know, was The Wall. He's the guy who was working with Roger Waters on The Wall. He was into that huge, overblown sound, grandiose thing, and that isn't necessarily Phish.
Yeah, okay. But that was only one song that was decent. Friend, right. Shitty. Breath and Burning, shitty. Home, okay, not that great. Blaze On, fun live, good jam vehicle. Studio is kind of contrived and Tide Turns, shitty. Things People Do, I fucking love. Great. Waking Up Dead, shitty. Running Out of Time, No Men's is great. Miss You is cool, but yeah, and then More has been overplayed and is, forced. And Petrichor is, no, dude, it's not a good album. I'm sorry.
I'm with you. But it has one good song for me. It felt like it all clicked for that one song. Was it worth an album? Was it worth several albums that Ezrin was with them? Because I think he also did.
We lightning round all the good albums, and then we're going to talk about Big Bo for 20 minutes. You paid us.
All right, Junta.
That's S. Just because of what it did in those songs. I mean, fucking Divided Sky and Yam Alone and Feed. Dude, I love the fact that the first studio album, the first song starts off with a clave bass drum. It's just such a Phish move. I don't know, maybe A, maybe high A.
There you go. That's perfect because the next one is definitely an S.
The next one is top S, I think, right?
Yeah.
Man, that's tough for me because Lillywhite really Lillywhite really nailed it with Billy Breeze.
No, Rift
is better
top.
Than Billy Breeze.
Yeah, for sure.
Rift is a really, really perfect album.
It is.
Not even just for Phish. It is just concept, musically, execution, everything.
My problem is
production. What's your
my problem with Rift is the two Mike songs. If they weren't on there, yes. But
it's an album that you can listen to the whole way through and not really have a problem with it. Yeah. And just let it go. You don't have to skip songs. You don't have to worry about it. You can just let it go. And there's very few albums that you can really do that with.
If you did that exercise where it's you're getting whatever thrown on an island and you can only choose one record or CD to bring with you, and that's the only music you're ever going to get to listen to for the rest of your life, Rift would definitely be in that conversation of an album I would want to bring with me.
Because the good thing about it too is it has such a diverse selection of songs on it where you're getting different that you're not just getting one type of them. You're getting so much. It's such an eclectic mix. It's so good.
Yeah, 100%. I agree. Yeah. T and I are very smart, and we know Phish.
Mr. Hogan.
Mr. Hogan, you are wrong, and T and I are right. So.
Take your Billy Breeze.
Okay, this is where things get a little interesting.
Round room?
Yeah, well, some of these I like. I have a soft spot for Round Room and Undermine. I think I'm probably higher on them than some people. But so I'll let you go first, Kev, or T. I'll let one of you go before me, I guess is what I'm saying.
Go ahead, Kev.
I would put Round Room above Joy, but not above Hoist.
I would definitely put it above Fuego, and I would probably put it above Hoist.
Yeah.
What about here? Is that too much of a departure?
It's a lot of love.
What about here?
It's a little less love, probably. I could live with that.
Better
Okay.
there. I think.
It's better there.
I just think
Right.
of the two albums came out in 2.0, right?
Yeah, Undermine and Round Room. And Undermine I
Right,
like better than Round Room.
I think Undermine's the better album. of
I
the two.
agree, but Round Room is a good album. 7 Below fucking slaps like a motherfucker. The album version of it, you crank that bass up, that doom, 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 boom, and that the fucking drums, they're like 16
How's it
notes.
go?
The dropping 16th note, so he's like doing the snare. So just instead of a backbeat, he goes da-da-da-da, right. He does like ghost notes that descend in volume every time he hits the snare while fucking riding the ride like a motherfucker, and the bass is driving. Yeah, dude. And Pebbles and Marbles is a fucking brilliant, and Round Room itself is a great song. That's a very underrated, awesome album, in my mind. So
I
All
tell you what, if you had have asked me 2 years ago, I'd be a lot higher on this next one than I am. It is not aged as well as I thought it would.
I think it's still good.
Yeah. I think it's so good. I like it.
I'm gonna pull up the old track listing just to make sure I'm not forgetting anything. But like off the top of my head, the thread on there is the best thread, which is unique that the studio version would be like the ultimate version, but that thread is the best thread there's been.
That's the
played.
way it is in most of the world, but
Well,
You
it's
could say
unique
that
for
about
Phish.
you could say that, Kev, about the Sigma Oasis song.
yeah.
in
I think
general.
Everything's Right was given a great treatment, even with
Fucking
the
great.
extended jam.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the Steam was really good.
I think the album still holds up. I
It
think
gets weak in the middle with the Mercury
Yeah.
Shade evening song, though. Yeah, that's pretty weak ass shit. But the Leaves is great too.
Mhm.
All right, I think it's probably. I think Fuego might drop and it might replace Fuego at the.
Yeah.
Exactly.
All right. Is this because we hang out a lot and talk a lot that we're getting like hive mind, or is this? No, we don't. We disagree on pretty much everything. This is just
I think that we need to go back and pull up the last time we did this, and like
see how
Benji
close we
see how
are.
it compares.
like
Uh-huh.
Benji said with the New Year's, see how different the rankings are, just us spitballing live every time. How many
Mhm.
different rankings we get or how close we get every time.
Well, yeah, you should definitely do that, and let us know when you do.
Let us know what you find.
I
love
thought
it.
that was a
Kev's-
royal way.
Yeah, Kev's always trying to give me more shit to do. He's like, produce my moon cabin bit, produce my commercial, go back and do this.
And then I wait till we go all night and I slip that shit in.
Yeah. Sick It is weird, man. Like it's cool. Like I get it. It's cool. And like the cool thing to do is be like it's cool. But if we're all being honest, it's hard to listen
It's above
to.
Big Boat.
It's above Big Boat for sure. I don't know if I put it above maybe above Joy.
I wouldn't put it above Joy just because
No, not really.
is-
It's kind of hard to listen to. Like
it's interesting.
What's the Use is the big one, right?
And I think
Milo
Slick.
Toe?
My Name is Slick is the other one that really I wish Phish had done My Name is Slick at some point.
I don't know, man. Yeah, I think
It's
think
T. It's T's the vote. What you
Oh.
got, T? Is that right?
Yeah.
All right.
He's high as shit, man. He don't care.
All right, I'm putting Ghost above Junta.
I think you could make an argument
How do you say
that
it?
Ghost is the third S or
You
the
could.
highest A. I think it's either here or here.
I think highest A, because the S tier to me should have a little bit of less than everything, because it
Yeah,
is the
but
S
that's
tier.
such a good fucking album though. I mean,
It
so
is.
is fucking Billy Breeze and Riff though.
I think it comes right though. It's right there at that A, at that.
Yeah.
There, yeah,
Top
that's
of
where
that
it
A.
is, definitely.
Yeah.
And I would stick this guy before Farmhouse.
Yeah. Although I think Lawn Boy is ahead of Farmhouse. I feel like these need to be switched.
Interesting.
Like that.
That works.
I don't know. Farmhouse is a good album though. Lawn Boy's a good album.
Well, I mean, they all have their moments.
I'm sorry, Jason. I'm not paying attention to the ads right now, my man.
Ad.
We will
Ad.
figure it out one day.
Ad.
Yeah,
And I think the
Farmhouse
rest
is a
of
great
it-
tab album.
I mean, yeah, exactly. I mean, the White Album, does that really count? It's a bunch of demos.
No. I mean, so this is the official one. Do we want to do all the unofficial?
No, we want to throw in Party Time though.
I don't think Party Time. That was like the B side. That was like the supplement. Well, if we did Sick It, we should do Party Time. Yeah. Okay. I think Party Time is probably down here with Sick It.
Yeah.
There's some cool shit in it. What's that? The one that the acapella with like Paige singing. Man,
Yeah,
this is really pushing my Phish trivia.
I got nothing for you on that. I knew the title track's Party Time because the album's named that.
No. Birdwatcher, I think, is the acapella
right.
weird one.
I think I saw one of them. I feel like I saw a Birdwatcher somewhere.
There's a lot of bad songs on this. Party Time's a great song, but I'm gonna say it's worse than Big Boat in reality.
Okay, so where does the Victor disc go? Probably
That's-
below Party Time, because that's even weirder than the Sick It disc.
I know.
That's a beautiful list.
Is this the Man Who Steps Into Yesterday?
Who knows? Doesn't count.
Well, it's people dancing on the rhombus, so I think that's what it's meant to be. And if that is, let's say it is the Man Who Stepped Into Yesterday.
It's an F. It sounds horrible.
What? With Lizards and AC/DC Bag and
I
Wilson?
have it. I tell you what, years ago, I get this.
It wasn't produced. It wasn't produced, but the songs though. The songs, man.
I'm looking for production value. This is about albums, studio recordings, not Trey in his bedroom with a demo tape.
It's still better than Big Boat.
Years ago, I got a tape that was Trey's thesis, and one channel, the right channel was just the music, and the left channel was just him talking.
Narration, yeah.
Right. And so I took it and I ran one channel out to a tape and put it on both channels. Then I ran that tape with the other, just the spoken part, and I split that over top of it, so I had both on both channels.
So you basically made it mono. You could also have just taken it and played it mono.
Probably, but yeah, I was young.
No, that's cool.
Young and bored.
I think it's all right. Well, see, now that's complicated because if you're talking about production value, yeah, it's shit because it was never produced. But as a concept, wait, Hoist can't be lumped with. No, it's not. It's underneath.
Well, I think he's saying that it should be above both of them. I think where he's going is it should be above both of them. I don't see that. I don't see that.
I could get on board with this, maybe.
I feel like Hoist was rushed. Because
Yeah,
wasn't there an
it's about
earthquake or a fire or something? They were like the studio was going to burn down.
I love
while they
those
were trying to
videos,
record it.
though. Have you watched those videos?
No.
There's videos. Oh, maybe that's what we'll do.
Let's watch a video.
Free
Wook Theater 3000 Part 2.
No, you honestly haven't watched the recording
No, I have
sessions
no idea.
of.
I was actually reading about it the other day, something about Alison Krauss talking about them getting her to come to the studio and then it was going to burn down. And somebody in the band was like, it's cool. Don't worry about it.
Wait, hold on. Please hold. I'm overwhelmed. I don't know what I'm doing.
We got time.
Hold. Please hold.
Is this working?
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, but I don't remember if I don't know if I put the audio.
Well, go back out and let's start over and make sure.
Yeah. Are we allowed to do that?
Who cares? We're going to hell anyway.
Right. If we get flagged 5 hours in.
And right.
I feel bad for the person at YouTube who watched 5 hours.
It's like, oh, shit.
We're going to find something. We're going to get them on something.
Probably Chad singing Landslide. That'll be our flag.
That would be perfect.
Is the audio going through?
No, we're not hearing it.
Oh shit!
But that's okay. Maybe we're better off not hearing a thing. Let's see.
I
it
can
burning
hear
down
it
to the
though.
ground.
You can hear
Does
it.
it catch on fire while they're playing? Look at Trey loving it, goofball.
You guys
He's
can't
our
hear this?
goofball. No. Which is a good thing. Because if we did hear it, we would probably not hear it later because we'd just cut it out of YouTube.
Yeah, that was
cut it out.
Julius. That was the whole breakdown at the end of Julius.
Nice shorts, Mike.
Yeah. Kev, you gotta
Who's
watch
that?
this though.
Who is that guy? Oh, Riker. Oh, Frakes. Fracas. Oh, Jonathan Fracas.
And
now, what's the
I
story?
would-
He was Fishman's neighbor or something?
I have a new appreciation for Julius after listening to this.
I'm glad you're enjoying it.
Yeah, right. I know. I wish we could hear it.
Right. This is probably really boring content.
I thought we were going to burn. I thought we were burning the studio down.
What? I know. How can you not hear it? Oh. Now can you hear it?
A little
Kind of turn up.
We've been live for 4 hours, 46 minutes, and 29 seconds. Can you hear that?
Florida.
Easily entertained. The drummer's always easily entertained in these situations.
Hold on. Let's see. Oh, here we go. Now can you hear it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we're definitely getting popped. This was great.
This has all been wonderful.
Yeah, playing chess, that tracks.
It's so wholesome. Playing pinball.
I highly recommend going back and watching this, though. If you haven't watched this, it's so much fun. I don't know,
But I still do not understand why we're looking at this, and I have yet to see the studio burn down.
Yeah, I keep forgetting that's what we were doing until Kev keeps bringing it.
Oh,
up.
right. No, there is a point where they all go outside and there's like fires. I think.
Oh, go back. I saw some outside. Oh, yeah, there was a car. Other way.
Go left. No, not there. Here. No, go back.
Your left. Oh, man. There it is. Oh, you just did it.
Oh my God, I nailed it.
Some
We
craziness.
should put the link in the description, right?
That might be an idea. Is this on Phish's official page or? Oh, there it is. Is that the fire?
Yeah.
There it is.
Wow.
There it is. Ooh, fire.
Oh, fire.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I love these videos.
They should do more stuff like this.
That's what I'm saying, though. They don't do shit anymore. They've
They don't need to.
They get away with just playing great fucking music, but
They get new fans jumping on all the time, selling the Sphere out before you can even. It's even on sale. They sold it out before it even went on sale.
demand is good. All right, so I think I gotta mute this because I can't think while that's going. That's a lot. Oh my God, Phish looks so funny.
What, he wrecked his car?
Yeah.
Was he smoking the marijuana, you think?
You think? You think? I think the hoist.
Oh, the
cover
horse.
shoot. I think this
Amy's
album
Farm.
deserved better. I agree with whoever said that hoist should be higher up. After watching this is art.
After watching this, it pumped you up for it. That's
yeah.
just,
I'm gonna
you're a
listen to
sucker.
hoist.
You're a sucker for a campaign thing. Like right before you're about to vote, someone needs to send you a campaign commercial.
Right.
Like, I'm voting for that guy. This got to me.
Yeah, this guy looks cool.
They literally lifted a hoist. They hoisted a horse off the ground.
They hoisted one.
Right.
Hoist.
Like that is such a 90s thing to do. Like if that was the idea now, they would just fucking Photoshop a horse being hoisted. But then you have to actually hoist a horse.
But I think there's a story connected to it that they had to hoist the horse for a reason, for real. So they
Not just
happened
for
to-
the cover.
Right, exactly. I think that there was something.
You would
more
hope so,
attached to it.
right? Like that seems like it'd be kind of fucked up.
All right. But it was Amy's house. Merch Amy, who doesn't like me.
Farming me?
Yeah. She don't like me.
Was it a
Maybe
Christmas
she likes
tree?
me now.
Was it a Christmas tree farm?
No, I do not believe it
See,
was.
see
I
how
think it
we
was
brought that all the way
pastoral.
back, all the way
I
back
think
to hour one right there. If you've been with us since hour one, Taylor Swift grew up on a Christmas tree farm, thanks to Andy Michaels and his trivia.
It was pastoral.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
Hey,
pretty
it's
cool.
someone playing the violin. I wonder who that was.
Alison Krauss.
Love her. God, she is just the
Yeah.
best. Love her voice. She has the most perfect voice. For me, at
Yeah.
least. I hear that and I'm like, that's the woman I can marry. The woman with that voice.
That is the most mainstream Phish song ever produced, I feel like.
You think so? Do you know why it
Yeah.
was written?
Wow, Kev, you
So-
got high there. You got high.
You think so? Yeah.
It was
What you
Amy.
talking about?
Trey
What you talking
wrote
about?
it again. We're gonna bring Amy back. Trey wrote it for Amy because she was in a breakup of a relationship, and he wrote it to her as "I hope you feel better" kind of thing.
That's a great song. It's fucking awesome.
I the one I never caught, and then hanging out with you at Merriweather last time we got one. I got it.
I was just realizing that my wife's gonna wake up in the morning and realize what I did tonight, and she's gonna make so much fun of me.
Realize that you're asleep at your desk down in the basement.
Yeah.
I got to go see Karina tonight.
I'm seeing Karina on Friday.
I know, but I got to
You guys
sleep at
back
some
to
point.
back.
I think I have to I'm getting picked up at 3 because I got roped into having to take the subway into DC, or who the hell knows what I'm doing.
All right, well let's hold off for 5 hours. You got 8 more minutes in you?
I got 7.
I also
Quick,
like the
Grab another
idea.
beer, Kev. Grab another beer.
I still have half a beer. I told you I'd hang out till I was.
See, there's that high pitched again. He's not going anywhere.
That's how you know Kev's getting sleepy. He's like, "Yeah, guys, I'm gonna fall asleep. I gotta go see Karina tonight." I do
Yeah.
like the idea though of like people that don't know what we did tonight or why we did it or anything about it, but like follow the channel and then all of a sudden they see the video pop up in the morning and like, oh, maybe I'll go check out Live, and it's like 5 hours. Like, what the fuck?
Or the
What the
people
hell
that
is
tuned
going-
out after an hour or whatever, and then come back and be like, "Wait, it was 5 hours. What happened?"
No, I see people like skipping forward to make sure it isn't like black, just dead space for 4 hours
or that we didn't have somebody really good on after Benji to like really.
I mean, Benji was good though. What
Benji
a fun
was good
guest.
entertainment, but after that, it was like I'm surprised there's still 23 people wanting to watch us.
Well,
I
the
love that Benji
fucking
doesn't have a problem telling us what he thinks.
and that Goose is in
I
shambles.
like that he's the master teaser though. He's really good at just sort of dangling that.
Bet the under. If Benji says bet the over, bet the under.
I'm gonna hit him up tomorrow, get clarification on these things,
what did
and
Greg
then
say?
report it as an anonymous source.
He didn't text him. He didn't send.
Oh,
that
he didn't
text.
text him.
No,
right,
I
right.
decided not
The
to.
chat talked you
shelved
out of
that.
it.
Shambles.
Me over here
I
on your other
know.
shoulder with my pitchfork going text him.
If he didn't have the kid, because who knows, he might have just fallen.
Call the Douglasville extension.
Yeah. No, I love Greg, man, and Benji, and all the people. Like, I think we've had such awesome guests over the years, and such like I love the relationships and like the networking we've been able to do with this channel. Oh, speaking of, because this is one of the newer people I've met through the show. Did you guys hear about F Zappa getting married? That's pretty dope. Congrats to him.
That's good.
I guess he just got engaged. I don't know if he's married yet.
Oh, great.
So did she
Well,
take
either way,
his
that's
name? Is
cool.
she a Zappa now also?
Mrs. Zappa.
Is that how that works?
I would assume. If I ever got married again, I would hope she'd take Went for her last name.
Or slogan.
Oh, that's perfect. Oh man.
We could just stare at the cameras for the next 5 minutes.
No, I'm not gonna
Silence.
So one more time, throw out a pitch one more time. We got New Year's coming up. We got 4 shows coming up, recaps after every one of the Phish New Year's run. And if you're a member, we're going to do chats during set break. I'm not sure exactly on New Year's Eve. We might only do one since there's 2 set breaks, and probably when the second set break comes, we might not want to be on.
Yeah, maybe. That sounds right, but we'll see. We'll play.
See how it
We'll be there
works.
the
So we
other
got
night,
Sunday
though.
mornings. Sunday mornings, 10 o'clock East Coast. I know you West Coast people might not catch that one live. We
feel
got
like
the
if
Wook
you're
Club.
watching this live now, you're probably not catching a Sunday morning.
Amen.
We got Wook Club on Tuesdays. We're gonna have that Grateful Dead show coming up.
Yeah,
Buffalo,
wait,
Well,
go
this-
back to that for a minute because that was when I was gone for a minute. Review
Buffalo
that
86.
for a second. We're doing that as what?
The
So-
28th,
The 26th.
26th. So the day after Christmas.
Kevin
if
is
you're not around,
member.
I know you're in New York. You might not even be around. Huh?
If I wasn't here to correct it, Ken would just be shouting out incorrect information.
It's 5 hours, dude. What are you on for?
The 17th, the 14th. What?
Wait,
so the
was this longer than the Dix episode, Kev?
No, it was not.
God damn it.
But you
So-
weren't on that whole thing, so it doesn't count. It's what you told me before we started.
We had like 5 fucking viewers at that point. This is
That
definitely
was
better.
well. We had like just random people we knew on Twitter come on who had like nothing going on, nothing. Yeah, come on. We're just hanging
See you, Will. See
But we
Will.
did it-
See
we did
you,
have
Will.
somebody we did have somebody famous come on from Saturday Night Live.
Well, we're gonna be tapping out soon too, but I
Thanks
just
for
need to
hanging
hit
out.
that 5-hour mark.
What was that guy's name?
Horatio.
Horatio. Right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
All right, everybody.
Horatio podcast. What are you writing?
Kev,
everybody?
we got like 3
minutes.
minutes. What the
Relax.
fuck? You can't make
That's
it.
the other thing, though. When Kev's ready, like he'll be bullshitting around, saying goodbye or whatever, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, he'll just be like, "All right, sounds good. See you guys. Bye." And then you're like, "Wait, what? We were just having a. That was where we were gonna pull. All right,
It's
guess we're
gone.
done. Guess we're done. It's very quick. We got to be ready for the end." It comes at you fast.
I might not even tap out. Honestly, I might still keep going and let Kev leave.
I'm not going anywhere. I told you I got a beer. I got to
Kev's got a half a beer.
He wants to puss out.
No one said 5 hours is the absolute
Yeah.
you're leaving.
I might have to go out back and take a leak.
Out
Yeah,
back.
How have you not yet?
Porch. You have to live somewhere where your neighbors can't see you piss off the back porch. I think that should be the #1 rule of buying a house.
I feel like there's other things to consider when buying a house. I also like to point out that you're a realtor. So
thank you. That's your advice for the night. There's your tidbit. For hanging out for 5 hours.
All right. Well, why don't we end the night with going to the phone lines?
Oh, really?
Yeah, we got a call. So
we got a call.
We got a call. Hey. I caught Kev's high pitch.
The excitement.
Let's go to line 4. Hey, who's it?
Oh, hi there. You guys there?
Oh, who's this?
This is Josh Frosh from Oshkosh. It's been a while, boys.
How you been, Josh? You been watching the whole show tonight?
I have. You guys have been going on for hours and hours and hours, and just wow. Benji was great, and I really appreciate you guys just putting in the hours and the hard work there, and letting all of us get entertained by your wonderful Wookie'ness.
Oh well, we appreciate it. Well, I think that's a good place to leave. But thanks.
I
For
thought he
checking
was
it out.
dead.
This was fun.
I thought he was dead.
I'm fine. I went to the hospital. They took
just a scratch.
And yeah, it's all good now.
You sound a little different, but that might be the whole dying thing.
Oh, my voice,
That could happen.
He's in a payphone. It's a little different.
Sick, after the near-death experience and all. But if you guys, if Phish comes back to Alpine, I'd love to see you guys there, and hopefully we get to Ruby Waves. And
this is so meta. I love it.
So good.
All right, thanks, guys. That's
love
fun.
you guys.
It's not too late. We can cancel and keep going.
A lot of callbacks tonight. I know it's got 17 people. I mean, 17 people now are unsatisfied.
You always got to leave the people wanting more.
For 5 hours.
Or they're going to tune in Saturday morning at 10.
Right, Sunday morning.
Sunday morning, yeah, whatever it is.
What the fuck?
Saturday.